our team can help support in counting for quorum. And I would look towards also our resolutions team to come help support for the next process, because we're going directly into resolutions with my co-chair, Adam.
Miigwech Cedric, Guachiminawa, Mizue, Good morning, everyone, again. Good to see you all. So we've done the call to order. We've done the count. Looks like we've got a good delegation here in the room. Reminder for those in the caucus sessions, make your way over. We're getting right into resolutions. So, Chiefs, we're going to start off with a couple of individual resolutions. We may have a couple of resolutions we'll bring together in a basket, but of course all voting for each resolution will be individual as part of the electronic voting. So, Chiefs, I'm going to direct you to draft resolution number 26. It is in your packages. If we can have encore, thank you. Draft resolution 26 is up on the screen, and I just want to confirm before we get going that the mover and seconder are in the room. Grand Chief Cody Diabo is here, thank you. Grand Chief Leonard Lazor. Grand Chief Lazor. He's coming. Is he in the room? Is he in the hall? Okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so the resolution is titled Support Renewal of the Relationship between the Iroquois Caucus and Assembly of First Nations, AFN. So if we can scroll down to Therefore Be It Resolved. So the resolution reads, Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, recognize that the Iroquois Caucus presents a unified voice on common issues to protect and enhance the rights, language, culture, lands, environment, and resources for the benefit of their nations. 2, support the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, and Iroquois Caucus in affirming their commitment to foster a harmonious and cooperative relationship that is based on mutual respect and sharing. Number 3, direct the AFN to sign a renewed protocol agreement with the Iroquois Caucus. Number 4, direct the AFN to support the implementation of a renewed protocol agreement supported by the National Chief, where consistent with AFN mandates, priorities, and governance processes, and to develop collaborative advocacy strategies on issues of mutual concern while respecting the perspectives of the Iroquois Caucus communities. So that is the resolution. I'll turn it to microphone number 2, mover and seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution. Up to 4 minutes. Microphone 2.
I won't take that long. It speaks for itself. A lot of this as well is a message to the federal government and provincial governments that they have a duty to engage and consult with us all and not try to go the easy route. So for this resolution, that's pretty much what we're going to do. It's already been signed in years prior, so we're just looking to update it with some new language.
Great. Seconder, and I do see a delegation behind you. I am going to, based on the way you're standing, assume that it is support for the resolution, so thank you. Microphone 2.
Grand Chief Leonard Lazor here, and I do second this motion. Iroquois Caucus and AFN has had a long history of working together, again, to reach our shared goals, to protect our communities, our environment, our lands, our waters, and our way of life. And this resolution just continues that partnership. And I do ask all of our cousins here to support us, and in return, we support you as we all work together to achieve our common goals.
Someone has invoked the word cousin. Hey, cousin. Thank you. And the Chiefs, again, I understand it is support for the resolution. So the floor is open. I don't see anybody else at the microphones. I don't see anybody else online. Second look around. Last call. Online. I don't see any hands raised. Nobody else at the microphone unless, oh, no. So with that, I'm going to ask the question whether we have consensus Is there any opposition here in the room or online? Online, just raise your hand, or if you can raise your hand here in the room. Is there any opposition or abstention to the resolution? Looking around, I don't see any hands, nothing online. So with that, we'll declare that the resolution is carried by consensus. So miigwech. Thank you. So we'll now go to draft resolution number 49. This is draft resolution number 49. If I can have that resolution up on the screen, please. Encore, once we have that resolution on the screen, I will look to the mover and seconder. So on the version we're looking at, we do have a different name for the seconder. I just want to confirm, Chief Rebecca David. Chief Rebecca David, are you in the room? Chief Rebecca David, are you in the room or online? If you're online, if you can raise your hand, please. Anybody have any indications whether Chief David is nearby? Chief Rebecca David. The seconder is Chief Janelle Nameben, who is here. Thank you. And I will give it a second. We can do one of two things. We can move this to later in the session, or we can also ask for another mover. I will give it a second here to see whether we have Chief Rebecca David. So I do not see Chief Rebecca David. What I'm going to do is ask if there is another chief willing to move the resolution. Just for the record, if you can state your name into the microphone number 2, please.
Aaron Lewis, proxy for Lower Smokemean Indian Band.
Miigwech. So we do have a mover and a seconder. The seconder is also here. Microphone number 1.
Good morning. Chief Lisa Robinson, Wolf Lake.
So you're willing to move or second? Okay.
Second.
We actually have the seconder here.
Okay.
But thank you for your support.
Okay.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll go into the resolution. Resolution up on the screen, please. So we'll go down to, again, go back up. It's titled Developing a First Nations Water Security Strategy. We do have a new mover, and that will be added to the version you're looking up on the screen. Can we go down to, therefore, be it resolved. Number 1, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, with guidance from relevant Chiefs Committees, First Nations knowledge keepers, women, youth, and leadership, to develop a First Nations water security strategy that A, affirms First Nations' inherent treaty and constitutionally protected rights to water and water security, B, outlines ways to address current threats to freshwater ecosystems, including source water, and C, identifies ways to protect freshwater ecosystems that secures water for First Nations in accordance with First Nations' inherent treaty and constitutionally protected rights, as well as the standards outlined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Number 2, direct the AFN to call on the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Nature, ECCN, and the Minister responsible for the Canada Water Agency, CWA, to immediately halt engagements and development of their strategies until they commit to providing immediate, adequate, and sustained funding to First Nations, the AFN, and First Nations organizations to support their meaningful participation and engagement in A, the development of a First Nations-led water stewardship task force as directed by the First Nations in Assembly, and B, the development of a First Nations water security strategy, and C, CWA initiatives such as the modernization and co-development of the Canada Water Act, the National Freshwater Data Strategy, and the National Water Security Strategy. Number 3, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada and the CWA to affirm that First Nations' inherent treaty and constitutional rights to water are protected and considered throughout and beyond the development of Canada's national water security strategy. B, ensure that engagement and resourcing requirements appropriately reflect First Nations' distinct needs, geographical differences, populations, with particular attention to regions with long-standing boil water advisories, and C, present on CWA initiatives and its engagement approach at the Special Chiefs Assembly in December 2026. If we scroll down, number 4, direct the AFN to work with relevant chiefs committees to develop the First Nations-led Water Stewardship Task Force once funding has been secured in a manner that respects the regional and sub-regional diversity of watersheds and ensures First Nations have meaningful pathways to inform the task force mandates. Number 5, direct the AFN to reject any legislation, policy, or strategy from the CWA related to water management that could have implications on First Nations' inherent treaty and constitutionally protected rights that are undertaken without the free, prior, and informed consent or endorsement of First Nations. So that is the resolution. I'm going to look to the mover and the seconder. It's not required, but mover, if you wish to speak to the resolution, you have up to 4 minutes. Mover, I think, is okay. Looks like you're okay, mover. Okay, good. Seconder, Chief Nemebin, microphone 1, please.
Menogejeb Kinaway, Gamamaskan would Quenin, Dijnakas, Makwendoda Momjanong, and Donjaba National Bequenin Dow, Chief of Omjanong First Nation. I support this resolution and I hope that my friends here do as well. After yesterday's panel, when we heard from Linda DeBosque, the Grand Council Chief of the Nishnawbek Nation, and her work that she's been doing for decades, I think that this would strengthen that. And I don't know about you, but I feel a lot better knowing that my relatives, my First Nation brother and sisters are at the table making those decisions. So, miigwech.
Miigwech. Microphone 1.
Good morning, everybody. Chief Kelsey Jacko, Cold Lake First Nations. I just want to add one word. Under 1C, identifies ways to protect and reclaim freshwater ecosystems.
Miigwech, if you can just stand by. If we can have on the screen, please, the resolution, and the resolutions team will add that word. Which paragraph would that be in, Chief Jacko? Paragraph 1?
Yeah, paragraph 1. Okay. 1C.
So 1C, it is up on the screen. It was on the screen. And we will get back to that. So we'll have on the screen the version of the resolution that is being changed. There it is. So Chief Jacko, up on the screen. Number 1C identifies ways to protect and reclaim. Mover, are you okay with that? Chief Lewis? Chief Lewis, are you okay with the amendment? Yes. Okay. Seconder? Okay, we're good. Thank you. Any other interventions? Any other comments? I'm looking online. Nobody online. Nobody in the room. Second call. Questions being called. Thank you. So last call. Nobody else. So with that, I'm going to ask the room. Do we have consensus? If there's no opposition, we have consensus. We'll carry it. We won't bother with the full vote. Does anybody in the room object? Any opposition? Second call. Any opposition? None online? In the room, any opposition? I see none. Opposition or abstentions? I see none. So miigwech, resolution is carried by consensus. Thank you. So the next resolution, what we're going to do is put two together into a basket. We will get into the two resolutions, but of course, if we need to vote, we'll vote on them separately. Basket dealing with major projects. Of course, this is following the plenary session we had yesterday on major projects. So we're going to start with draft resolution number 18. Draft resolution number 18. Can we have that on the screen, please? I will make sure we have the mover and seconder, but I will get into the next resolution before we open it up for discussion. Draft resolution number 18. Please, up on the screen. There it is. So draft resolution 18 on the screen. It's titled Protecting First Nations Rights in Response to Federal Major Project Fast Tracking and Pipeline Expansion Initiatives. It is moved by Judy Wilson, who's here. Seconded by, there was a change, proxy Katisha Paul. Proxy Katisha Paul. I hope I am pronouncing your name correctly. Are you here? If not, I may be calling on the Assembly if anyone wishes to second. Otherwise, one more call. Chief Katisha Paul, sorry, proxy? No? Okay, seconder. Thank you, Chief Powell. Just for the record, if we can get you to speak into the microphone. Microphone 2, please.
Chief John Powell, Mamalilakla.
Thank you, Miigwech. So we have a mover and seconder. We'll make that change on the screen. There we go. And we will go down. So the resolution, I've read the title. We'll go down, please, to therefore be it resolved. So there we go, up on the screen. English and French, I think, is on my right-hand side. It reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, reaffirm First Nations' inherent and constitutionally protected rights and title in what is now known as Canada, and that federal efforts to accelerate major project approvals must fully uphold the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, constitutionally protected Section 35 rights, treaty rights, and the honor of the Crown. Number 2, oppose any federal legislative, policy, or regulatory reforms that weaken environmental protections, undermine oversight, limit meaningful consultation, compress review timelines, or circumvent First Nations free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, in relation to major projects and regulatory streamlining. Number 3, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to immediately call upon the Government of Canada to engage directly with First Nations rights and title holders and seek FPIC through distinctions-based and government-to-government processes prior to advancing any new fast-tracking legislation, federal economic zones, pipeline initiatives, or related regulatory or policy reforms. Number 4, direct the AFN to advocate for full transparency regarding the mandate, structure, authorities, and decision-making processes of the Major Projects Office. Number 5, direct the AFN to call upon the Government of Canada and provincial governments to cease from entering into agreements, memoranda of understanding, or political commitments related to pipeline and major infrastructure development prior to meaningful consultation with First Nations and obtaining of FPIC of all impacted title and rights holders. Number 6, direct the AFN to engage in parliamentary advocacy and if and when the legislative measures proposed in the 2 discussion papers are introduced in support of the direct participation of First Nations rights holders, to oppose all legislative and policy measures aimed at streamlining regulatory approvals, impact assessment processes, or consultation processes without the free, prior, and informed consent of impacted First Nations. Number 7, direct the AFN to advocate for the inclusion of federal fast-tracking legislation, pipeline development, major project approvals, the Canada-Alberta Memorandum of Understanding and associated implementation agreements, environmental oversight, and the upholding of First Nations free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, as priority issues for discussion at the 2026 First Nations First Ministers meeting, and where such issues are not addressed at the meeting, to pursue appropriate opportunities to advance First Nations priorities on these matters with federal, provincial, and territorial government. Number 8, direct the AFN to advocate for adequate funding, technical capacity support, independent legal resources, and sufficient timelines to enable First Nations full participation in all legislative, regulatory, and policy review processes associated with major project fast-tracking initiatives. Number 9, direct the AFN as capacity and resources permit to support and facilitate collaboration amongst First Nation leadership, regional organizations, treaty organizations, and rights holders in monitoring and responding to emerging federal major project and pipeline initiatives that may impact First Nations rights, title, jurisdiction, lands, waters, and ecosystems. And I believe that's it. Up to number 9. Just a note for our resolutions team, we'll put a period at the end of clause number 7. Just a minor thing. So I'm going to look to the mover and seconder if they wish to speak to the resolution. Proxy Judy Wilson. Microphone number 2, please.
Judy Wilson, my traditional name is Red Hummingbird. I'm from the unceded Torres Strait Islander, and I'm proxy holder for Shuswap Band, Chief Barb Code. I just wanted to say that Draft Resolution 18 is protecting our First Nations rights. In the response, it's been so much coming from the federal government with major projects, national interest. We just need some sort of rights-based framework for now. It's really the self-determination is up to the nations. I know there's so much even playing out on the ground right now. From coast to coast, we're facing the federal and provincial governments' attempts to streamline major project development, and this cannot proceed without upholding First Nations rights, title, and our caretaking responsibilities and stewardship, and also the environmental protection and our free, prior, informed consent, and that's what the resolution speaks to. And we introduced the resolution for the Chief's discussion here, and then also that would like to make some friendly amendments. So I'd move the references on the First Nations First Ministers meeting and work to the draft resolution 39 to incorporate that. So that was the only one I was hoping to change, because I think it's just too much in this resolution, and there are other resolutions 39 in regards to the First Ministers meeting, so that's more concise. So that's all I was going to do.
So just a change, an amendment to the resolution. Okay. What
I think that might have went over to the resolution committee already, and I think there's also therefore it be resolved number 7, I think, on that.
Okay. So
but I think the technicians already
have it?
were moving to do that.
I'm told.
So we just wanted to keep this really simple. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So I'm told we have it. What we'll do is we'll come back to that. And I apologize. I did make a mistake. I'll correct my mistake. We are dealing with the 2 resolutions at once. So before I go to the seconder, I'm going to read the next resolution. If you can please stand by. And I will go to the next resolution, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, you're good. Okay, thank you. So the next resolution as part of this basket is draft resolution number 28. So draft resolution number 28 is up on the screen. It's titled Protecting Free, Prior, and Informed Consent in Major Projects and Regulatory Reform. I just want to make sure that the mover and seconder are in the room. Gumakwe Veronica Smith is here. I just want to confirm, but stand by. Thank you. Conrad Ritchie, I believe, was here. Yes, is here. Thank you. So please stand by. So here is the resolution. Down to therefore be resolved, please. There we go. It reads, therefore be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate that the Government of Canada fully implement free, prior, and informed consent as articulated in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UN Declaration, and UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, UNDA. 2, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to ensure that any legislative, regulatory, policy, or administrative reforms intended to accelerate major project approvals do not diminish, constrain, reinterpret, or override the ability of First Nations to exercise free, prior, and informed consent through their own governance, legal orders, laws, customs, and decision-making processes. 3, direct the AFN to oppose federal legislative, regulatory, and policy approaches that substitute, dilute, or reinterpret the standard of free, prior, and informed consent, including language such as, quote, seek to obtain consent, or other formulations that fail to uphold the minimum standards established in the UN Declaration. Number 5, direct the AFN to advocate that federal major project approval processes recognize the right of First Nations to determine their own decision-making processes regarding free, prior, and informed consent, including through their own laws, legal orders, and governance systems. And number 6, direct the AFN to seek funding and, subject to available resources and capacity, convene a gathering for First Nations on free, prior, and informed consent. I believe that is the final clause. It is. So, what I will do, we're dealing with 2 resolutions at once. I was going to go back to the seconder of the first resolution, who is fine. You're okay, Miigwech, Chief Powell. I'll go back to the mover and the seconder of the second resolution. So mover was, can we scroll back to the top, please? I've lost it on my screen. Mover of this resolution is Ogumakwe Veronica Smith, who's at microphone number 1. Ogumakwe, microphone 1, please.
Ani Bojo, Chief Veronica Smith from the Chippewas and Nawash Unceded First Nation, and I'm here with my partner from Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, Ogama Conrad Ritchie. This resolution comes forward from the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation because we believe First Nations need to be proactive and unified in the conversation on major projects that is currently moving at a rapid pace, both federally and provincially. Across the country, governments are discussing major project approvals, impact assessment, reform, regulatory streamlining, and accelerated timelines. Our concern is straightforward. As governments, regulatory bodies, and new major projects office seek to move projects faster, there is growing risk that First Nations rights, environmental responsibilities, and free, prior, informed consent become treated as obstacles to manage rather than rights and obligations that must be respected. This resolution is about ensuring First Nations decision-making authority and our rights are not sacrificed in the pursuit of speed. First Nations have a particularly important role to play because many of the projects being discussed today, including nuclear projects, transmission lines, mining, and energy corridors, are in our territories and will directly affect our nations and future generations. This resolution seeks 2 main goals. First, that First Nations develop a clear and unified position on free, prior, and informed consent. In Ontario, we have been operating as a region without one. Second, that the Assembly of First Nations work with First Nations across the country to advance a national position ahead of ongoing discussions with Prime Minister Carney and First Ministers. If governments are seeking a unified national approach to major projects, then First Nations should be equally unified in affirming that free, prior, and informed consent remains a foundational requirement of reconciliation, UNDRIP implementation, and a nation-to-nation relations. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Seconder, Ogama Conrad Ritchie at microphone number 1. Seconder.
Sorry, we forgot to add an amendment to the motion on the therefore be it resolved. Number 1, direct that the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate that the Government of Canada fully implement free, prior, and informed consent as articulated in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act at the First Minister's meeting. Just adding that First Minister's meeting there. Miigwech.
We'll just make sure if the team doesn't have it yet, we'll have a member. We do have it? Okay, we have it. So we'll restart the timer. Ogama Ritchie.
I just say ani bojo ogema chinimki indigenous sagin donjaba makwando dem Chief Conrad Ritchie Saugeen First Nation, and we just put this resolution on the floor to get support. I think it's pretty straightforward in the resolution, and just a reminder that as Anishinaabe people, we are the sleeping giants of this land, and when we stand together and stand connected to who we are as Anishinaabe people, we become and awaken that sleeping giant that is to be awoken in this time and era now. The other point that I wanted to stress to the chiefs here as well is that we come to the AFN and we come to government and we make these petitions and ask for this help and all these things, but I just wanted to remind the chiefs that we do have ceremonies, we do have our lodges, we do have our big houses and our big lodges where our chiefs used to go and ask and petition and ask and just a reminder, because we put a lot of emphasis on man-made things, and we forget to leave out and stay connected to who we are as leaders, and that we have to stay connected to that and grounded the way our old chiefs used to be, to go suffer on the hill, to go suffer at the tree, and to give and to ask. And this time of era, people are starting to forget who they are, and we're reminders of that as a people, because we haven't forgotten who we are. And when Indigenous voices are missing at the tables around decision making, we all suffer. All people will suffer because we remembered, and we remembered those responsibilities as leaders, and that's what we bring to the table. And we have to find alternative ways to work with the time that we're in now, because we have a value system where we value things, where the value how we live and energy and all these different things, technology that we value, and that's what our young people see every day. Our children see that every day, and so we have to kind of role model that to ensure that our voices are reflective in these decision-making processes, and if we're not willing to give up some of those things that we value, then we have to find a way to kind of work with it to ensure that we're doing our due diligence to look out for the future generations. So with that, I say miigwech and miigwech.
Miigwech, Shugama Conrad Ritchie, and I apologize, I missed your traditional name. I only have Conrad Ritchie written.
Chinimki, Big Thunder.
Miigwech, miigwech, Chinimki. So we have a number of chiefs at the microphones. What I'm going to do is start off, because we were at microphone 1. Before we go to microphone 2, we'll go to 2, online, back to 1. I see a number of chiefs, they may be in support, but we will come to you. A couple of things. We are aware there are a number of proposed amendments coming. So number 1, once we turn to you, if you can state whether you are in support or opposition of the resolution, and then go directly to the proposed amendments. I believe we have them. That way we can get to the decision-making process. So microphone 2.
Good morning, Chief Raymond Powder, Fort McKay First Nation, Treaty 8, Northeastern Alberta, right in the heart of oil sands. We're speaking on resolution number 18, protecting First Nation rights in response to federal major projects, fast-tracking and pipeline expansion initiatives. So Treaty 8 supports protecting First Nation rights in the approval of major projects and agrees the government should not proceed with projects without meaningful engagement with the affected First Nations. However, Treaty 8 of Alberta does not support any role that would position the Assembly of First Nations as the body responsible for overseeing, coordinating, or directing Canada's engagement on major projects affecting treaty nations. Major projects occur within the territories of specific First Nations and treaty nations. The constitutional relationship exists directly between the Crown and the affected nations and through the AFN. The resolution directs the AFN to advocate and oversee matters that fall within the jurisdictions of the affected First Nations. The AFN should not become the national representative or coordinator for project-specific negotiations, approvals, or implementation. Canada must engage directly with the affected treaty nations and their authorized treaty organization. Regional chiefs, AFN committees, or national bodies cannot provide direction, consent, or representation on behalf of the rights of holding First Nations. The resolution does not sufficiently recognize the constitutional status of the numbered treaties or the direct nation-to-nation relationship between treaty nations and the Crown. Therefore, major project discussions should also include treaty implementation, resource revenue sharing, equity participation, and long-term economic benefits, not solely consultation and free, prior, and informed consent. Therefore, my colleague, Chief Conroy, will be supplementing on the proposed recommended amendments. May I call Chief Conroy forward, please?
Thank you. What I'll do is, just because we're going to run out of time, I'll give it to you, and maybe we'll start. But you have the proposed amendments?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
But traditionally, I'm going to speak to my mother's tongue, so this way our elders can understand what we're talking about around here. Sorry, I don't like talking in the back of our people. Biopsko mam skutako. Igum gabi mam skutama gabi atas negatik tansese kamamokamato men kan stotsagatik ohogninan tapamoagan treaty edoche tapamoagan ga asasapaya papiata kigo ganobatama pepio noche ne pietsa ganobachagatik mina papiatik ganobamsuya ga suniao niganaha aski sagawa piskua minagiano nihiok inuok kakiuche. So let me translate that with in English as best as I can. I don't have Google Translate with me. The proposed recommended amendment amend the resolution to clarify that the AFN's role is limited to national advocacy and coordination. All project-specific engagement, negotiations, and decisions must occur directly with the affected First Nations and treaty organizations. Nothing in the resolution authorizes the AFN to represent, negotiate, or oversee matters on behalf of treaty nations. Canada must continue to fulfill its constitutional obligations and directly to the affected treaty First Nations. Iguse.
Miigwech, Pinanaskaminawa. So that change will be added, and that will reflect the comments from the two speakers. I see nobody online, so back to microphone number one, Chief Sarazen.
Good morning. My name is Greg Sarazen. I'm the Chief of the Algonquin-Zipikwakanagan First Nation, Ontario Region. I'm speaking to resolution number 18. And I see that resolution number 18 speaks specifically about regional concerns, and I don't have a problem with resolutions speaking about resolutions, regional concerns, and looking for support. However, I think major projects is an issue that is national in scope, and what's required is a resolution that deals with major projects nationally. And with that being in mind, that the Pikwakanagan is as an emergency resolution before the executive now dealing with major projects nationally, and we're hoping that we will get that to the floor as quickly as possible. So I just want to alert the Assembly that that we're looking to deal with this on a national basis, and we would like to put a resolution forward, and we'll be looking forward for support on that all-encompassing resolution dealing with major projects. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Chief Sarrazin. We'll continue. Reminder, Chiefs, if you can please state whether you're opposed or supporting the resolution, and if you have an amendment, if we can get right into it. So we do have a number of amendments already, and so what we're going to do is we'll go to the amendments first, read them into the record, and then we'll come back to you at microphone number 2. I just want to clarify, it's red lanyards that we'll recognize. I know that you are a delegate. Do you have your red lanyard somewhere? Okay, but we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. So if we can have draft resolution number 18 up on the screen, please. So we have a number of proposed amendments, and I just want to read them into the record just for confirmation. Let's go to the top. Sorry, we're going down. M. So this is, we would be removing L, clause L. We are adding M. And M, if we can scroll down a little bit, please. I just want to make sure we got it all. So this is the addition. The AFN's role is limited to national advocacy and coordination, and Canada must continue to fulfill its constitutional obligations directly to the affected First Nations rights and title holders and treaty nations and organizations. That's the requested change. Mover and seconder, are you okay with that? Mover, Roxy Wilson. Actually, just a yes or a no. If it's a no, then we'll need you. Okay, we'll come back to that one as well, but that one's good. Seconder, are you okay? Okay. So we'll go back to number 3. Therefore be resolved. So we would now say call on Canada to ensure that all project-specific engagement, negotiations, and decisions must occur directly with the affected First Nations, rights and title holders, and treaty nations and organizations. Proxy Wilson, I think that's what you were referring to. Are you okay with that? Microphone 2.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the intent of the resolution was about the proposed legislative and regulatory changes. It wasn't about the approval of projects. I just want to be clear with the chiefs. With AFN and myself, we've always said we'd never overstep the chiefs. So I want to respect those ones that are clarifying it, and if it's being more clear in the resolution, that's great. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you for the clarification, Proxy Wilson. If we can have it back up on the screen, please. Was there any other? So number 7 has been deleted, and then number 10 is added. This is new. Affirm that nothing in the resolution authorizes the AFN to represent, negotiate, or oversee matters on behalf of treaty nations. Again, under the same context. Movers okay. Seconder, Chief Powell, Miigwech. Any other changes on that one? I think that's it. Okay, so that's draft resolution 18. Microphone number 2. I just want to confirm that you are you a chief or?
I am.
Okay, Miigwech.
I just forgot my lanyard. I'll run for it.
Actually, they wouldn't let me in the door because I didn't have my lanyard. Yeah, I had to tell them that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. This standing beside me here is Councillor Scott Bird from the Wapayton Dakota Nation, the Prince Albert Grand Council, member nations. I want to acknowledge everyone. I acknowledge for the pipe ceremony this morning. acknowledge the elders. Thank you very much for the opportunity. No amendments, just some general comments. I know this will be a big topic at the First Minister's, the First Chiefs discussions in October. I'll say, and I'm just going to speak my piece here. I'm not sure if I have the opportunity then to speak, but I'm Brian Hardlott, the Grand Chief of the Prince Albert Grand Council, and I'll be pretty quick here to be on time. I guess the key issue for the Prince Albert Grand Council is in major project streamlining. It must not be weakened that the Crown has a duty to consult and not to reduce the accommodation or bypass First Nations consent or lower very important environmental protection of our lands and rivers, lakes. For the Prince Albert Grand Council First Nations, any fast-track projects in northern Saskatchewan may affect and will affect treaty rights, traditional lands, waters, hunting, fishing, trapping, gathering, my cabin, trappers' cabins, trap lines, sacred and cultural sites, woodland caribou, barren land caribou sites. So the main Prince Albert Grand Council position is to support, we support economic development, of course, and where it is First Nations-led rights-based, when it's First Nations-led right-based, environmentally responsible, and based on full and meaningful consultation. So no streamlining without First Nations consent is very important. Consultation must be early, direct, and properly funded, and the duty to consult cannot be delegated to industry, and that must be government. And federal timelines must be flexible where rights are impacted. A one-year timeline must not apply where First Nations require more time to assess impacts or negotiate accommodation. No federal economic zones without First Nations agreements. Prince Albert Grand Councils will reject any pre-approved development zone in a traditional area unless affected First Nations have provided direction and consent. And environmental protection must be not weakened. Projects approval must include full cumulative effects assessment, wildfire risk impacts, water, species at risk, woodland, barrenland, caribou, habitat, and cultural values. Looking at time here. Accommodation must be real and enforceable. Consultation must lead to change the project design, protection of sensitive areas, revenue sharing, employment, and revenue sharing, very important. You know, we still have to, chiefs, think about the Natural Transfer Act. Big discussion on this thing. I'm the person that asked the Attorney General a few assemblies ago about the NRTA. And that's a big thing. There must be revenue sharing in all this talk that we're going to have with the Prime Minister and the Minister's chiefs. We have to do that. And we still have to bring up the NRTA, make sure this is part of the discussion. It's not mentioned here, but it is part of the discussion. I just want to now, I wanted to say that in Totawi for listening to me. Can I go the at least for a little while? I thank you, and we respect all of you.
Miigwech, kagin ginanaskamenawa, Chugmakan, Kavijaik, miigwech. Nobody online. Microphone number 1, please.
Ait squel, Itsap, Wellial, Enthapak, Lachalawatza, Tani Hiwa, Klaixen, Tani Kowitson, Tani Tlactinus, Hyde Sapkasiam, Hyde Sapka, the Algonquin Anishinaabe, the Tumuk, Hyde Sapkasiam. Good day, I'm Hereditary Chief Shanna Thomas from Laixon First Nation, West Coast of British Columbia, part of the broader Cowichan Nation and the Tlactinus village site that we just recently won our Aboriginal title, including title to submerged lands. I'm rising today to speak in favor of the basket of resolutions and just want to articulate that we are in 2026. We are beyond mere consultation. when it comes to the inherent rights and title of our people. We are now actively in the area where we should be talking about shared decision-making and revenue sharing, and that means fully participating in any of the activities that take place in our territories. That means discussing an Aboriginal title tax in Canada, where we recognize our inherent rights and title and the inescapable economic benefit that flows from that. I just wanted to rise today to remind us this is our land, these are our resources, and they cannot be extracted at the expense of our people. We cannot continue to be expected to absorb the colonial violence that is upon us right now and then be told that we're the problem. We are not the problem. We are the solution. We are the ones with the answers, and now is the time to assert our governance, our authority, our jurisdiction, and let them know this will come at a cost that is owed to our people. Microphone
number 2, please.
Ait squail and the pates up yapper quilter sauce tenilna zart lip statlium swinner mersil height zapka homoch mistimoch height zapka ha tamoch fichum ait schnewaiko ait squallow and not some mistimoch ina qua ella that eli. My name is Katisha Paul, Tsepyapelwit, and Quilter Sauce, which means little angel. I come from the Tsartlip, Statlium, Swinomish, and Syilx nations. I'm holding proxy for our nation in Lilwat. I thank our elders, I thank our ceremonial holders, I thank those youth that are here, our 2S LGBTQS plus peoples that are here, our amazing veterans, and all of you. I beg you to listen to the words of our great leaders. When we say that this is our land, when we tell the government that it is our inherent right to assert our sovereignty, those are not just words. Those are generations of powerful people who have been the guardians of these lands. We understand the harm of these major projects. I worry for the future generations, for my future children, because we are not even being provided the opportunity to say no to the movement of these major projects. Last December, Prime Minister Mark Carney stood up there and he said to us that he was going to honor free, prior, and informed consent. Where is that being honored? Our people, our leadership, our young ones, our scientists who apply our knowledge to the land have the right to be involved in these processes. We have the right to have the opportunity to turn down these projects, and it's not happening. Instead, we have major corporations coming onto our land that have foreign investors involved as stakeholders, not even involving us in these discussions about what projects are going onto the lands. The recent announcement of the MOU and the projects that are going through our land through the pipeline between Alberta and BC, Robert Banks Terminal is on Tsawwassen land, and they were not even contacted to provide consent for more pipelines to be moving through. The dredging that is going to be happening in Tsleil-Waututh, our nation, our relatives were not consulted. We talk about the need for these projects to be investing into Canada's building Canada strong in terms of national interest. The only proponent that is in discussion right now with this project for that pipeline is paying 10%.
30 seconds.
10% of that project is owned by a private company. The rest of that 90%, that money is going to be coming from taxpayer dollars. That money is going to be coming from our nations. But the worst payment of all is the harm on our waters, and the harm on our land, and the harm on our future generations.
So we have a number of speakers at the microphone. We've had really good discussion. What I'm going to do is I'm going to close the speakers list after the chiefs that are at the microphones. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Rise to the microphone now. Otherwise, I am now closing the speakers list to the individuals at microphone 1. Chief Jacko, microphone 1, please.
Yes, a lot of good speakers here, a lot of people speaking from the heart. You know, we don't even have a seat at the table when they're making these decisions. It's very, you know, it hurts. You know, you know, our kids in the future, the ones yet to come, are going to have to deal with this. You know, some of the nations are holding all the risk, right? They're only open to equity. But what about sharing the resources? Like I said before, we should be the Saudis of Canada. You guys are all royalty. We're a minority in our own country. Does Canada even give a shit about us? Our people are still struggling out there in the streets, sleeping in boxes. You know, I took a friendly picture there, joking around about a homeless guy holding up a sign. I give him my treaty money, $5. But I kind of thought about it later on. I had to erase it because it was improper. But it shouldn't be like that. You know, Carney promised me he was going to come to my territory before any decisions were made. And yet he still never came to my territory. We don't even have a seat at the table. You know, we're not even going to be a part of this pipeline, but we're getting all the risk. They're talking about the biggest CO2 project in the world. It's not at this level, it's not proven, right? Lots of money, taxpayers' money, $20 billion or whatever to run it. No, even the pipeline, more money. Like how much taxpayers' money? Why don't you give us $1 billion, you know? What we can do for our housing, closing the gap, right? Does they really give a shit about us? But I just come up here to do a friendly amendment. But, you know, I'm just getting kind of ticked off dealing with the governments and everything. But on resolution number 18, I want to do a friendly amendment. Under number 3, under therefore be resolved, just remove distinctions-based. And easily, yeah, because distinctions-based implies First Nation, Métis, and Inuit. But it's a time we stand together. You know, we're fronting all the risk. You know, they talk about these projects that will be transformative for Canada. But what about the land users and our treaty rights? How's it going to affect it? It's going to transform us. Can you put a cost around the species at risk if the caribou are going to go extinct? And other species too? Biodiversity is changing, but where are we involved? We're a part of that biodiversity. Food sovereignty, cost of living is just going up. You know, a majority of our people live off reserve. How do we look after them? I get arrows in my back every day and say, I'm not doing enough, Chief. You're just looking after yourself. Well, I'm trying, not only for my nation, for every nation across Canada. But you know what? I can go on all day, but you know, got limited time. Even have side meetings. I don't even know if they're going to be fruitful. Maybe it's just a waste of time, but I'm here to advocate. So Masicho, and you guys have a good day.
Masicho, miigwech. So the proposed amendment is to remove, it's up on the, actually, if I can have the resolution up on the screen, please. Same section, number 3, that I'm looking at on my screen, number 3. It would be the removal of distinctions-based and. So it would now read, and seek FPIC through government-to-government processes. Mover of draft resolution 18, are you okay with that? Microphone 2.
Judy Wilson. I just wanted to clarify, I think our intentions are all the same, because our intention was that we're not including Métis and Inuit, and distinction-based, our intent was to make sure it was the First Nations right holders. I just want to make sure in the resolution that's going to make sure that's how it's reading. I think our intentions, what I'm hearing from some of the texts I'm receiving and what the chief is requesting, I'm agreeing it needs to be First Nations right holders, free prior informed consent, because we just don't want the government to throw the Métis and the Inuit into the process. So I'm looking towards maybe the resolution committee to make sure that language is correct there. I think our intention is the same coming from the floor and what their resolution was saying.
Thank you. So we'll come back to that. We are looking to the resolutions team. I think what I'm hearing is that distinctions based specific to First Nations and rights holders, but not including Métis and Inuit. That's what I'm hearing. So if we can somehow incorporate that, I'm looking to the resolutions team. It would be distinctions based, but specific to First Nations rights holders. Microphone 2.
Yeah, maybe I would suggest that you word it First Nations specific, distinctions based.
Miigwech, Chief Powell. So I'm just looking to the team. We'll work on that. We'll come back to it. We have some other changes as well. So reminder, we've closed the speakers list. I see 3 chiefs in the back. It's the mover, seconder, and I believe the support. And so we have 2 more chiefs. Reminder, if you can indicate whether you oppose or support the resolution. If you have an amendment, get to it right away so that we can work on it. Microphone number 1. Welcome back.
Bonjour. Thank you. Bruce Astley Paneshkam, Chief of Martin Falls First Nation. And I'm in Cas, most of them. Quadro Nang Donji, Ago Kinga, Shikate, Donji Megashi. Thank you for the time to speak here today. As you may know, Martin Falls First Nation is in the cusp of development with the Ring of Fire. I'm not here to propose any amendments on the, but I look at this amendment closely and see, if there's support for us, us First Nations that would like to be involved with economic development and development of our territory, be it roads, all-purpose roads, all-weather roads, transmission lines. We already have fiber going to our community and remote Matwa communities. I just wanted to make sure that, we don't hold ourselves back from the possibilities that, we can gain that leverage that we need from the federal government. Right now, the federal government seems absent in our discussions with the Ring of Fire discussions, and it's very slow movement in terms of getting what we need in terms of infrastructure development in our communities. As I always said, if there's development in our territories, there has to be development in our communities. That's without no strings attached, and that's what we see today with Martin Falls Community Access Road, and we have a website that infrastructure has to happen in our communities. First and foremost, we have to raise the quality of life in our communities for our members, and give our youth and our future members a fair chance, and that chance that we need for them to grow and live a prosperous life. So that's what we see today with some of our discussions with Ontario, but not so much with the federal government. I've been reaching out to the federal government now for over a year on our energy issues, specifically to get off diesel, with not much support. And that's not community, that's not helping the community with our infrastructure issues, raise the quality of life issues. We have water and sewer issues. I was going to speak about that yesterday. And we have a new water treatment plant, but we don't have a wastewater plant. And As you may know, you can't have just a water treatment plant in the community without wastewater or the whole system to be intact and whole. So, we have to take a look at that, what is really happening in communities today in terms of how much investments are going into communities prior to large projects coming in our territories and developing our region. First and foremost, we want to take the lead in large projects in our territory. That's without question, no doubt about that. We've done that with our environmental assessments with MFCAR, Margaret Community Access Road, also Northern Road Link. We're proponents of those environmental assessments, taken us many years to achieve and finalize. So we want to do that also with construction, environmental oversight, and so forth. So I want you to ask you to keep that in mind when you're in your discussions with the federal government, and let us know, keep us involved. Miigwech.
Before I go back to microphone number 1, we do have the amendments. So on the screen, if we can have paragraph 3 from the current draft resolution 18, we have already removed distinctions based, so it would now include First Nation specific. So Proxy Wilson and Chief Powell would now read seek FPIC through First Nation specific government to government processes. Microphone 2.
Judy Wilson. Is Chief Jacko there? I just want to make sure it's the friendly amendment he was making is friendly now. Where'd he go?
Chief Jacko, I know he was here, but I know his specific request was to remove distinctions based, and that's already removed.
I'm acceptable to that.
Okay. Chief Powell, are you okay? Thumbs up? Okay, miigwech. And there's some other changes. We'll go to draft resolution 28. So if we can have resolution 28 up on the screen, please. Okay, so there's number 7. If you scroll down, number 7 and number 8. Scroll down. Okay. So Encore, there is another version that the resolutions team has made changes to. So you'll have to close that one, refresh, and go back. There we go to draft resolution 28. And Chiefs, you should see it on the screen. There it is. So it's the addition of number 7 and number 8. If you can zoom in a little bit for me, even though I've got glasses on, my eyes are a little slow. There we go. So it's up on the screen, Chiefs. Number 7 is adding affirm that nothing in this resolution shall be interpreted as replacing or diminishing the constitutional rights of treaty nations, the Crown's obligations under the numbered treaties, or the duty to consult and accommodate. The implementation of free, prior, and informed consent must complement treaty implementation and support direct nation-to-nation engagement with the affected treaty nations. Number 8, direct the AFN to call on the Government of Canada to establish treaty-based bilateral tables to address major project approvals, cumulative effects, and resource revenue sharing. There was one other, and I think it's in the...
It's in number 8.
Okay.
And then there's one in number 1.
Okay, go back to number 1, please. Scroll up. Just a minor addition, part of UNDA, or after UNDA, it would say, at the First Nations First Ministers meeting. Yes. So those are the changes. Mover, resolution 28. Are you okay with that? Okay. Seconder, you're okay with it? Miigwech. Final speaker, Chief Kazis, microphone number 1, please.
Okay, bonjour, good morning, everybody. And I thank everybody for it's a very important topic what we're discussing, this resolution. It's got some comments regarding this resolution. For our community, we use the land lots, and it's really impacting with this fast-tracking development. We're not getting involved with the proper consultation There's no consent. That we never give our consent. Then last December, the Prime Minister said pre-prior informed consent for the First Nations before anything goes. You know, where did that language go? Like, did he swallow it, or you know? So that's why I'm here to just to make this comment. You know, our land is very important, and we are the land as Native people, and we should be involved when there's anything that's addressed regards to our resources, because we're going to be really impacted. You know, right now we have a big emergency in Ontario. You know, 10 communities are evacuated. You know, highways are closed. Where's the public safety for the roads? There's no public safety for anything, any major project. There's no public safety, and I think that this is where we have to address our safety, because the land is our life. Without the land, I don't think we can live with the pavement. You know, it's this is our Creator's gift, and we have to get involved. Not the people that come in from overseas and give us directions. We should be calling the shots. What we need in our land, where everybody's going to benefit from. We have to speak for the unborns. This is very concerning what's happening right now. You know, it's once the project's gone, we're not going to hear government no more. They're going to walk away. All projects, they walk away once they push the projects, and we have to deal with all the contractors without anything about the land. You know, we should protect our land. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Nishkandagao Gumakan, Gary Kuzis. So the resolution is before you. A reminder, if there's no opposition or no abstentions to a resolution, it will be declared carried by consensus. So we have two resolutions. We may not have to go to a vote. Draft Resolution 18. Is there any opposition or any abstentions to Draft Resolution 18 as amended? I see none in the room, none online. Any opposition or abstentions? Last call. I see none. So that's for Draft Resolution 18. So we therefore declare that Draft Resolution 18 as amended is carried by consensus. Miigwech. Draft Resolution number 20, I better make sure I got the right number, 28. We've had discussions on Draft Resolution 28. Any opposition or abstentions to the amended Draft Resolution 28? Second call, I see none, none online. Any opposition, abstentions? I see none, so therefore Draft Resolution number 28 is carried by consensus. Miigwech. So it is in 6 minutes. We were going to start the next panel. I know we can't get through a resolution in 6 minutes, so I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Cedric, and we will come back to the resolutions this afternoon. Yeah, Miigwech. Thank you. Cedric.
Thank you, Adam. So our next point on the agenda is the plenary session on the First Nations and First Ministers meeting. We have about an hour and a half for discussion. You'll have the pleasure of having someone else to moderate this discussion with you. Again, somewhat the same system. You'll have presentations by various chiefs, and after which we will go to the floor and there will be discussion as we had in the past days. And to help us introduce and moderate this panel, I would look towards Ms. Gina Wilson to come join us. So many of you do know Gina from her years of service in the federal public service. She was the Deputy Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, as well as holding other senior roles throughout the organization. She already worked at the AFN prior to that, as well as in her community of Kitigan-Zibi. And since retiring from government earlier this year, Gina has finally returned to work with First Nations directly. So it is my absolute pleasure to moderate this panel and invite Gina Wilson to the stage.
Okay. Hello. Kwe kakina ogamag. Good morning. We're getting organized up here. Waban Gishakwen and Dijnakas, Kitigan-Zibi and Donjaba. Happy to be working for First Nations again after being away for several years on the other side. Good morning, chiefs, elders, youth, distinguished guests and friends. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor for me to have the chance today
to provide an update on preparations for what I believe is one of the most important First Nation political opportunities we have seen in a generation. Merci de me donner l'occasion.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to offer updates on the preparations.
It's not about finalizing an agenda for the upcoming First Nations First Ministers meeting or to coordinate who will be attending that. There is still some work to do on this. Today is really about sharing where we are, what we have heard from First Nations across the country to date, and seeking your guidance, chiefs, as we move towards the First Ministers meeting in October. I would say that the agenda for that meeting does belong to First Nations. Our responsibility is to build it together. Alors, notre responsabilité.
Our responsibility is to build the agenda together.
Agreed to take 5 to 7 minutes each. Et Joanne a gentiment dit qu'elle.
And Joanne kindly said that she'd take 1 to 2 minutes, and then I will open the discussion.
Your patience for about 3 minutes to explain who these folks are one by one, so that once we get going, we'll get the presentation just flowing. First, I want to, and when I maybe just give a little wave when I say who you are. First is Chief Gould, who is Chief of Abogate First Nation and Regional Chief for Prince Edward Island, also known as Roddy Jr. He's a Mi'kmaq leader, now serving his 3rd term. He has championed economic development, housing, infrastructure, and community well-being while strengthening partnerships and advancing reconciliation, drawing on leadership rooted in both traditional teachings and practical experience. Chief Gould, very committed to building strong, self-determined First Nations. Next, here we have Chief Councillor Judy Thomas, who is the elected leader of the Didi Dot First Nation at Nucholnut Nation on the west coast of Vancouver Island. She's completing a Master of Public Administration focused on Indigenous governance and brings both lived experience and public service expertise to her leadership. Chief Judy is committed to advancing self-determination, strong governance, collaborative leadership, and renewed nation-to-nation relationships. Many of you know Chief Joe Muskokaman, who is the Southwest Regional Chief of the Anishinaabe Nation, a former 4-term Grand Council Chief and Chief of the Chippewas of the Thames First Nation. Recently appointed to the Order of Canada, he has devoted decades to advancing First Nations governance, rights, and nation building. Throughout his career, he's been a respected advocate for strengthening Indigenous leadership and building lasting government-to-government relationships. Then we have Chief Jonathan Passa of White Bear First Nations in Saskatchewan. He brings together experience in corporate enterprise, community leadership, and the protection of First Nation and treaty rights. With a degree in business administration and executive education from Harvard Business School, he's dedicated his leadership to advancing economic development, creating intergenerational prosperity, supporting community healing, and advocating for the implementation of treaty rights. And in the middle there somewhere, we have Joanne Wilkinson, who is Indigenous Relations Advisor at the Privy Council Office in the federal government. This builds on her career of more than 35 years in the public service, the majority of which has been spent working with First Nations, including 10 years of leadership in the regional ISK offices of BC, Yukon, and Ontario, a strong track record in co-development and on delivering results for First Nations leadership. With that, it's my privilege to ask Chief Gould to come up and to speak first. Miigwech.
Great. My name is Chief Roddy Gould Jr. of the Abwood First Nation. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge my elder, Judy Clark, if you'd please rise. Judy Clark is an elder in our community who I think should have been recognized when the veterans are acknowledged, when women's councils are acknowledged, because she is the core fight for what we have done as First Nations across the region. She lost her identity. The federal government took who she was as a First Nation woman, raped her of that, displaced her from the community. She's gone on to support her husband, John, a veteran who has served the services, and she's raised 2 beautiful daughters who contribute to the First Nation back. Well, Judith, I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't have any speaking notes. I won't be looking down. I don't know what the big TVs in front of me are for. I always speak from the heart. And if you've ever heard me speak, I always speak in general about all First Nations people. We are all in this together. What we are representing today is an unagendaed item. I don't have any notes, and I thank the National Chief for not giving us a mandate, because we don't have one. We were asked to help her come up with a mandate. I think it's great that we sit in this assembly and show our children, our youth, the way leadership should work, discuss our differences, enforce our priorities, but collectively come to an agreement that everything that you benefit from can benefit me. Everything that you need in your community, I also need. That shared need and that shared displacement that our elders have had, that shared displacement. We're in the Atlantic region. They said, we can't give you funding because there was no residential schools on PEI. There was no provincial discrimination when they took my father and put him in Shubenacadie Residential School in Nova Scotia. Do they ask me today, you're a direct descendant, you don't get any funding or support because you're from PEI. So we're just discriminated on so many levels, but it's shared and equal how we all discriminate and are treated equally. I'm a small First Nation, and I represent a lot of the small First Nations, but I want to show you that Abbotsford First Nation is a small First Nation who has the ability to protect its autonomy, to go to Ottawa, to meet with the right people, to meet with government agencies and work with them. A good example of that is we're always talking about duty to consult, form and prior consent. The Abbotsford First Nation has led the first multilateral federal agreement with the provincial and federal government. My band member Gordo Bernard is here in the community right now, and we're the first First Nation in Canada to have multilateral agreement with the Emergency Measures Organization. I share our knowledge that we have as a base foundation to develop a multilateral agreement with First Nations here who are facing evacuation orders. We have the foundation idea how you can work with the provincial and federal governments, and I offer that as that from our community to yours, whoever's suffering that. Gordo Bernard's in the room, and the Abbotsford First Nation is more than willing to share what we have done to make all First Nations better across the country. That's why I'm excited to be a part of this advisory group. I asked to be sitting closer to Gina so she can kick me when my time is up. But one thing I wanted to share was in the Housing Committee that I sat in, And this is on us, this is on me, and this is on you chiefs in the room, not the proxies, the chiefs. We're in the Housing Committee of Infrastructure, and I attached my name to 2 resolutions. They're no-brainers. There's no discussion, there's no fight. Water legislation, check, no problem. I'll sign my name to that. I'll lead that. The housing infrastructure gap, hold the Canada accountable, check, absolutely, no problem. Then the youth committee that was sitting in the audience, one of the young ladies, just finished her Sundance. I got up and I thanked her. If you know what a Sundance is, it's our culture. It's who we are. It's what we've done. She didn't do it, if you know the Sundance, she didn't do it for herself. In our culture and our ways, the Sweat Lodge, we pray for others. We dance for our communities. So I thanked her for that. So it has to come a point in time where the chiefs and leadership own our cultural rights to represent our people in a good way, a collective way. Sundancers pray for others. They don't tell you who they're praying for. They know in their heart what our culture is about. The Sweat Lodge, we go in there and we pray for others, and we protect our ways. We have to reassert our authority as a culture in Canada. And once we do that, and I like where the National Chief is going with this idea with the First Minister's meeting, reassert our culture, and everything else will benefit that, everything else. The autonomy of you in Alberta to dictate major projects going through your communities. Abigail First Nation, we don't have any mega projects coming through our community. We have a tide that goes up and a tide that goes down with the seasons and the moons, and we harvest fish. That's our natural resource. That's all we have. So I wanted to share that what the National Chief is doing and why I volunteered my time, my traditional knowledge. When those youth were, I saw those youth last night at the meeting, at the committee meeting, I apologized to them. I apologize to them on behalf of us in this room. We have not demonstrated to our youth that we are going to change things. They're upset and they listen to us. Why is it status quo? Why is there a housing gap? Why is there crisis in our First Nations community? We as leadership have to look at each other and say, I've been here long enough to have made a change by now. What have I done? If we have the opportunity to speak to the Chief of Canada, let's unite and put forward a good idea, a way we can give our youth the tools to do a better job than we have done. That is our culture, that is our way. Let's give our kids the tools to do a better job than we have done as leaders. Lalio.
Chief Gould. So we wanted to make sure that chiefs were aware as well. That's one of the themes we've been hearing from many of the gatherings we've had to date, is that the importance of a very focused and strategic agenda moving forward. There is strong support as well for establishing some kind of ongoing First Nations, First Ministers process. So focused agenda, ongoing process to address priorities, many First Nation priorities over the upcoming years. So with that, I'm going to ask Chief Judy Thomas to come up and say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. It is certainly good to be here on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Thank you for welcoming us into your territory to do this important work. Cleco to Elder Charlotte Claudette, Cleco to the Wolf Spirit Singers and the Water Singers who opened us up in a good way. National Chief Cindy Woodhouse Nipanak, thank you. Thank you for your leadership in securing a First Nations First Ministers meeting upcoming in this fall. Cleco for that. Good morning, chiefs, elders, youth, knowledge keepers, friends and family. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge those who came before us, our ancestors, our leaders, our elders, our knowledge keepers, our women, our communities, and our warriors. Because of them, we are still here. In Ditidaw, we are guided by teachings that have sustained our people since time immemorial. We are taught Dabayak Sawak. Everything is connected. Everything is one. When one thing changes, everything else is affected. We are taught Isak, to carry ourselves with great respect. We are taught Uachak, taking care of one another, taking care of our lands, our waters, and those who will come after us. Those teachings remind us that every decision should honor our ancestors, serve our people today, and protect future generations. I believe those teachings should also guide the First Nations First Ministers meeting. History teaches us that if we want to know where we are going, we first need to know where we come from and where we have been. Looking back, the Constitution Express showed us the power of unity, the power of one. First Nations stood together as one and secured recognition for our Aboriginal rights and title in Section 35. The Charlottetown Accord reminded us that participation matters, but participation alone is not enough. Too many topics, too many programs, and not enough communications fails us. Our communities are hurting, and we have so many needs today, but we cannot achieve everything in one day. The Kelowna Accord, that showed us what is possible when relationships are strong and governments work together. But when governments change through election cycles, implementation stalls. So history leaves us with 3 important lessons. When governments exclude First Nations, progress fails. When governments divide First Nations, progress fails. When commitments are not implemented, and I want to repeat that one, when commitments are not implemented, progress fails. So building upon the Constitutional Express, the Charlottetown Accord, the Kelowna Accord, and all the good work of our leaders, today we have a great opportunity. The First Nations First Ministers meeting is not about negotiating another list of programs. It is about strengthening the nation-to-nation relationship, because we already have good tools. We have Section 35, we have treaties, we have self-government agreements, we have UNDRIP, we have the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action, we have decades of Supreme Court decisions. We do not lack frameworks. We lack implementation. This is what will unite us, implementation. Implementation will unite First Nations across Canada. Whether it's treaty or non-treaty, whether it's remote or urban or living away from home, whether it's self-governing or rebuilding our governance, we all seek respect for our rights, recognition of our jurisdiction, governments that honor their commitments. We all want healthy nations, healthy lands, healthy waters, healthy cultures, a good quality of life for our people, and healthy future generations. These are not regional priorities. These ones are shared First Nation priorities. So everything is connected. Everything is one. As leaders, our responsibility is not only to today, it's to those who came before us and for those who are yet to come. Success will not be measured in what is announced on October 26th. Success will be measured on what exists on October 27th. Will there be a permanent First Nations First Ministers process? Will implementation continue after election cycles? Will governments be accountable? Will we hold governments accountable? Will First Nations remain as equal partners in implementation? That is how history will judge this moment. Every nation has its own history. Every nation has its own laws. Every nation has its own priorities. And we cannot tackle all of those in one day. Unity does not require us to be the same. We embrace our diversity. Unity requires shaped purpose, shared purpose. Perhaps our ancestors already gave us the words, and I heard them from Elder Charlotte. One heart to remember why we are here. One mind to prepare with wisdom. One voice to speak clearly about implementation and accountability. One spirit grounded in ceremony, humility, and respect. One people. Not because we are one nation, but because our futures are connected. Everything is connected. Let us honor our ancestors. Let us serve our people of today. Let us protect future generations with one heart, one mind, one voice, one spirit, and as one people. I look forward to hearing your thoughts as we prepare for the First Nations First Ministers meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Thomas. So far we've heard about a focused strategic agenda, support for establishing an ongoing First Nation First Ministers process, and one thing we're hearing now for sure is rights recognition and implementation remain central priorities. So to carry on with that, I would ask Chief Muskogeman to come up and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Chief Joe Muskogeman, Chippewa, the Thames First Nation in southwestern Ontario. This is a very critical and timely discussion that we have amongst ourselves. And it's an opportunity that doesn't come very often. The last opportunity came many, many years ago. And we were able to, at that point, do some fantastic work together. Yes, there was divisions, and there were different opinions, just as we see today. But that does not mean that we leave the Assembly divided. That means that we should commit ourselves, as the previous speaker said, with one voice, one mind, one direction, and one with one purpose in mind, that we leave behind something better for our children. And if it is not something tangibly better for our children, we leave an opportunity. And so that's what I would want to talk to you today about, is an opportunity to create our own institutions. It came about by my First Nation. We negotiated transmission lines. And we found out through the negotiations that we were very quickly running out of the ability to raise capital. And the idea of raising capital is to have that equitable positioning within the economy. The two fastest growing things in Southern Ontario, as you heard from some of the speakers of Ontario, is infrastructure and energy. I come from an area where the natural resources has been stripped away over 100 years ago. I come from an area which is the fastest growing area in Canada, the fastest growing population that's moving into our treaty territory. And we talk about the cumulative effect of the expansion and urbanization of cities around us. And every time a city grows, we lose Section 35 rights. It's consumed by the immigrants. I'm talking about pushing back. And I find that when we try to push back, we are limited because the capital institutions look at our balance sheet and say, is this investment risk adverse? When are we going to build our own financial institutions that are not regulated by governments? A sovereign wealth fund would be exactly that, owned by the First Nations, financed by the First Nation, invested into First Nations. Not only with the development of natural resources, but there is a supply chain that takes place in Canada. 26, in my last count, international agreements has been struck by Canada. And it's not just for natural resources, it's not just for critical minerals, it's in manufacturing, it's in transportation, it's in infrastructure, it's in energy. We should not be just investing in one disposable resource. We should be investing in each other. Where you have the natural resources, we have the manufacturing space. We have the supply chain availability. Why not invest in each other? Why not invest in our own communities? Why shouldn't we be our own investors? Without governance interference, without government regulations, without bureaucratic burden of policy. We should be our own masters within our own house and not a slave to someone else. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, our chiefs, it is time that we begin not only to manufacture constitutional provisions, that we should take control of our own economy and take control of our own region and can take control of our own destiny and take control of our own future for our children's miigwech.
Oh, very good. One voice, one mind, one direction, une voix, l'unité. Merci, Chief.
Unity. Thank you, Chief Muskokeman.
Have Jonathan pass up. Chief.
Matakiwasan, Day. Good day, everybody. I give thanks for our chiefs, our knowledge keepers, our youth, and all our treaty partners that are here today to hear our story. This First Nations, First Ministers meeting is a historic moment. We have an opportunity to count coup together and achieve some great things. I would like to acknowledge that this year is 150 years of the Indian Act, something that we don't celebrate, but we acknowledge because it was very colonial and oppressive. So it's a coincidence that we're also able to get this First Nations, First Ministers meeting the same year as 150 years of the Indian Act. This tells me that our ancestors are there, watching over us, protecting us. I see Chief Obed Mercurdy. I had the opportunity to hear him speak in Saskatoon, and he said these words that came upon me, that if you abandon your ancestors, you are lost. And I believe that we have not abandoned our ancestors because we have this opportunity with this ministers' meeting. So they're there, our ancestors. When we had all the meetings to prep for this, some themes came up, and one theme was ceremony. We started this assembly with ceremony. We'll end it with their ceremony. So having ceremony at this First Nation ministers meeting is important too. It's our way of making our dreams come true with our ceremonies. When we signed treaty, we had ceremony. So this is an important thing as well. The second theme that came up is nation building. I had the opportunity of learning from past chief of White Bear for 30 years and current FSN Senator Brian Standing Ready. He taught me that if you have to challenge jurisdiction, even that means you stand alone. Well, that's part of nation building as well. And here we are with this meeting. We're all at different levels of governance. We're all at different levels of building our own nation. My nation is on that nation building path. We're focusing on governance, lawmaking, our inherent rights, our self-determination. So when we look at a unified message and unified meeting, I believe we can all remember that in terms of our treaty of self-determination. Another theme that popped up was youth. The decisions we make here, they're going to inherit stronger nations. I see that now because my previous chief, he created something. He created a legacy. Now I get to inherit a stronger nation, and with his help and the people's help, I will leave a stronger nation for the youth. Whether that's creating a stronger our own source revenue so that we can control the money, how we want to distribute it, whether it's youth, sports, culture, rec, elders programs, languages, we will control that. We have an opportunity to create many things at this First Nations ministers meeting. But the most important thing is how we stay unified together. It's going to be a challenge because we have unceded territory, we have a treaty that was signed 150 years ago, we have new treaty talks, but this is opportunity to come coup together at this ministers meeting. So more meetings will come to discuss this agenda, this theme, and it'll be up to us to work together so we can make it come true. Because we have a lot of people depending on us, our youth, who are going to inherit what we make today. So with that, thank you. Panamia.
Thank you, Chief Pasa, for talking about nation building, community wellness, our youth, and that ceremony should guide the process. So next we have Joanne for a moment or two.
Thanks, Gina. Ani Bojo Sego, thank you so much for the invitation today. I'd like to first honor the Eagle staffs, the flags, the sacred items, and all of you. I've had the great privilege of working with many of you over many years, and I'm very grateful for all that you've taught me that has led us to this panel today. The Prime Minister was here in December and said that First Nations would set the agenda. And so I'm here to support you chiefs, to support this panel in terms of working forward in a good way to a place where we can see strong outcomes and strong results for you chiefs and for your community members. And with that, my grandmother always said you have 2 ears and 1 mouth in that proportion for a reason. So I'm here to listen and to, again, support the chiefs on the panel. Thank you so much. Miigwech.
Thank you. Miigwech, Joanne. Thank you for being here. And certainly if there's any issues or questions that come up, we did want to have a federal representative here. So chiefs, thank you for that. Delegates, we're going to open the floor for any questions or comments or discussion. So I see someone going to mic number 2 and then number 1. Go ahead, he defers to you, mic number 1.
Oh. To me? Okay, Haichka, thank you. Yeah, I want to thank the panel for their observations. I also been participating in all of the preparatory meetings leading up to this assembly, and I just really would like to encourage us to exercise one of the fundamental teachings and principles that we all share in common, and that's the principle of discipline. We have got to go into this meeting very disciplined and recognize that we are there for the collective benefit of all of our people. Sorry, I forgot, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Machalawatsa Shanna Thomas, Hereditary Chief of Leixon First Nation. I think that we have to understand that we don't have enough time to raise every single issue. And it doesn't mean it's not important. I think everything that our people face every single day is important. But the opportunity that we have in front of us with this meeting means that we have to be selective in what we have the opportunity to raise. I also think that our regions have to organize. All of our provinces have to get together internally and identify priorities from our regions. We should also be identifying speakers. Who is going to be speaking to what issue? Some of the greatest work that we have done collectively in our history, and I thank Chief Judy Thomas from Digidat for raising it, when we look at the past when our leaders gathered, not everyone spoke, but everybody stood behind the message. And I think if we can exercise that discipline and create an opportunity, that will be a great benefit. I am hoping that we do not focus on programs and services. I think that's the easiest conversation for us to get sucked into. I really hope that when we're at this conversation, we are talking about the things that we heard the chiefs articulate earlier. We're talking about shared decision-making. We're talking about the implementation of our title, the inescapable economic component. We are talking about moving beyond mere consultation and actually being decision makers at the table on things that affect our communities. I think if we can keep a clear message and make sure that we're all speaking to different aspects of that message, we'll come away stronger. Just wanted to offer those few words. Hajka.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that guidance, Chief. No, mic number 2.
Great. Deluisin Isaiah Bernard, Deloitte Bullock and Luigity. I am the now former co-chair of the NYC. I wouldn't be doing my part if I didn't come and advocate for them. I heard some leaders up on stage uplift us, which I thank you for that. I think it's very important to make sure the youth are in the room, make sure the youth are able to ask a question. Because every time I ask our youth community room, I get told I don't know, which is fine, and it's up to leadership. So I'm hoping that leadership here would approve of the youth to be in the room with the ministers during that meeting. It's important that you hear their voice, and because, like you guys said, they're the leaders of today and the leaders of tomorrow. Walalam.
Mic number 1.
Good afternoon, Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi Nishnabek, Gulby First Nation. Been following this for some time, and I understand that it's the Prime Minister that calls the First Minister's meeting and sets the agenda. We were told by Prime Minister Carney that it'll be up to the First Nations to set the agenda for this meeting. I've heard lots of rumors, innuendo, that the meeting was supposed to be based on programs and services. That was clarified yesterday that it's going to deal with perhaps major projects, and we don't know what else. I think this is a very important time in the period for many of us to look at the opening up of the Constitution, and we've been waiting so long. Last time this was looked at was back when they were looking at the Kelowna Accord. And this is a historic meeting and a major opportunity for First Nations to look at true systemic change. But this will require federal, provincial, and First Nations involvement. I think it's important that when we're looking at not only Section 35 rights, but also the inherent right, the treaties, what do those constitute? And it's important to also recognize that we understand the constitutionality of this country. We understand, what powers are enumerated under Section 9.1 and 9.2. We understand that treaties are also very important. But we have to look at the doctrine of paramountcy, what laws will be shared, which has exclusive First Nation jurisdiction, and so forth. So I think that we were kind of caught off guard here, and we're reacting on the 11th hour. And we have colleagues that would also like to address some of these issues. But I think that this is an opportunity for us to set the stage. So with that, Chimigwech, thank you, Chief King.
Thank you, Chief King. Thank you. Mic number 2.
I introduce Grand Chief Hardlaw to the Prince Albert Grand Council. Introduce a Dene lawyer, Jennifer Duncan. Jennifer.
Masi Grand Chief, Nagadagonte. I'm Jennifer Duncan. I'm a Dene lawyer. Ending the mass incarceration of First Nations people must be on the First Nations First Minister's meeting agenda, as this is a nation-to-nation issue about jurisdiction and authority over corrections. Canada has been over-incarcerating Indigenous peoples for decades. In 1997, 12% of federal inmates were Indigenous. Today, in 2026, 33% of people in federal prisons are Indigenous, and 50% of the women in federal prisons are Indigenous. Since 1997, the proportion of Indigenous people in federal custody has increased by almost 1% per year. In 1999, in Gladue, the Supreme Court of Canada stated that the excessive imprisonment of Indigenous peoples is the tip of the iceberg, and there is widespread bias against Aboriginal peoples within Canada, and there is evidence that this widespread racism has translated into systemic discrimination in the criminal justice system. The court concluded these findings cry out for the recognition of the magnitude and gravity of the problem and for responses to alleviate it. The figures are stark and reflect what may fairly be termed as a crisis in the Canadian criminal justice system. That was in 1999. For 27 years, Canada has been making commitments to end the crisis of mass incarceration. What we need now is action by Canada to implement their own Sections 81 and 84 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. Recently, I've had the privilege of working with Black Lake Dennis-Siouxland First Nation and the Prince Albert Grand Council in advocating for Joey Toussaint, who has spent over 3,000 days and counting in intermittent solitary confinement in colonial federal prisons. Joey's nation wants to bring him home. We're ready to support his healing. Joey's nation has been advocating to have their jurisdiction and authority recognized as originally intended in Treaty on Inherent Rights and Canada's own existing laws, including Sections 81 and 84 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. There can be no meaningful nation-to-nation relationship with Canada while Canada retains almost complete jurisdiction and funding for the incarceration, rehabilitation, and reintegration of First Nations citizens. Today, only a fraction of the funding goes to Indigenous corrections, despite Indigenous people representing 1/3 of those incarcerated in federal custody. In 2024, out of a $3 billion budget, when $1 billion ought to be going directly to Indigenous governments and organizations, only 0.4% of the entire corrections budget, so less than half of 1% of the corrections dollars, goes to Indigenous peoples. For these reasons, this matter must be on the upcoming agenda. Must see.
Thank you.
Chase. Thank you, Jennifer. Chase, I think it's very, very, very important not to forget about this very important, issue of our people being overrepresented in the correctional system in Canada. Very important that we address it. We had the opportunity to address the United Nations this past spring, and thank you for the work, Jennifer, for that. And we have to look at it. But I'd like to end off by saying that we want to bring Joey home. We want to bring Joey home. He's been there so long, in a maximum security, solitary confinement, all that time. We want to bring Joey home to the Prince Albert Grand Council, to Black Lake Dene Nation, and we need to address this, Chief. All the other issues are very, very, very important also. And I want to thank you. We thank you very much for listening to us. So we, national chief, regional chiefs, we call on your help.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Yep. Thank you, Chief Hardlott, for raising that issue.
Speaker,
yeah.
A couple of seconds. Okay, go ahead.
Not very long. Chief Calvin Sanderson, Staples and Banner of the Cree Nation. I noticed that the Grand Chief brought up the NRTA too. Hopefully that'll be a dialogue for the premiers. And I'm hoping you're making notes up there on our suggestions. I think the First Nations are well-deserved to get resources from what's been extracted from all the lands from our Mother Earth. And, say that each First Nation deserves $20 million annually for the next 100 and maybe when everything's exhausted.
Thank you, Chief Sanderson. Oh, good. Thank you. Miigwech, mic number 1.
Okay.
Waikukaitep, Judy Wilson, Red Hummingbird. I'm from the unceded territory of Secwepemc. I'm proxy holder for Shuswap Band, and I just wanted to acknowledge the unceded lands of the Anishinaabe and Algonquin who we're on right now. And I wanted to say that the First Minister's meeting, it's tied to resolution number 23, which is the renewal of the AFN bilateral. It actually says in the resolution that that's one of the outcomes that's hoped for, but our chiefs haven't had time to. It says in the resolutions there would have been something here for us to look at. They have priorities listed in the AFN bilateral, and if we're going to, because the first one was signed in 2016, if we're going to be part of this process, the chiefs need to have input into what those priorities are, and especially the reporting back to us and all of that stuff. I think it's going to be really important. It's one of the core mechanisms for the AFN and the federal government, and I think also, like, there's a timing issue. How are you going to get that to us before September? Because I think it's going to list priorities there, and I'm hearing a lot of priorities being submitted here. The other thing I was thinking of, because I do a lot of international and national work, and to open up the ministers' meeting maybe a bit more is maybe the nations could have a place they're submitting their concerns to directly to the government, so that it could be listed, cataloged, and recorded. That this is the submission. They do it internationally all the time that way, so we register our submission. Because why I'm saying it needs to be registered is because we've written several letters to a letter to the Prime Minister and to the ministers of ISK in regards to children and family long-term reform, and we don't get responses. The Prime Minister said, "Oh, we'll get the minister to respond to us," but we still haven't had no responses. And I heard also there were chiefs that invited the Prime Minister to their territories and ministers, and it hasn't happened. So in that way, it's recorded, and there's a process there to build on, because the First Minister's meeting should be one of many now for these commitments that are being made for our right holders, for our nations. Otherwise, we're going to be going in circles and circles, and nothing is going to be done. It's time, Canada, Prime Minister, with all the $63 billion you're spending on military and also on all major projects, some of it's got to go back into the right holders to make these changes on the ground. You heard the solutions here, but we need to be able to work to have those solutions made on the ground for our people. Cooksjam.
Cooksjam, thank you so much. Thanks for that. Good idea. I'm going to mic number 2.
Chief Kelsey Jacko again from Cold Lake First Nations. I just want clarification, because Alberta doesn't have a regional rep. You know, I just feel like I'm being ignored. I hate yelling around. I had to apologize to Assembly. But, you know, when you talk about nation to nation, you know, you should be coming talking to the rights holders. So I just want clarification if Alberta's going to have a voice at this First Minister's meeting. You know, I'm a chief of my nation, but I feel like I'm speaking for all the Alberta nations in Alberta. Masi.
Miigwech, thank you so much. And just very quickly, should mention that we do have an advisory council of chiefs that are advising the national chief directly. She's invited Chief Bull to be on that, and at some point we should probably have a conversation and see how Chief Bull wants to work with others in the region.
I have a good relationship with Chief Bull, but hopefully I can get an invite to their national chief, Masi.
Okay, thank you. Mic number 1.
Ani Bojo, Chief Veronica Smith from the Chippewas and Nawash unceded First Nation here in Ontario. I just want to say Chimigwech to National Chief and the Advisory Committee for taking so many important issues to the First Minister's meeting. For myself, I'd like to talk about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People on Compliance and Free Prior Informed Consent. First, federal and provincial laws commit Canada to align legislation with UNDRIP, but there has been little to no movement. to this effect. Second, free prior informed consent is seen as aspirational and is often downgraded to seeking consent as a bare minimum. So again, I'd like to say chimigwech to the National Chief and Advisory Committee for taking all these issues to the First Minister's meeting. Miigwech.
Thank you, thank you. Mic number 2.
Hi, good morning. Chief Tamara Young of Pictou First Nation. I just want to say that when we come to this meeting, I think we also need to hold Canada, the premiers, accountable for just not following through with the duty to consult. I don't know how that's going to go, but I think it's time we hold them accountable. I think we're all tired of the disrespect. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Mic number 1.
Anin Bojo, Najwe Makwakwe Indigenous Cause. I'm Chief Kelly LaRocca from the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation in Ontario. I want to say thanks for the time on the mic here. I think it's really important. It has been far too long since we've had a meeting of this nature, and it's really important to contextualize the meeting and set the tone. We need to ground the context of the meeting, I think, as one of our colleagues has said, in ceremony. I think that's important at the outset. I do think it's important, though, to ground the meeting or the context of the meeting in inherent rights. Those inherent rights encompass all things in self-determination and self-government. Lands and resources, economy, culture and language, treaty and Aboriginal rights, our ability to fight for those treaty and Aboriginal rights, which are, yes, born of the constitutional process, but have meaning to us, obviously, of great import. And of course, UNDRIP and FPIC. But it encompasses all those things. And we can see from all the comments here, there's no shortage of a litany of issues that we're dealing with as First Nations. And it's really hard to agree on how to prioritize those. We have to set the tone as a relationship, one of government to government. We're there respecting their government process. They need to respect ours. So we have to set the tone in inherent rights. You know, I really agree with a lot of the comments here up from the panelists. I want to say part of that inherent right is with respect to sovereign wealth. I think, you know, rather than mere property managers, we need to engage the topic of wealth generation, which again falls under that inherent rights context. I think what we've seen thus far is our relationship needs to be reset. The government thinks it's okay to continually litigate us to death, and it's getting them nowhere, and it's getting us, you know, it's putting us at a snail's pace of progress. So litigation really is an inefficient way to define constitutional relationships. And so, you know, right now, court decisions are really now the most common way to advance those Aboriginal and treaty rights as opposed to political agreements, and that is really wrong. You know, decades of litigation and uncertainty for governments and First Nations and high legal costs and delay has been the result, and that is antithetical to what Prime Minister Carney is seeking to achieve, and it's bad for First Nations. So if certainty is what is desired, then a respect for the inherent rights of First Nations is a fundamental starting point to any First Minister's meetings, whether now or into the future. So I look forward to a process for future meetings as well. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Thank you. Thank you for that, guys. My number
2. Wajik, Chief Sylvia Gustajim Tadawabin. I'm from Adwabsket First Nation. I'm neighbors to Kassetchwan First Nation and close by to Fort Albany First Nation, located on James Bay on the west side. So first of all, what you can say, Hana de Gatayek, my Robs can do Dostin, Egamaga, Namanendian, Buminawab, the man, Eminegishiga nishta gimine unishkai nishta nige kasahagnik wachima bumisuna handed dago kahtajik. Greetings to everybody that is here. I just wanted to talk from the heart. I'm a very humble person, and we are struggling. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of the systems that continue to oppress our people. I'm tired of seeing our communities, our nationhood being side-roaded and ramped over our treaties, our rights. You know, can you imagine our leaders being tired? Our people are tired. They're suffering, they're dying. And especially in remote regions that are communities that are out of sight, out of mind for most everybody. You know, I come to the mic hoping that we would get somewhere. But I do agree, it can't be about program and services. We have to assert our rights. We have to assert who we are within Canada. And we are a sovereign nation. We matter, our people matter. And it's time we be unified going there with one voice, no matter which territory or where we're from. This is our land, our country. We never gave it up. And I want to remind everybody there should be no more Ottawa biscuits out there that are fighting through war-like conditions. It shouldn't be about program and services when we're meeting with our basic needs: water supply, quality of water, safe infrastructure, housing. There's so much happening within our communities. And I just want to remind whoever goes to this, who's ever selected to be there, speak for the people, our children that are forgotten, that are still suffering today. Minguesh, Minguesh, Bonindan, and Askaman, Wajik, Mr.
Thank you so much, Chief. I'm watching, and I see how the chair operates a little bit now being up here, and I'm kind of counting the minutes and the speakers coming up. I'm going to suggest that we close off the speakers. Those standing have a chance, because I do want to come back to the panel with any final thoughts, if anyone else here has some things to say on the stage, and wrap it up in time for lunch. So mic number 1.
Kwekwe, Shelley Morfrapier, Chamiagama Nishnabek. This is an opportunity which begins with a simple truth. We are not stakeholders, we are rights holders. Long before Canada existed, our nations governed these lands according to our own laws, languages, and responsibilities, and those rights did not disappear with Confederation. They are affirmed in our treaties and recognized in Section 35 of the Constitution and reflected in UNDRIP. That is why a First Minister's meeting with First Nations is not simply good policy. It's a recognition of who we are. Too often, decisions about our lands, our waters, and our resources are made without us. Governments gather, priorities are set, and First Nations are expected to respond after the fact. That approach has failed us, failed our people, and it's failed Canada. Prime Minister Mark Carney recently said, "If you're not at the table, you're on the menu." These words resonate with First Nations because for generations, decisions were made about us without us. Our lands were developed, our resources were extracted, and our rights were ignored. We are no longer willing to accept that. Our place is at the table, not because it's politically convenient, but because our inherent treaty and constitutional rights require it. We are not asking for permission to participate. We are asserting our rightful place as partners in decisions that affect our peoples and our territories. Respecting First Nations rights is not a barrier to economic development. It is the path to economic certainty. Industries want certainty. Investors want certainty. Communities want certainty. The greatest certainty comes when governments and First Nations work together from the very beginning, building projects based on respect, consent, and shared prosperity rather than conflict and litigation. Economic reconciliation is not about offering First Nations a share after decisions have already been made. It's about recognizing us as governments with whom decisions must be made. A First Ministers meeting creates the opportunity to build that relationship. It demonstrates that Canada understands the future economy cannot be built without First Nations leadership. It acknowledges that reconciliation is not only a moral obligation, it's an economic imperative. Our ancestors entered into treaties so that we could share this land, not surrender it. They envisioned a relationship based on mutual respect, mutual benefit, and mutual responsibility. That vision remains before us today. This opportunity is about honoring those commitments. It's about ensuring that First Nations are present where the future of the country is being shaped, and it is about leaving the next generation with stronger nations, stronger economies, and stronger relationships. Inherent and treaty rights need to be paramount to frame this discussion and to create economic certainty. Miigwech.
Hey, thank you. I'm seeing a few more people stepping up to the mics. I'm just going to say that we're going to close the speakers list. No more speakers after this, but also because we want to get to, before lunch, resolution number 39, which deals with the First Minister's meeting, so we need time for that before noon. So, Chief Miracle. Number 1.
Sego Sawagwego, Chief Don Miracle, Mohawks, the Bay of Quinte, Wolf Clan. The existing constitutional recognition has proven to be incomplete and unsatisfactory in its implementation. Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 recognized and affirmed existing Aboriginal and treaty rights, but it does not explicitly define the scope of our inherent rights or our right to be self-government. Oftentimes we're caught up in conflicts and arguments about jurisdiction between the federal, provincial, municipal, and First Nations governments that result in litigation, which are expensive and time-consuming with uncertain outcomes. This cannot continue. What cries out for redress is the injustice and the taking of our lands and resources that made a lot of other people rich and our people poor. There's never been a process to come good for what was stolen from us, because the economy and the wealth of this country was built on what was taken from us. If we had redress, constitutional redress that required obligations on the part of all governments who benefit from the taking of the land and resources, then we'd have money to invest in our people and money to invest in our future, our children, and economic prosperity. There never was a table created for redress on that issue. Canada did not have the right to give the natural resources and wealth to the province of Ontario to be under their control, only to have to say the minister doesn't want to meet with the chiefs. There's many academics that have written books on this injustice. The Unconscious Culture of Fair Canada by John Ralston Saul, who was Adrienne Clarkson's husband, wrote a book about that. Indian Givers by Jack Weatherfield. A Stolen Continent. Where's the redress to address what was taken from us? Thieves cannot keep what they've taken illegally without some redress. And that's what our history has been. We've been exploited. We've been pushed on reserves so somebody else could benefit from the land resources, including corporations, even yet to this day. And yet they want to use our land, and just, well, the corporation can give you a token amount of money to keep you quiet. That's not justice. And so what our people are looking for is justice and redress in the abusive and exploitive history that occurred in the development of this country. Nyawakoa.
Mike number 2.
Masi Joseph Hushe, Northern Saskatchewan, Dennis. I do acknowledge the Assembly, the elders, and I acknowledge Grand Chief and our staff that are standing with me for this very important issue. We have a member I brought to the attention of the Assembly, the last Assembly, about Joey Toussaint, spending over 3,000 days in solitary confinement. Our people are being tortured in the federal institutions. We need to do something to end the mass incarceration of our Indigenous people across Canada. Joey is listening right now from Kent Institution. He's listening on a little radio, CPAC, waiting patiently. They try to kill him, they tied him up, they beat him up, and that is our people. We want this issue to be on the agenda for the First Minister's meeting. That is top priority. Imagine your sons and children being tortured. We need to make that a priority. Section 81 and 84, they want to reform the Corrections Act. I asked the Assembly, who gave that right to Canada here to hold our people back from us? Chief Saizi went to the parole hearing, the elders were there, and they want their member back. Canada Correctional System said no. Who gave them that right to take our people and to lock them up, to torture them? We need to step up now. We need to do something to end the mass incarceration of our Indigenous people and bring our family home. These are our family. I fed Joey dry meat when I was there. He didn't have color. He was ready to die 8 years ago. When I go visit him, I give him dry meat. 3 times, 4 times, he's starting to get his color back. Our people need our traditional food. They need the caribou, the moose, the duck, the fish, in order for them to heal. He hasn't had that meal in 20 years until I brought it to him. So let's put that on the agenda. I asked the Assembly and the chiefs here to advocate with us to end the mass incarceration, and I asked the Assembly to open those doors, create that table, so we can start changing that story. Masi Cho.
Masi Cho.
Thank the at Joel, the last parole hearing for Joey, we need to continue to do that. When you were there at the parole hearing, when he was denied. Masi Cho.
Masi Cho. Masi Cho. Okay, prayers for Joey, indeed. Mic number 1.
Ani Bojo, Tainer Simpson Indigenous Cause, Alderville First Nation, Bembadoshkion, Indunjaba, Wawaskeshi, Indodam, Mississauga, Anishinaabe, Gindau. I'm Chief Tainer Simpson, Alderville First Nation. What we are doing right now with the First Minister's meeting, this is an opportunity that does not come up very often. It's something that it's been a whole generation pretty much since the last time we had this opportunity. So we need to ensure that we take full advantage of what's going to be positioned in front of us. I think we've been discussing in our Ontario caucus that we need to establish the ground rules right up front. We need to show that this has to be a process. This can't be one-off. We can't end it at 5 p.m. and then wait for another 20 years and then have our kids pick up the conversation. This is something that we need to ensure we get right this time, that we put everything on the table that we need to do. We have these major issues we need to discuss. We also have these on-the-ground issues we need to discuss. We can do both. As I said earlier, we can chew gum and we can walk at the same time. We can have these major discussions and we can have these very specific discussions. There's no reason why we can't do them in unison together. So what I think we need to do is establish a rights-based conversation. Our rights don't come from Section 35 of the Constitution. They come from the Creator. They come from the lands that we lived on for tens of thousands of years. They come from the treaties that we signed. They come from international law. None of the rights that we have come from the government of Canada, and this is something that we need to remember. They're not going to give us something that that we don't fight for, and we need to fight for it, because what they want from us is our lands. They want to develop our lands, and we want to make sure our rights are honored and respected. So this is where we need to be going. I think that we can all agree that, you know, if we agree ahead of time and we don't have these battles amongst ourselves, we can be of one mind and one voice when we go into the First Minister's meetings. I believe we need to address the Indian Act. For as long as the Indian Act remains, we are legislated wards of the Crown. The Indian Act needs to be replaced with an act respecting our inherent and treaty rights. We should bring the wampum belts to the First Minister's meeting, and we should be ready to create new wampum belts. So to me, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's something that I remember watching as a child on TV as it was happening. This is an opportunity here to finally push those agenda items that we've been sitting on for so long. We need to make sure that we achieve these goals. We have the opportunity, and our children and our grandchildren and all the next 7 generations are counting on us to do it. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech, thank you so much. As mentioned, speakers list closed. We have 4 more speakers. I'm going to go to number 2.
Miigwech, much has been said this morning, and I don't disagree. I do want to go back to this meeting discipline that was raised at the outset of this conversation. I was thinking about that, and I said if the issues can be resolved or discussed at the director, ADM, minister level, it shouldn't consume the First Minister's meeting time. So maybe we need to ask ourselves, so what is the strategic decisions that need our time, and what's the political direction needed? I think the ceremonial aspect is an imperative, but I think we can do that right across the country. I think we can light fires. I think we can have the pipes smoked. I'm prepared to smoke the pipe to support. I don't expect to be in that room, nor do I want to be. But I think we can all support the ceremonial aspect of this in small ways and in very large ways. I was thinking about the model. I haven't had a lot of time to think about it, but I was thinking about a model, and I just feel that it may be an effective start is to just focus on the start of a small number of strategic governance issues, and the ones that I thought about were obviously what Chief Wilfred King brought up and other speakers, the treaty implementation and constitutional relationship. That's been outstanding for a very long time. The unfinished business, I guess, of the Constitution. The next one I thought about was fiscal arrangements and to support long-term self-determination, not the annual contribution arrangements that we face. A third one was on economic reconciliation, including major projects, revenue sharing, and infrastructure development within our lands. The next one I talked about was jurisdiction and recognition of First Nation laws and governance. And the last one was on national and international priorities requiring coordinated federal, provincial, and territorial and First Nation action. So I was just thinking about one internationally is the issue of the Americans and tariffs and how much that's consuming our budgets and our time, and then of course the Iran war and the oil situations. Those are international issues that impact us every day, and I don't think we should lose sight of that on a global scale. Operationally, though, I feel that issues such as that are administrative, dealing with housing, education, health programs, are better addressed with deputy ministers and ministers, and we focus on some of the bigger pieces. Miigwech gibizin doyak. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Miigwech. Thank you. So we have 3 more speakers. I want to go back to the panel. Chief Gould wants another word, and then we're going to deal with the resolution. We're going to do that all before lunch. So mic number 1.
Hello, Miigwech. I'm Sharon Osberg. I'm proxy chief for Bigtagog Anishinaabe, and as a past federal bureaucrat, I can tell you I know what the federal government holds near and dear to their hearts is their policies. And if we don't go in there knowing what those policies and procedures are and how we can rectify them, we're going to be nowhere further ahead. However, I'll give you, a number of examples. There's a number of major projects that are happening throughout our whole country. One of the examples are the nuclear waste and the deep depository that's happening in northwestern Ontario. They did not incorporate transportation in their environmental assessment. So if they didn't incorporate transportation in environmental assessment, then they didn't thoroughly do their jobs in ensuring that every aspect of those projects are going to be impacted. So what I'm asking the minister, when you're going into these conferences, is to ensure that looking at the environmental assessment policies and procedures, we want to make sure that the impact assessment or regulatory review include the cumulative impacts or inherent in treaty rights, harvesting rights, cultural practices, sacred sites, fisheries, waterways, wildlife, and for future generations. If we're not doing this, then we are not upholding our own responsibilities as protection of this land and water. The other, there's examples, we did not get consulted. We can say there's FPEC and all this stuff. The other day on the radio, there was an announcement there's going to be a pipeline running from Manitoba down to Windsor. We all live in this area, northwestern Ontario, and we were not asked, we were not consulted. It was just going to happen. And it's the same thing with two roads going through northwestern Ontario, the transportation that is happening there. Every day I drive the Highway 1117 and there is a fatality. And every day there will be more and more fatalities if we increase the capacity of those trucks transporting that nuclear waste. So with that, I think that there needs to be some policy changes, and they need to include those aspects that we have within our roles and responsibilities as Indigenous people in protection of the land and the water.
Okay, miigwech. Mic number 2.
Sego Salguego, I'm Chief Brennan Sand from the Mohawk Council of Ganastauga. I'd just like to remind everybody here that our community, like a lot of other communities across the nation, are still suffering from the effects of entrenched organized crime infiltrating our community. Whether they're using legalized cannabis as a cover to bring in other illegal substances or other businesses. This is something that is a real and everyday problem for the Mohawks of Ganastauga. I listened to everybody before me talking about protecting our rights, and I agree 100%. Unfortunately, when you're not secure in your safety day to day, when the children in the community aren't safe to go play outside because they're worried somebody will hit them or they'll come across drug paraphernalia or be involved in violence, they're not free to grow and flourish as Oklahoma people. When the elders are no longer feeling safe and contemplating leaving the community that they grew up in because it no longer looks like the place that nurtured them and their ancestors, their rights are meaningless. Fortunately, the current governments seem to be taking First Nations policing seriously. I'll speak just for the current public safety minister and the provincial minister. They seem to be working honestly with us for once. That hasn't always been the case, and it's always a possibility that won't be a case in the future. Governments change and attitudes change, but while we have the ear of the First Ministers, I think it's imperative on all of us to remind them that safety, security, and First Nations policing is a bedrock fundamental necessity for our rights and for the development of all of us here. So that's pretty much all I want to say.
That's great.
No.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you so much. Okay, our final speaker before we come back to the panel. Over to mic number 2.
Okay. It's
good to be here. My name is Ivan Harper, proxy chief for Onion Lake Cree Nation. Just a few thoughts. We're not formally part of AFN. We're an independent treaty nation. Our concern is one of authority and mandate. How is the Assembly of First Nations provided with the authority to organize or coordinate a First Nations First Ministers Conference on behalf of all First Nations? Many treaty nations have never delegated that authority to the AFN on matters affecting treaty rights, inherent rights, or constitutional relationship with the Crown. Our treaties establish a direct nation-to-nation relationship with the Crown, and that relationship cannot be replaced or intermediated with organizational processes or resolutions. Before endorsing this initiative, we should first understand what mandate exists, who provided it, and whether treaty nations were specifically consulted before this process began. Our second concern is the nature of the discussions themselves. Our elders have always reminded us to approach constitutional discussions with great caution. History teaches us that constitutional conferences can have consequences far beyond their original purpose. Our treaties are sacred covenants and constitutional agreements. Any process that touches constitutional relationships, jurisdiction, or treaty implementation has the potential to affect our relationship with the Crown. We cannot assume there is no risk simply because we have been invited to the table. Our concern is not with the dialogue with the Crown. Our concern is with the process, authority, and protecting the integrity of our treaty relationship. If this conference addresses matters affecting treaty rights or constitutional obligations, treaty nations, not advocacy organizations, must determine and by whom they are represented. With that, we have a few questions. What is the source of the AFN's mandate to organize this conference? How is the Chiefs Advisory Committee established? How will treaty nations retain their independent voice and direct nation-to-nation relationship with the Crown throughout this process? And what safeguards are in place to ensure this process does not inadvertently weaken or redefine our treaty relationship or Canada's constitutional obligation to treaty nations? So just some questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chiefs, for all that good guidance, all the issues you raised. I love the one voice, one mind, and I know the Advisory Council of Chiefs and Executive and National Chief have all been taking notes. I'm going to ask Chief Gould if he wants to provide 1 more minute of views.
I'd like to have my 3 minutes as Chief of the Atwood First Nation.
Okay, 3.
3 minutes? She gave me this sign, Chief, time to wrap it up. So I'd like to, it's a great segue from the last speaker there. I've never abdicated my authority. My responsibility to my community is to protect the autonomy of the Advocate First Nation, foremost. I would never concede on that. I won't. I sit in this role as an advisor, but I will never concede my time to speak to the issues that will affect my grandchildren in my community. So I wanted to keep speaking as the Chief, because it's more important for you and us and the Chiefs in Assembly. We have to take that back. We lost it over the last years. Isaiah, I'm going to be an advocate, because I agree with you 100%, that a youth representative should be in that room. But my reason is this: so I don't have to come before the Assembly, a youth council, and apologize because we weren't ready. Apologize for status quo. I'm 57 years old. My gray hair, my kids tell me, Dad, you're an elder now. I failed my children if it's status quo. We all talk about policy and stuff like that and implementation, and I'm trying to harp on the thing that litigation is generational. Intergenerational trauma is something that I received. I didn't even know I had it until my father cried because he went to residential school. I got mad at him. I said, who the hell are you to cry? What you've put us through, your family. I didn't understand it. I understand it now. Am I doing the same thing to my generation? By not changing the way things are. As an Assembly of Chiefs, I'm going to say this. Litigation is generational, and that's all we ever talk about. We fight on it as resolution after resolution, fight caucus hearing meetings, political mandates for the national chiefs. It's terrible if we don't unite when it's important. I don't want to apologize to the Youth Commission. I don't want to go to the youth meetings and say, I'm sorry we let you down again. No one apologized to me, Meech Lake, because we weren't ready. We went to that accord and we were given the right to self-government. We said, hold on a second, we're not ready for it. Okay. And then here we are, how many years later? The same accords and accords are happening. And here's why. Negotiations are very important. If we as a First Nation don't know that we're negotiating with the federal government, they have a mandate. I'm going to tell you what their mandate is right now as a chief of the Ottawa First Nation who has to change my format of political thinking in ways to benefit my community. Here's the federal mandate. Truth and reconciliation is dead. Everything that we've talked about in here is dead. You know why? Because litigation is generational. The national mandate for this office, this Liberal Party, is in the budget deliverable. How many sunset programs, how many cutbacks in policies and different things are affecting our people and our right for all these discussions we're having, great discussions we have with each other. We all agree, yes, we agree. The federal government doesn't care. And I'm going to tell you this, they're counting on us to go to that First Minister's meeting like we have done in the past. Make these demands and these lists of things. They'll check it off. Yeah, we'll give you that. We'll give you that. We'll do that for you. If it's based on policy and protection of individual interest, they don't care. Yeah, no problem. We've done our due diligence to consult with the First Nations. So we have to go to the First Minister's meeting and do better than we've done in the past, Isaiah. We have to tell the youth, watch us. Watch us. We're going to change. We have to change our strategic thinking when we approach and deal with the federal government. Look around us. Things are happening. Things are being railroaded. Everything I hear in the discussions across the board, from whether you're represented or not represented, we need a voice. And if the Assembly of First Nation is going to be given that voice, let's give her the tools to represent all of us in a good way, or we're going to miss the boat again, and they're going to sit there laughing at us. And that's going to happen again. Then you and me will have to come back to this Assembly in 2 years' time, or next year, and apologize to the youth because we let them down again. Valio.
Thank you. I am going to cede the chair back to the chair to talk about a resolution, unless anyone else on the panel has anything to add. Seeing no one. We have some gifts for the panel. Sorry. Oh, one more closing comment, Judy, if we can.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. Yep, I will make this very quick. I just want to validate what I heard. And what I heard today is a strong call for discipline, a strong call for unity, and a strong call for action. To ground the First Nations First Ministers meeting in ceremony and inherent rights, speak with one clear message, move beyond consultation to shared decision-making, build lasting economic, legal, and political structures that put First Nations in control of our own futures on a nation-to-nation partnership basis. We may bring different experiences and priorities, but we are united in this truth. We are rights holders, not stakeholders, and our children and the next 7 generations are counting on us to turn this historic opportunity into implementation, accountability, and an enduring nation-to-nation relationship. And finally, youth involvement is required to build up our next generation of leadership. Clecco, clecco.
Thank you. We have some gifts for our panelists and regional chiefs. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you. Miigwech, a big thank you to Gina Wilson from Ktaganzibi and Schnabeg for moderating and leading the panel discussion, and also to all of our guests, our panelists. They are receiving a gift to say miigwech for your participation in the panel. We want the chiefs that were up here to be able to make it down to the floor. Chiefs, we're going to go right to the resolution. So it's draft resolution, if I can have it up on the screen, please. And I'm forgetting the number. It's draft resolution number 39. This is the resolution dealing with this topic. So I know it's getting close to the noon hour, but we would like to proceed. And I'm really thankful that, chiefs, you've had an opportunity to approach the microphone, speak to the issue. We're hoping that you can make a decision. So, Miigwech, I'm again giving the chiefs some time to get down to the floor and to be able to participate in the discussion. So with that, Chief King, is this something else, or can we get it right into the resolution? Microphone 1.
Chief Wilfred King, I'll speak to the resolution. I'm not a mover or a seconder.
Okay, Miigwech, so please stand by. So Chiefs, again, Miigwech to the Executive for presenting the acknowledgements, the thank you gifts. I was going to give them a time to get down to the floor, but we'll get right into it. It's on the screen. Draft resolution number 39. It's titled First Nations Priorities for a First Nations First Ministers Meeting. It is moved by Ugma Tim Amanika, who I know was here. Yes, thank you. Seconded by Chief Leroy Denny, who I also know was here. Chief Leroy Denny. Oh, right here, Miigwech. So we'll go down. So, a couple of things. Behind the scenes, the movers and the seconders and others have been bringing forward changes. So we have a number of amendments just to help smooth over the process and to make it less complicated. What I will do is I will read the resolution with the amendments. It is up on the screen. You do not have a hard copy. But if you can look at the screen, there are amendments that have been proposed behind the scenes. And then I will go to the mover and seconder if they concur, and then I will open it up starting with the mover and seconder. So if you can please follow the screen. This side is French, and this side is the English. The English has the amendments. So if we can scroll down to the first highlighted item, I'm not sure if there's anything in the whereas. It does not look like it. Here we go. Number 1. Sorry. Therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, support a First Nations First Ministers meeting, FNFMM, to be convened in fall of 2026 in Ottawa, Ontario, as an initial discussion with federal, provincial, and territorial leaders. Here's the changes. Direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to ensure that FNFMM, too many M's, discussions are grounded in affirmation and recognition of First Nations treaty and inherent, unextinguished, and Section 35 rights and jurisdiction. Number 3, direct the AFN to ensure that the primary agenda item at the upcoming FNMMM is the establishment of a jointly governed process with First Nations to develop a national First Nations Crown Table on Confederation and constitutional change, including both political and technical tables, to advance constitutional discussions that support the recognition, affirmation, and implementation of First Nations inherent and treaty rights. Number 4, affirm that the role of the AFN will be relegated to coordination and administrative duties only, with no authority to negotiation or discuss First Nations treaties, rights, lands, jurisdiction, or Crown relationships independently of affected First Nation rights holders. Number 5, direct the AFN to advocate at the FNMMM for sustained and adequate regional funding to support ongoing constitutional discussions. We've scratched out the previous number 3. We go to number 7. Direct the AFN to ensure that First Nations are represented with full inclusion in other FMMs on matters of national importance and any other matters which First Nations identify a need to participate in fully. Number 8, direct the AFN to ensure government representatives participate in ceremony guided by knowledge keepers and elders in the FNFMM process. The new number 9, affirm the proposed separation of Alberta for another province or other restructuring of Canada requires a distinct First Nations Crown process, separate from the FNFMM. We can scroll down further. That might be it. Yes, that is the amended resolution with several amendments to reflect what's been said on the floor, plus discussions behind the scenes. Mover and seconder, are you okay? Before we
Proposeur et coproposeur, est-ce que vous êtes à l'aise avec les modifications, les amendements qui ont été proposés?
Dominica, are you okay with the amendments? Okay. Seconder, Chief Denny. Chief Denny, are you okay with the amendments? Okay, thank you. Resolution is on the floor. I'll go back to the mover at microphone 1. I see a large delegation of speakers at the microphones. We're hoping to make a decision soon. We've reflected, the team has reflected on the comments. So what I will do after the mover and seconder, everyone else, I'm going to ask if you support or oppose the resolution. If you have another amendment, please let us know as soon as possible. But chiefs, if you in the room, if you want to speak to the resolution, please approach the mic now so that we can close the speakers list fairly soon. Microphone 1. Welcome.
Ani, squatting at Tijtankas, my Gandorem, Gema, Wikom Kwangan City Territory. My Jaganashi Nosewin is Tim Omenika, and I'm the chief of Wukomakong City Territory. Yeah, I was asked to move this resolution this morning, and understanding the importance of this First Ministers meeting. I know a lot of our First Nation communities and our chiefs and representatives understand the impacts this is currently having within our territory, not only in each region, but nationally. And, you know, highlighting the importance of what we got to do when we go to this First Ministers meeting is they can not only just listen to what we are doing, they have to act on all of these areas of concern. We heard all morning and even yesterday of some of the concerns we're currently facing without not consulting with our communities, impacting as stewards of the land. They are not recognizing the importance of the longevity and self-sustainability of what our communities are doing and our knowledge, what we are trying to hold. I'm very grateful that I was able to bring in our administration team, were able to allow 13 of our youth to come and observe and be a part of the Assembly of First Nations National Gathering here this week. And it's giving our youth an opportunity to be understanding of what we are currently talking about here, all of the challenges happening, not only within our community, but nationally. So I'm very grateful our youth are observing and being a part of all of this, and AFN allowing them to be witnessing this, this event. But this First Ministers meeting, again, we heard from the youth, we heard from the elders, and us as the leaders and the elected officials, our chiefs of our communities, really got to ensure that this First Ministers meetings is recognizing all those important areas of concern. I know, speaking with a couple of other Gimaws and chiefs before this resolution came, some of the impacts what Alberta is going through with the separation, and we want to make sure that was included with this resolution, because what's going to say that any other minister or premier from any other province could come and say allowing those to separate from those provinces also, and impacting our treaties. We got to ensure that the ministers and the Prime Minister recognize our treaties. And those treaties that were made years ago, they said we were going to be well compensated for those. And we're continuing to fight every day for that and years on end. And who's being impacted by that is our communities. One of the things we're having in our First Nation community is the lack of educational funding. So I'm glad I see one of those resolutions coming to the table too, because I think the government is really, I know the government is really recognizing that our communities, our membership are well educated, and having them to restrict that post-secondary educational funding to try to restrict us moving forward and progressing. So all of those areas of concerns really need to be addressed at these First Ministers meeting, but there's a lot of areas of concern that I see are happening. So at this First Ministers meeting, and why I'm supporting moving this, is we really have to make a strong stance, and I heard from our brothers and sisters that spoke too, to make sure that we have great representation there and that we have to move forward, that this government has to really recognize and follow through with our immediate concerns. So miigwech.
Miigwech, Ogama. Seconder at microphone 2, Chief Denny.
Yeah, well, I know that you all guys, yeah,
Samo Leroy Denny Sasoni, Chief Leroy Denny from Sasoni. Just happy to be there and good to see everybody. And I second this motion. And I just want to make sure that you know, when we go to the First Minister's meeting, that we have priorities, and we can't really overwhelm the agenda and try to minimize every little issue. Every little issue we have over there is very important. I want to make sure we're firm, we're consistent, we're organized, and get all the issues that we identified, all the identified issues and concerns we have across this land, and to be firm on that the meeting, to make sure we're efficient, make sure it's smooth, and I just want to make sure. That's why I second this motion. I expect there's going to be some changes, additions. Let's not overwhelm this resolution. Let's make it very strong, united, and to cover whatever needs to be covered in this base, because we don't get to have these meetings with the Prime Minister, also with the premiers across this land. It's very important that we're very tight and we're very unified in this meeting, and make sure that it's going to be smooth. So I'm probably to second it, and I know that we're going to have some amendments coming in, but let's just, whatever it works and whatever we feel it's important. Well, thank you.
Migach, thank you. So I am looking online on Zoom as well in the room. It looks like we have about 11, 12, maybe 13 speakers lined up on this resolution. I'm really thankful that we've had a couple of hours to talk about this, really good discussion. We'd like to get to the point of making a decision. So what I will ask, number one, first of all, is there anybody else that wants to speak before we close the speakers list? If you wish to speak, please approach the microphone now. I'll give it a few seconds, and then we will be closing the speakers list. So I think everybody that wants to speak has raised their hand or is at the mic. So thank you. I'll close the speakers list now with everyone that is at the microphones. Secondly, I would encourage chiefs, if you can state whether you oppose or support the resolution. If you have an amendment, if we can get directly to the amendment, we'll have a resolution team member approach and get to the amendment. With that, we'll start with microphone number 1, up to 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Chief Wilfred King, Kiasagi, Nishnabek, Gulbe First Nation. I'm speaking in favor of the resolution. Approximately 44 years ago today that we had the repatriation of the Constitution. It was the first time that we had representatives at those meetings and the inclusion of Section 35 rights. And those rights had grown over the years. There's been many litigation, many good cases under Section 35, a few bad ones, but for the most part, it helped our communities go a long way, and people will be talking more about the inherent right and why that's the next step moving forward. 21 years ago, we had the Kelowna Accord, and that accord was defeated when Paul Martin lost the election and Prime Minister Harper took over. Prime Minister Harper scrapped the accord, the Kelowna Accord. The Kelowna Accord back in 2005 was to look at closing the gap, and it was $5.1 billion to look at those sort of things. The other time was the Charlottetown Accord in 1992, which also failed. I think, like I said earlier, we have a real opportunity here to address those long-standing issues. I've been chief of my community since 2002. 1 year I got kicked out, the members kicked me out, and then they brought me back. So I've been chief there for a long time. You know, I think we have to seize the opportunity to make our rights known and demand those rights. We just heard that when Prime Minister Harper had killed the accord, shortly thereafter that he approved the Gordie Howe International Bridge, in which Canada paid $6.4 billion, and we've seen the problems there recently with what's happening with that issue. Recently, Prime Minister Carney made an announcement on the purchase of submarines, which is going to cost $100 billion in the total run of that plan to purchase those submarines. But yet there's no money for the fulfillment of our treaty rights, the fulfillment of our Aboriginal rights, the fulfillment of treaty obligations. And again, I hope we don't miss this opportunity, because I've been a chief for a long time. I know we've made progress, and those progress has been instrumental, but I think this is a real opportunity for us, and we should seize that opportunity. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Chief King. Looking around the room, it looks like we have about 11 or 12 speakers. If we give everybody 4 minutes, that takes us 45 minutes or so, right to 1 o'clock. I know, Chiefs, you need nourishment, you need food, just a reminder. So microphone 2, you have up to 4 minutes. You don't have to take all the time if you don't need.
And thank you for that reminder, Mr. Chairman. I am standing today to speak in favor of the resolution. I just want to make a few comments as a member of the Cowichan Nation, the historic Cowichan Nation from Plektinis, as well as a member of the BC First Nations Leadership Council. And thinking about all the conversation that we've had so far about these issues, I just want to offer a few more thoughts. Often these meetings are controlled by government, and they focus on government priorities and government timelines. And I really hope that we're prepared to clearly articulate our priorities and insist that this agenda really reflects that reality. We need a national conversation about the implementation of First Nations title, rights, laws, and jurisdiction. And I talked about this earlier. Government does not give us anything, and I need to be really clear about that. We don't say, government, give me this, give me that. We say we have these inherent rights, we have the ability to govern ourselves, we have the jurisdiction, and it's time for them to recognize that. There is no longer a question about whether our rights exist. The courts have been really clear and have repeatedly affirmed our inherent rights and title, and most recently the Cowichan Nation Plektinis decision that recognized our title to private land and recognized our title to submerged lands. So the question is really about what governments are going to do about it, and that means shared decision making, that means revenue sharing. That economic justice, as a friend of mine, Adam Olson, refers to it as, has to be a part of this conversation, and making sure that we are the fabric of this economic future that Canada is trying to build. And we really have to close the implementation gap. We've seen commitments to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We've seen commitments on reconciliation and nation-to-nation relationships. But the challenge before us now is turning those commitments into measurable changes in how the governments govern, legislate, and make decisions. I hope this creates space for discussing the future relationships between us and Canada, not just simply program funding or service delivery, but what it means to recognize First Nations governments as governments with inherent jurisdiction and the necessary to care for our lands, waters, our citizens, and our future generations. A lot of the concerns that I've heard raised by the chiefs today are what we, in our analysis at home, refer to as the weeds of colonization. All of the things, all of the hardships, all of the social determinants where we are a deficit at is a direct result of our inability to exercise our jurisdiction and authority over our lands and resources, over our territories, and how we would do things with our citizens. And if we had that control and authority back, and we had the access to those revenues, all of those weeds would disappear. So I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Thank you, Miigwech. Microphone 1.
Good day, Kelsey Jacko here again from Cold Lake First Nations. I'm kind of in limbo. We don't have a rep from Alberta, but I'm going to speak to Resolution 23, 38, and 39. Chiefs, I rise here today to express serious concerns regarding the proposed First Nations First Ministers Conference and the related resolutions before this Assembly. These resolutions raise concerns that go far beyond meeting logistics or political engagements. They concern the future of our treaty relationships with the Crown and the constitutional relationship between treaty nations and the Crown. Treaties were entered into between sovereign nations and the Crown. They are not agreements between treaty nations and political adversary groups, organizations. As treaty nations, we must be extremely careful that nothing we endorse today intentionally alters, weakens, or redirects that sacred relationship. One of our priority concerns is that these resolutions appear to assume that the Assembly of First Nations has the authority to represent First Nations collectively in discussions that may affect treaty rights, Aboriginal rights, inherent jurisdictions, or constitutional relationships. For many treaty nations, that authority has never been delegated. The AFN plays an important advocacy role, but is not a treaty signatory and is not a treaty rights holder. Canada's constitution obligations remain owned directly to the treaty nations. Constitutional concerns. Chiefs, we also need to remember the nature of the First Ministers Conference. Historically, First Ministers Conference have been used to discuss matters of constitutional significance. Whenever constitutional discussions occur, treaty nations must proceed with the highest degree of caution. Our treaties predate the Constitution. Our rights are not created by Section 35. They are recognized and affirmed there. Accordingly, in discussion that could affect Section 35 federal jurisdictions under Section 9124, treaty implementation or the Crown treaty relationship requires the direct participation and direct direction of the treaty nations themselves. No organizations can consent to constitutional discussions on behalf of treaty nations. Protecting future treaty options. Another concern is preserving the future options available to treaty nations. Many nations are currently engaged in treaty implementation discussions, litigation, negotiations, land claims, self-determination initiatives, and other nation-to-nation processes. Nothing arising from a First Nations First Ministers meeting should prejudice, delay, replace, or undermine those existing processes. Nor should participation in such a meeting ever be interpreted by Canada as satisfying its constitutional obligations to consult, accommodate, or obtain free, prior, informed consent of treaty nations. Representation must also remain a matter determined by each nation. Every treaty nation has the inherent authority to determine who speaks for it, what issues it advances, whether it participates, and whether it wishes to engage Canada directly. Those decisions belong to the nations, not to national organizations. For these reasons, I encourage the Assembly to ensure these resolutions contain clear treaty protections. Our concern is not whether dialogue should occur. Our concern is ensuring that dialogue never comes at the expense of treaty rights, treaty jurisdictions, or the direct nation-to-nation relationship
20 seconds.
that exists between treaty nations and the Crown. Masicho.
Masicho, Miigwech. Microphone number 2. Chief Powell, I believe, microphone 2.
Yes, Chief John Powell, Mamalilika First Nation. Today I rise in support of this resolution, but I'd just like to make one friendly amendment, and I've given it to the recorders. In clause 3, at the end it says inherent and treaty rights, and I would just like to add a comma and add human rights, in view of the fact that, especially in Child and Family Services, we are continuing going to the tribunal to have our human rights upheld, and I'd just like to put it in this resolution because I think that it's important to include it. And I'm going to share my time with Judy Wilson to add to this one that we said we were going to earlier this morning.
Judy Wilson, proxy holder for Shuswap Band. Resolution 18, we deleted L, and we said we would move it over to this resolution, and it just reads, during the 2025 AFN Special Chiefs Assembly, the Prime Minister announced that a First Nations Minister meeting would be convened in 2026 and confirmed that First Nations would set the agenda with the processes intended to support dialogue and establish shared priorities between First Nations, the federal government, provincial and territorial governments on issues of national significance. So that was taken from Resolution 18. It was intended to be included in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Just Proxy Wilson, does the resolution team have that?
Yeah.
It's all of
yeah,
L.
It's the same
from-
wording as was in 18 is L, yeah.
Okay, miigwech. So what I'll do is we'll go to those amendments now before we move on. If I can have the resolution up on the screen, please. Up on the screen for the Assembly, but also on mine. So there's two amendments. There's a simple one, and I can't remember which paragraph. It was the addition of paragraph 3. Okay, paragraph 3. If we can scroll up. Oh, that's at the bottom of paragraph 3. Scroll down. And it's the addition of 2 words, treaty, comma, and human rights. That's what you're looking for. Mover and seconder, are you okay with that? Mover of the resolution, are you okay with that? Okay, there you are. I couldn't find you. Ogama is okay. Seconder, Chief Denny, I know you're here somewhere. You're okay? Okay, miigwech. So the other one is, which one? P? Okay. So if we can scroll up to the whereas. So this is whereas P. This is the addition. During the 2025 AFN Special Chiefs Assembly, the Prime Minister announced that a First Nations Ministers Meeting, FNFMM, would be convened in 2026 and confirmed that First Nations would set the agenda with the process intended to support dialogue and establish shared priorities between First Nations, the federal government, and the provincial and territorial governments on issues of national significance. So, mover, are you okay with that? Good. Seconder? Chief Denny? Okay, thank you. We'll come back, nobody online, and again, we've closed the speakers list with those that are on the floor. Microphone 1.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Chief Veronica Smith, Chippewas and Nawash Unceded First Nation. I'm just here to, in support of the resolution and the chiefs and technicians in setting the agenda for this First Ministers meeting to hold those ministers accountable for their Crown obligations. Miigwech.
Miigwech. We'll go back to microphone number 2. Grand Chief. Microphone 2.
Hi, so 2 things, just some general comments, and then it is kind of empty in here, and it's lunchtime, so just keep that in mind. I support having a meeting of this level. We shouldn't be working on Canada and the province's time. I mean, in reality, it's their responsibility to engage with everybody here. We have our agreements directly with the Crown, and they're supposed to uphold that. Instead, we're going to sit here and try to cram all of our issues into one topic to try to present to them in a couple-hour meeting with limited representatives, because I mean, we even get to that one, and I'm sure that's going to be a huge discussion as who is going and who is representing First Nations as a whole. We know what Canada wants. Canada just wants one person to represent all First Nations, but that doesn't work. So I would say that we should be pushing to say that it is their job to uphold the honor of the Crown and meet with all 634, 36 communities as soon as possible, and not delay or try to cram everything and just say, tell us your one issue. With that said, do we even have enough people here to make a decision on this or to pass quorum? Like, what is the quorum threshold right now? I do see a lot of empty chairs. It is lunchtime, so I don't know if this is something that we need to just push to a little bit after lunch, make sure everybody's back and we can all decide on it, rather than either people don't and disapprove of this or support it and there's still more dialogue that's needed. So, yeah.
Thank you. So just in terms of the quorum. Grand Chief, so normally I'll look around the room and that we keep going, that we, on the basis that we do have quorum, but if anybody asks for an official count, we will count in the room and online. Are you asking for an official count?
I'm just saying, what's the process? Just because when I look around, it's a bit emptier than it was earlier, so... And this is something that's important for everybody to be partaking in, I think. So just given that we're already at lunch and many people had to leave for different meetings, that we should all have the opportunity to weigh in and be available.
Okay, so if you are asking for a quorum count, I will do a quick quorum count. If you're comfortable looking around the room, I have a feeling that based on today's quorum numbers, that we might be okay. But are you asking me for a quorum count? If so, I will do it. Yeah, we have chiefs online as well.
All right.
If you're okay? Okay, miigwech. Thank you. Microphone 1.
Councillor Catherine Wilson, proxy for Chief Laurie Carr, and I'm going to turn my time over to Huron Regional Chief Scott McLeod.
Anin Kinawea. It's been a little while since I've been at the microphone. Feels kind of good to be back. And when I first got up here in the line, I saw Chief King ahead of me, so some things never change. But I'd like to speak, and I have much of the support of Ontario chiefs about the support of this resolution. And before we get too far in the amendments, I would like the chiefs to think about one thing, and that's all roads lead back to our inherent rights that are protected by treaty. All of the other issues that we want to talk about, which are very important issues, including human rights and all those other things, are embedded. They're embedded in our inherent rights. So it's very crucial that we keep this at a very high level of discussions when we're talking at the First Minister's meeting, to be able to set the stage for further discussions about those issues. But we need to get our inherent rights foot in the door to be able to properly address those issues that we are faced with every day. And what this does, it changes our relationship from one of service delivery to one of a nation-to-nation relationship, which is where we are supposed to be at. So I encourage the chiefs to stand behind this and to pass this resolution, knowing that the rights, the issues specific to you are not going to be discussed in great detail, but moreover the conversation of inherent rights and treaty implementation. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Guma. We will go back to microphone number 2.
Oh, that's me.
That is you.
Chief Shelley Moore for APTN National. I'm speaking in support of the resolution, much to what Chief Scott McLeod was talking to, is that this needs to be based in our inherent and treaty rights. That is the one thing that 634 nations have in common, is that, and we really need to talk about the things that we have in common moving forward. And in that, it is us who gives certainty to any major project that's going to be moving forward. So we need to be exercising that right. So with that, I'm good. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Back to microphone 1.
Chief Kelly LaRocca from the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. I'm speaking in support of the resolution. Again, just wanting to say setting the tone is really important on a government-to-government basis. And I think we all agree that inherent rights have sustained us. They are the source of Indigenous law and governance. Inherent rights is what promoted us to secure a seat at the constitutional table in 1982. Even though we were red ink in the margins, we were an afterthought at that time, but they had to include us in that discussion because of our inherent rights, so we can't forget that. Section 35 and the vernacular of human rights are actually not the source of our inherent rights. They were won because of our inherent rights. You know, the AFN doesn't speak for rights holders. I have confidence that the rights holders will set the agenda. It seems the only other business is simply who's going to be there at the table. So, miigwech.
Miigwech. Chief LaRocca, I might need a favor. I see Chief Kopanis at microphone 2. We had already closed the speakers list. We had closed it. Chief LaRocca, I'm not sure if you want to give your colleague a few minutes of your time. It's 3 minutes left. Are you okay with that? No, you don't need to give him your lanyard. Just, no. Yeah. Are you okay with that?
That's fine.
Okay,
fine.
So thank you. Chief Kopanis, so we'll follow the time here. 3 minutes left. Yeah.
Bonjour, Mishkrab, and Dishnikas, Makwadan, and Dodam. Just thank everybody for the good discussion. I was racing here from the dentist, so following online, and got here in time. I'm really happy to see the support for the resolution. I think the big issue, and I'll speak on behalf of the Ojibways of Onegaming, is I really want to make sure that whatever comes out of this meeting really prioritizes those First Nations that need it, especially those in states of emergency, those with no infrastructure, those with the greatest gaps. That seemed to be what the Kelowna Accord was about. That was my baby. I worked on that for 18 months with Prime Minister Paul Martin, and the dollars were targeted specifically to those most in need. And I find that under the Trudeau government, despite their best intentions, that they really did a first come, first serve application-based policy delivery for all of their initiatives, and it left a lot of our communities behind. So just making sure that none of our communities are left behind. I also want to thank the AFN and National Chief Woodhouse for all of our work to advance this. I think the other big difference between now and Kelowna is that during Kelowna it was a minority government. It was really at the whims of the opposition. This time Prime Minister Carney has a majority and really has the opportunity to deliver for First Nations. Lastly, I agree that I think it's really important that as many people get into the room as possible or provided access some way. The Kelowna meeting had meeting rooms for people to watch that weren't directly in the room. So again, there were gathering places for other leaders to attend. And I want to make sure again that it's not just a single meeting. You know, when we did Kelowna, I was 26 years old and I was a little bit young and naive, and I didn't know that you could just undo government policy. I thought we did it. I thought we had won like the Stanley Cup and delivered $5 billion to our people, only for months later to find out that it wasn't actually going to be implemented. And so again, making sure that we hold the honor of the Crown to their commitments, to their policy investments and implementation. Miigwech again for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Kopanis. Final speaker, Chief Simpson, if you can bear with me, I want to deal with the amendments first and let you stand a little bit longer, get the stretch. So we had two amendments that we were dealing with, and then the final speaker. If we can have the resolution on the screen, please. And these came from Proxy Wilson. Proxy Wilson, if you can just sort of keep an eye out. These were your proposed amendments. On the screen, please, the resolution. So we're going to go to, in the whereas, I believe it's J, right there. We've just moved the text, so it's in a different location. Mover, are you okay with that? Okay, seconder, you're okay? Chief Denny? You're okay? Very good. We'll scroll down, there's another one, number 4. So here's the one, Proxy Wilson, just keep an eye out. So number 4 says, direct the AFN to advocate for the inclusion of federal fast-tracking legislation, pipeline development, major project approvals, the Canada-Alberta Memorandum of Understanding and associated implementation agreement, environmental oversight, and the upholding of First Nations free, prior, and informed consent, FPIC, as priority issues for discussion at the 2026 First Nations First Ministers meeting, and where such issues are not addressed at the meeting, to pursue appropriate opportunities to advance First Nations priorities on these matters with federal, provincial, and territorial government. That's what you're looking for? Okay, mover, you're good. Seconder, Chief Denny, you're good? Okay, very good. Chief Simpson. Microphone 1, please.
Chief Tanner Simpson, Alderville First Nation. I was generally just standing up here in support of our colleagues here. So we do support this motion, and I'd like to call question.
Thank you. Question's been called. Chiefs, looking around the room, we did do an informal count. We're still okay for quorum online as well. I don't see any objections, strong objections, but I'm going to call to see if we have consensus. Do we have consensus? Is there any opposition or abstentions to the resolution before you? There is an abstention. Okay, so with that, there are abstentions. So what I'm going to do is call for a vote, and I'm going to ask for the polls to be opened, please. Encore, please open the polls. The polls are now open. You should get an email right now with the link and your 6-digit number. Remember, it's the same number from yesterday. If you don't get the email right away, just go back to the emails from yesterday and please cast your ballot. In favor, opposition, or abstention? Yeah, everyone can vote, including on Zoom, and everyone that is registered will get an email right now, so we'll give it a minute here to make sure that everyone has that opportunity. Just a reminder, if you have any issues, challenges, staff are here with the orange lanyards. If you have any issues, just raise your hand and we'll help you out. So again, we're online voting. I think this is the first online vote for today. And if you have any issues, let us know. There's also, let's put it up on the screen, Encore. I don't know if you have it ready. You probably don't have it ready, but if you can look for the slide for online voting, there's an email address and a phone number that you would have gotten Encore. If you're able to look that up and put it up on the screens. I know the email address is registration@afn.ca. If you're having an issue, if you're online, you can email that address. There's also a phone number, and I just don't have it in front of me, but it hopefully, there it is. It's up on the screen. 1-833-236-8324. Call that number if you have any issues that you need some help with. Looks like we're helping out. Anybody else need any help in the room? I think everybody's okay. I'll give it, we've got a good voter turnout here, considering the quorum count. So I'll give it another 10 seconds. Reminder, we will continue on with the agenda. I'm going to be very shortly turning it over to my colleague, Kiera, to get right into the lunchtime presentation. It looks like we've got a lot of people online as well, and chiefs are joining from their caucus rooms and participating in the meeting from their caucus sessions. Okay, Encore. Any more issues in the room? I see none. If you can close the polls, please. And the polls are now closed. It'll take a second here to get the results. And again, this is draft resolution 39. If I can have it up on the screen, please. So draft resolution 39, we will have the results up on the screen. In favor, 98.3%, which is, I'm not sure if we have the number there. Okay, do you have it on yours? Yeah. Oh, okay. 114 votes in favor, 2 opposed, and 7 abstentions for a total of 123. So the resolution is carried. So miigwech, and we will continue on. I'll hand it over to our youth co-chair, my colleague Kiera. So miigwech. And I see former National Chief Ovid Meckerty is sitting here still very intently. Miigwech for your continued participation.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the update from the Settlement Implementation Committee on FNCFS and Jordan's Principles class action. The Settlement Implementation Committee will report on the ongoing implementation of the Settlement Agreement on Child Welfare, Jordan's Principle, and KITH placements. The panel will provide an update on the administration of the settlement, including the status of the compensation process, the development of the claim support mechanisms, and recent efforts to support the orderly and effective delivery of settlement benefits to eligible class members. In 2023, the Federal Court of Canada appointed 5 members to the Settlement Implementation Committee, of which the Assembly of First Nations Executive Committee and representative plaintiffs appointed 3 of them. The AFN appointed members will present on the implementation of the settlement agreement. So we'd like to welcome Chief Derek Nepanak of Minnegozibi, Anishinaabe. Duke Peltier is a proud citizen and former Ojima Wikwe Megang, and Stuart Watke, a citizen of Garden Hill First Nation. And the second focus of the presentation will be led by representatives from the Thunderbird Partnership Foundation and Sotos LLP, who will present on their work on the upcoming Jordan Principles and Kith classes. Carol Hopkins is of Lenape First Nation and the Chief Executive Officer of the Thunderbird Partnership Foundation, and Mohsin Sadiq, partner of Sotos LLP. So I'd like to introduce them and welcome them to the stage. Encore. Encore, could you please put the PowerPoint presentation up on the screen? Thank you.
Ambajudi Chiogamakonic. Nibin Makwa, Jugumakwa te, Indigenakas, Makwan Totem. Ninogimakan, Minagosbi Anishinaabe, Minagosbi Donji. I'm Derek Nepanak, Chief of the Minagosbi Anishinaabe. There's about 6,000 of us in what's now called West Central Manitoba. We're a Treaty 4 and a Treaty 2 community. And I'm very honored to be part of this group, the Settlement Implementation Committee. There's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done over the last number of years to get us to this stage in the implementation of the settlement. And today I'm happy to provide a small portion of the update for leadership and for our community at large. The presentation provides an implementation update on the Child and Family Services and Jordan's principal compensation process with a focus on the claims uptake, compensation payments, claimant supports, recent federal court approvals, and ongoing work required to ensure that eligible class members are able to meaningfully participate in the settlement. As of May 31st, 2026, 168,609 individuals have submitted claims for compensation. This figure reflects claims received only and should not be treated as a determination of eligibility. The administrator is currently averaging approximately 4 to 5 months to process claims. Based on current submission rates, approximately 57% of the estimated eligible claimant population has not yet submitted an application. That's more than half of the potential eligible that have not yet submitted an application. And if we break it down specific to the removed child class, which was the first one to launch, by region, as mentioned, since May 31st, the administrators received 108,592 applications. Manitoba and Saskatchewan lead nationally in submission rates, as you can see from the chart provided. Ontario continues to show comparatively slower growth. Compensation for the removed child class is currently payable. We have requested enhanced outreach efforts to eligible individuals to support the submission of applications. And this is certainly a big part of the work that we do as the implementation committee in our regular meetings, is to talk about what are the challenges we have with uptake of the agreement. And if you look on the chart, you'll see that we're having some issues in various jurisdictions across the country. And we hope that, with the support of leadership in these regions, such as Atlantic Canada and Ontario, that there will be a way forward to make sure that adequate uptake is properly communicated to potentially eligible claimants. From the removed child family class, the uptake applications remain comparatively low. As of May 31st, 2026, the administrators received 60,017 applications for compensation from parents or the caregiving grandparents. The administrators also reported misinformation, suggesting that filing a removed child family class would reduce funds available for removed child class claimants, and that is incorrect. The Settlement Implementation Committee has directed the administrator to conduct further communications and outreach for the removed child family class. And as you can see, the estimated claimants versus the claimants received, there's a very significant margin there. So we're hoping that we see more uptake of the opportunity for families that were impacted by the removal of a family member step forward and begin to fill out the claimant opportunity. That concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'd like to hand it over to Ogima Duke.
Miigwech Kanuia, Nigan Wassa Ganabak Geni Dijan Kas, Kondodem, Wikwam Konge Vinjaba, Minashke, Mandaga, Ajanagmego, Mampi, Gemak, we Nakitama, Bedonjiakunje. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to speak a little bit to part of our role here in the Settlement Implementation Committee and identify some of the claim trends and eligibility reviews that we have to undertake in order to ensure that everyone that is eligible is able to receive their share of the settlement. So we see that there's a significant portion, 40 to 50% of the claims continue to be assessed as inconclusive. And part of that reasoning is that some of the data that is being shared by Canada is still being analyzed by the administrator. And it's at that point where it was just received late this January, and we anticipate that they'll be able to sort through that information and provide some further clarification to many of those that received the inconclusive letters from their applications. Additionally, what we're finding as part of some of the claims that are coming in is that we noticed, as Derek Nepanak has outlined, is that in some areas the applications are coming in slower than anticipated based on the review of what we've anticipated or how many applications in different regions. So we pinpointed to potentially homeless individuals or those that are transient and maybe don't have access to internet. So the administrator is looking at a communication strategy to reach out to many of the organizations that work in the inner cities across the country, the friendship centers and organizations that support individuals living outside of our First Nation communities that are potentially living in those environments. So these things are continuing to be assessed, and further public communications will be modified to encourage greater uptake and allow for people to grasp the information wherever it is that they are. So as of June 30th, 2026, there has been almost $2 billion in compensation, or a little over $1 billion. These numbers are too large. I can't even fathom how much money this is, but to date, it's been $1,999 million in compensation paid to all claimants. And a total of 27,499 claimants have received their payments of $40,000 each. And these have been issued by direct deposit or check. And commencement of compensation payments is a significant implementation milestone. And we note that $1 billion has gone out to date. And we feel that's a very good start. As far as claimant support services, the administrator continues to provide these services required under the settlement agreement. These include claims helpers, regional liaisons, service coordinators, and community liaisons. Many of you will have already been contacted as leaders of your communities by these individuals that are working within the regions supporting this the settlement agreement. And these supports are intended to improve accessibility, assist with claim form completion, and provide community-based engagements and respond to all inquiries. And the use of the claims helpers has increased substantially since the compensation launch date. We've noticed a trend that once individuals knew that their payments were being deposited, they did share that with their own networks, and we've seen an increase in applications after that. So March 10th and May 31st, claims helpers recorded that there were 31,192 interactions with individual potential claimants and 2,114 sessions attended by over 17,000 attendees. They've also delivered 1,296 sessions within First Nation communities across the country. And I'm going to pass the rest of the presentation over to Stuart Watke.
Good afternoon. My name is Stuart Watke. I'm a citizen in Garden Hill First Nation. I'm also one of the class councils. The settlement agreement is different from other settlement agreements in the fact that we do have a settlement implementation committee, which was approved by the court. And essentially, it provides a mechanism where issues arise that the settlement implementation committee, our committee, can address those without going to court. In other settlement agreements, such as the Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and others, really the courts have taken a view that whatever's written in the agreement stands, and there was very little opportunity to change or deal with issues requiring class counsel to go to court. Our committee is a bit different. We have the authority from the court to do certain things when systemic issues arise, which I will briefly discuss. One of the issues that came up, of course, is progressive disclosure. And this is where someone submits their application for compensation, but later on adds more information. In other class actions, once you submitted an application form, that was it, you couldn't change it. So the administrator came to us reporting that individuals have filed their applications and were submitting additional information which would be helpful to their claim. The Settlement Implementation Committee looked at that, and we instructed the administrator to accept that additional information, add it to their application forms, and the administrator has the ability now to update any information that a claimant submits up to the date of payment of compensation. So it provides a little more flexibility for claimants to add to their applications or provide more information that they may feel is supportive of their application for compensation. And this is an important operational development. It demonstrates that the Settlement Implementation Committee can address issues as they arise and provide proactive solutions to ensure that everybody that's entitled to compensation will receive compensation. Oops, I might have went too far. Another issue that came up was with respect to incarcerated claimants. These are individuals that are currently in incarcerated institutions, whether it's federal or provincial. And under the settlement agreement, individuals have to file an application form. They have to reach out and speak to individuals with the administrator. Based on the processes that are involved in many facilities, correctional facilities, there isn't that opportunity to actually submit paper forms, to have conversations over the phone, especially where you have to call the administrator and wait online. It becomes very difficult. So we worked with the administrator, looked at what the systemic barriers were. We addressed alternative processes for incarcerated claimants to file their applications, and also to provide supporting documentation such as ID. Some of the individuals don't have their official ID, so we've looked at alternative ID processes for those individuals. And essentially what we did is we went to court and said that we need a slight modification to the application process for these particular individuals, and the court did agree to authorize an alternative process for individuals that are incarcerated to submit their applications. Another issue that arose that we were informed by the administrator was that a number of young people who are claimants themselves, but their parents are also potential claimants, and their parents have unfortunately moved on to the spirit world. Now, these individuals said, well, how do I apply for compensation? I can't apply for compensation until I'm 18. And some of them were young as 10 years old, 12 years old, very industrialized, they're very astute young people, very smart. And they basically said, yeah, I can't apply for compensation. There's only a 4-year window to apply for compensation, which essentially would prevent me from applying for compensation. So we looked at those issues and the data that was provided by the administrator. The Settlement Implementation Committee worked with the administrator and others to develop a process for those. And again, this required a slight modification to the application process. We went to the Federal Court of Canada, and the Federal Court of Canada did authorize the modification. So essentially now, if a young person has deceased parents who are potential claimants, that young person, whoever is in care of them, whether it's a foster parent, a parent, guardian, whatever, can apply for compensation on behalf of that young person, and the compensation won't be payable, of course, until that young person turns 18, but the application will get in. For those individuals that missed a deadline, or for whatever reason the caregiver right now does not file an application, the court has authorized a Settlement Implementation Committee to look at those applications once that individual does turn 18 on a case-by-case basis to ensure that the application can be processed and that individual will receive the compensation they're entitled to. So the court did authorize that function for the Settlement Implementation Committee moving forward. We also have the off-database claimants, and Derek, Chief Nepanak spoke to this point where we have a number of inconclusive letters at this point that were issued to individuals. And essentially, the way this settlement agreement was structured was that we would get information from Canada on who Canada paid for as far as placements in child welfare processes. And we use that so that individuals don't have to file a lot of application, a lot of supporting materials for the application. The application forms are very, very short. It asks for some basic information, name, date of birth, status number, that type of thing. And we compare that to the database that we were provided by ISC. If there's a match, they're automatically in, they'll be getting compensation. But there are a number of individuals who filed applications that the records with ISC don't match. Rather than say no to those individuals right away, we've created a process for those individuals to supporting documentation, to work with the claims helpers to sort of perfect their applications, put in the required information so that their application can be assessed by the administrator. So it's another built-in process where we provided flexibility in the applications process to ensure that those individuals who may be entitled to compensation do have a process to complete their applications. And again, looking at ways to ensure that those individuals who are entitled to compensation will be receiving it. The last recent matter that we had to deal with was First Nations individuals who were adopted through custom processes. Now, custom adoptions, of course, vary throughout the country, and in some cases, the caregiving grandparent or the caregiving parent, the caregiving grandparent had the child removed from them. But it was through a custom adoption, so there was no real documentation saying that they were the parent or they were the grandparent. And so providing that information to the administrator to support the claim became somewhat onerous. And so we worked with the administrator looking at ways to sort of help these individuals. And again, we've developed a process where custom adoptions and supporting documentation to verify that a child was adopted through a custom adoption process would be recognized by the administrators. So those caregiving grandparents who have had custody of the child through a custom adoption process will be recognized, and that those individuals would be able to provide the documentation that's required to complete their application and to support their application for compensation. And again, we're looking at very flexible, the types of supporting documentation could be a letter from a First Nation saying, yes, the child was adopted through custom process. Could be statutory declarations, affidavits, band council declarations. Really, it's a flexible process to say that, yes, the tribe, the First Nation government recognized that a child was adopted through custom process, and the information that was provided by the caregiving grandparent is valid, in which case the administrator would take that information and process the applications. And the last thing that we looked at, of course, was an information sharing protocol. This is dealing with people that have become deceased or people that do not have the mental capacity to care for themselves. And again, this is a process where someone submits an application, and we want to ensure that the information they provide is not onerous, that they don't have to dig up records and find things. So what we've done is we created an information sharing protocol with the assistance of the administrator and Indigenous Services Canada, in which case if Canada becomes aware that an individual has become deceased, Canada can share that some information with the administrator, such as who is the executor, who is the administrator of the state, and from that process, the administrator can contact that executor and say the state is eligible for a compensation claim, please file and complete the application. So it really reduces the burden on families and estates and even those individuals that can't care for themselves for Canada to share information with the administrator, and the administrator will, through claims helpers and other processes, will reach out to those individuals to ensure that applications can be completed. So that's essentially the recent activity that the Settlement Implementation Committee has undertaken. It's not like we've been sitting by. We've been working very hard to ensure that the settlement agreement is implemented in a manner that reflects the spirit and intention of the parties in the settlement, and to ensure that processes are made available to individuals. And as systemic issues come up in the future, the Settlement Implementation Committee will be working on those as well to ensure that the application process runs as smooth as possible for claimants. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Carol, who will be talking about the Jordan's Principal class.
We want to show in the way Maganadok, no jam indigenous cause, Gaye, my inga and Dodem, Lane Lanape Quay and Del, Lenape King and Donjaba. I'm Carol Hopkins, and I come from the Lenape Nation, otherwise known as the Delaware people, in southwestern Ontario, and I'm the CEO of Thunderbird Partnership Foundation, and we were invited through a series of conversations with the AFN to support the development of a claims form that would assist in facilitating compensation. And so that is a process that is still underway and in development. It facilitates an application or a claim that allows people to, we hope, fully tell their story that will then be assessed for compensation. They have to provide, a claimant has to provide confirmation of their need for an essential service that was not fulfilled, delayed, denied, or not available. And so we've brought together, Thunderbird Partnership Foundation has brought together a number of folks who have expertise in designing databases that can accurately calculate, can measure, can differentiate, tell the difference between the levels of pain and suffering that individuals are communicating through their story as established in the claim form. And so those processes have taken a lot of time, and I want to talk to you about the pilots that we facilitated to test certain aspects of the claim form. And we expect that the process is in its final stage and will be completed in 2027. The reason why Thunderbird Partnership Foundation was asked to play a role in facilitating the development of the claim form is because of our work in the development of the Indigenous Wellness Framework. And so the Indigenous Wellness Framework, it's hard to see on the screen, but we also have a booth. You can get the materials there if you're interested in it. But the Indigenous Wellness Framework draws on Indigenous knowledge. It doesn't assess the what's wrong with you. We have lots of stories about what's wrong with us, but our culture and our language tells a strength-based story because spirit is embedded throughout our language. And so we wanted to know from our own way of thinking what creates a whole and healthy person. And what do we do? Often we talk about that as culture, our way of living, our way of being. What is it we do through our culture that facilitates, enhances, and supports a whole and healthy person? And when we use those practices, what should we expect the outcomes to be? And so we had an elder who had knowledge of creation stories amongst First Nations people across the country, is a spiritual ceremonial leader and chief, and was supported by a researcher, went across the country talking to different nations of people, all with their own distinct languages and culture-based practices. And those were the three central questions. Everywhere we went, people said that we assess wellness by looking at the whole person. So as that applies to assessing pain and suffering of the worst kind of First Nations people, individuals, children and their families, their caregivers, we had to know what is it being measured against. And so if there was a physical injury or physical pain and suffering, we know it's not just the body that suffers. It's emotional suffering. It might be a disconnection from identity, from the land that they come from, the foods that come from the land. And so we use this framework to assist in our thinking and to apply it in the way that the claim form was structured, to ensure that pain and suffering is being measured from all aspects of our being, from a physical perspective, emotional, mental, as well as spiritual. So this claim form supports the Jordan's Principal Trout and Essential Services class that covered a period of 1991 to 2017, where First Nations were again either delayed in getting what they needed, they were denied in getting what they needed, or what was needed was not provided, not accessible. And so in the pilot test, we wanted to facilitate an understanding of potential claimants as minors. So what would be the health conditions? How would those health conditions impact them from a wide variety? We wanted to understand less severe as well as severe. So for children or minors, which are defined by the provinces, so age of majority, their caregiving parents or grandparents are what's defined as the caregivers. And then on the questions specific to Indigenous wellness or First Nations wellness, we wanted to make sure that what we were borrowing from Thunderbird's research was being accurately understood and applied within this framework. And so We invited community partners to also participate in the pilot so that they could give us feedback specifically about the questions that had to do with culture and identity and Indigenous wellness. The relationship of individuals who are eligible to make a claim are biological relatives, the parents, caregivers, or the step-parents or the adoptive parents. And so those were the folks that we were looking for. Now, because we heard through focus groups, through an advisory committee, as well as partners, that we needed to pay attention to re-traumatizing individuals. And so we wanted to intentionally set up a process in the pilot where we could test out and ask people about their experiencing in answering the questions of the claim form. And so we developed a draft. We facilitated the draft in both paper form and an online form. What was important in the claim form was the development of a scoring algorithm, which means behind the form, when people fill it out, there's math behind that form when it's online and electronic. And depending on how you rate your pain and suffering, less severe, more severe, or whether you say it's chronic, it lasts across my lifetime, or it's acute once in a while, or just once, that the claim form was able to calculate that impact so that we have the differences across the spectrum. So in the pre-pilot phase, we were talking about this strategy with folks. We were getting their advice on what we need to put in place to facilitate the pilot in the safest way possible. We also sought an ethics review through Dr. Chris Moshquash at Lakehead University, and we got a response from them and have that on file, which gave us the go-ahead to proceed to phase 1. And phase 1, we drew from the workforce in mental wellness. And we did that because we believe that the mental wellness workforce, people who work in treatment centers, in mental wellness teams, health directors, community-based prevention workers, that they would, or the residential school health support workers, they would have the best knowledge of trauma. They're actually experts in trauma and understanding trauma, how to facilitate it, what it looks like, how to respond. We wanted their perspective about the language that was being used, the words that we used in the claim form, and what impact it had on the individuals. And so we sought out at least 100 people who then chose the role of either minor, a caregiver, or a First Nations person looking at those culture-specific questions. And then we applied some research methodology to help us understand what people said as a response of participating in that role play exercise that gave us feedback about the claim form. So a substantial outcome of phase 1 was an understanding of the impact of trauma. We did ask people, there's nothing that can take away the pain and the suffering that was experienced. And we have no intention of re-traumatizing. But by the very fact you are filling out the claim form, those memories are going to elicit emotional response. And so one of the questions we asked, is it worth it? Are you able to go through that in order to finalize your story in the claim form? And overall, people said yes. As long as we are putting supports in place. And so we did make some additions to the claim form to further facilitate attention to reducing the impact of trauma. And the other point that we did between phase 1 and phase 2 is we wanted to talk to First Nations language speakers, people who were fluent in their language. And so we got somebody who was a translator and had individual sessions with First Nations language speakers. And we asked the translator, the interpreter, how easy was it, how difficult was it to translate the language in the claim form? What recommendations did they have to change those English words to make it more accessible to First Nations language speakers? And what was the experience of the First Nations language speaker who was in the role-playing the role of a caregiver? So we tried to look at it from different perspectives. We took that feedback and we made adjustments to words. We had lots and lots of conversations about the English words and how do we maintain the integrity of what the question is asking while making sure that it's accessible by First Nations people in our communities. Then in phase 2, we had conversations with the class plaintiff reps. And we facilitated individual conversations with them, went through the claim form, took their lived experience and applied it to the structure of the claim form. In fact, it influenced the rating scales. It influenced the sections of the claim form. And so the feedback that they gave us was very, very valuable. In phase 3, we wanted to, after applying all of these changes through phase 1 and 2, which took at least 18 months of work to gather those folks, to facilitate their engagement in filling out the claim form, to facilitate knowledge amongst claims helpers so that they would know what is the intention of the claim form and how to support somebody going through either paper or online versions. So in phase 3, we were seeking at least 400 people to participate again in another pilot. And a pilot is, here's the draft of where we are in this claim form, fill it out and give us feedback. And there was structured feedback that we're looking for, but open to whatever they had to say. So in the next couple of slides, I'm going to tell you what the result of phase 3 was. But I'll just say phase 1 was focused on language. Was it accessible? Did it pay attention to trauma and meet the needs of people? Phase 2 was largely focused on the lived experience of the class plaintiffs. And in phase 3, now we're looking at, does the claim form function well? Does it actually tell the story? Does it show us the difference between and I'll just use these examples, they're not real by any means, someone who needed glasses and someone who needed invasive surgery, or somebody who lost their life as a result of this discrimination. And so I already spoke about phase 1 a bit, so I'm going to go right to the phase 3 pilot. Like I said, we're looking for a minimum of 400 people. We got 654 applicants. And we were screening the applicants to ensure their First Nations identity. So they had to provide proof of identity in order to participate in phase 3. And they had to prove that they were from Canada, lived in Canada. So we are not opening the pilot to First Nation citizens registered in a First Nation in the United States, for example, because we did have those applicants. We wanted to make sure that people weren't applying to be part of the pilot more than once. So there was a bit of an honorarium that was offered to individuals who participated in the pilot. We didn't want to have the same person participating 10 times. So we wanted also to make sure that we were testing the French version. We tested French in phase 1, didn't do very well. And so phase 3, a priority was to ensure that a French version of the claim form was facilitated good feedback. And so we wanted to make sure that we had at least 100 participants who were French language speaking, First Nations from Canada. So we had full completion of the whole form. We had 332 people. And we had only 43 of the 100 people who signed up to test the form in French, complete the form. We also went to First Nations communities because we wanted to see what is the difference between somebody completing the paper or online version by themselves. What's the difference for people who are completing paper or online with a claims helper? And what does it look like if a First Nations community facilitated a group process? And how would you set up that environment to be trauma-informed and to support people as they progress through the claim form? And so we tested all three of those. We went to different places in Canada and communities. We intentionally ensured that at least one of the communities put forth a population who were still living with different abilities or disabled, so that we could test out their experience in completing the claim form with their caregivers. So the next the next action in the process to complete this claim form was then to analyze the results. And so that takes a long time to get all of the data from the paper entered into an online system, then to extract all that data and then analyze what story is it telling us. What do we learn from this information in this pilot, and how do we use it to move forward? So we had more folks participating with the availability of claims helpers, and the claims helpers also completed an evaluation about what that experience was like for them, because if individuals are seeking claims helpers to support them in completing the claim form, then we needed to know what knowledge, what skills, and what kind of behavior should we expect of the claims helpers in order to optimize the experience of claimants. We want them to have the best experience possible in this environment where they're telling a painful story. So we spent some time, we developed some training for the claims helpers, implemented that, and then evaluated that. And so they were with us in community, they were online as well. So people that participated in the role of minors, we had 155. We had 114 people completing just the one section that's focused specifically on First Nations culture and identity. And that was 121 in that role. 114 filled the role of potential caregivers. So in phase 3, phase 1, we drew upon the workforce. Phase 2, we talked to the class plaintiff reps. In phase 3, we drew upon the workforce again, but we also asked them to assist us in identifying potential claimants. So overall, we had what we thought was a good representation to help us test this. And the completion of the claim form is a long time, but it was still shorter than we expected. You can't just rush through questions and then keep going, ignoring an emotional response. You have to stop, give people breaks, go at the pace of individuals. And so the average rate of time to complete was 1 hour and 22 minutes. The other challenge in designing the claim form was to ensure that people could tell their story about one or multiple health conditions. So, for example, if a caregiver had a bad back because of their care for their minor child, perhaps they felt depression over time because they couldn't get what they needed for their child, and it impacted on that parent's mental health, feeling bad or guilty. So they might talk about the pain that they had with their back issue, but also talk about the impact on their mental health, perhaps how it impacted on their income. So one health condition might have other related health conditions or completely separate. And so we had to test out how many health conditions will help us to accurately assess the differences between all of the issues, differences amongst the impact on pain and suffering of the worst kind. And so testing that out, folks in phase 1 said we have at least 3 health conditions, but we could report up to 5. And so we tested that out. In phase 3, we resulted in setting up the claim form so people could tell their story about 3 different health conditions, but they would also have the option to tell their story of more if they chose. So telling their story meant we had to ask an hour and 22 minutes, lead you to understand there's a lot of questions. And those questions are necessary if we want to be able to tell the differences between people's experience. And so that was critically important, is that the claim form allow for the varied experiences that First Nations would have in their stories. And making sure, this is another very important piece of the algorithms or the math that happens behind the scenes of the rating scales. We didn't want to collect word-based stories, because then it leaves it open to interpretation. A human being has to evaluate that word-based story and decide what is that person trying to say about their pain and suffering of the worst kind. And so in the claim form, we are using scales to rate how bad was it, how chronic or acute, how invasive, how much did it disrupt your life. So those are rating scales. And the math behind the rating scales is such that it doesn't advantage somebody who is telling their story with 3 or more health conditions versus a person who had 1 health condition. And so the algorithms is the math, the way the math happens is it helps to ensure fairness across those differences. Thank you.
Thank you. So we provided a brief background on so far 2 classes, the Removed Child class, Removed Child Family class, as well as the Essential Services, the Jordan's Principal class. The settlement agreement also has a final class, being the KIF classes. And these are individuals who were voluntarily placed into care, usually with the somehow the Child and Family Service Agency would be involved in that placement, but it was a voluntary placement. So similar to the Jordan's Principal process, a lot of work is being done in the background to get ready for this, this class and the application forms. You can see the work that Carol has described in developing the Jordan's Principal process. A very similar process, which is beginning now, is being done with the I should say the KIF classes. And we are working with the provinces, because the provinces have a lot of the information regarding some of these individuals. We're working with the Caring Society and others in developing the process itself. So really, the working group has been established to look at the application process, to begin mapping out the process, and that work is being done. As we know right now, the Removed Child class, Removed Child Family class, compensation is open for those individuals. With the Jordan's Principal class, once the application forms are being developed and that process has been sort of refined and the application process opens, we're hoping that that will take place early next year in 2027. With the KIF class, we still have a lot of work to do, and that would probably be later in 2027. So a couple of other administrative matters that we wanted to report on. So under the settlement agreement, we have a SIPRE fund, which is basically a fund that's made available to individuals who didn't directly benefit from the settlement agreement. So basically $50 million of the interest that was earned was put into the SIPRE fund. And this is a fund that's available for individuals, family members of a removed child to apply for funding for certain things. And that fund itself is being independently administered by the Future Generations Foundation. And they are the ones that will be accepting applications and making determinations on those applications. So the SIPRE fund is in itself being finalized at this point. They do have an administrative plan that they have developed, and once that's all finalized, that fund itself will begin receiving, be open for receiving applications. Financial management and governance. This is an important aspect that we would like to report on. So when we actually finalized the settlement agreement, Canada deposited $23.3 billion into a trust fund to support compensation. This money itself is for compensation, and it's only for compensation. We won't be used, this money can't be used for anything else other than paying compensation. The investments that we've invested in have been very productive, and we hired an investment committee and other individuals to sort of manage the trust fund. And essentially, where we are right now, the market fund is about $24.6 billion. So we've earned quite a bit more than what Canada has originally given us. And keeping in mind that we also paid out $1 billion in compensation as of this date. So we still do have more money in the fund itself than what Canada provided, despite the fact that $1 billion has been paid out. So the Financial Management Committee and the financial managers have been doing a very good job. But, you know, despite the fact that we have this money, we do want to pay this money out, and this is where First Nations chiefs and communities will be very vital in ensuring that individuals start accessing the funds and applying for compensation, because we do want this money to be paid out. But essentially, at this point, the fund itself is healthy, and we are confident that over the 20 years of this compensation process, funds will be available to pay out everybody that's entitled to compensation. So the closing message on behalf of the Settlement Implementation Committee itself is that we have been working very hard behind the scenes to ensure that the settlement agreement is functioning as intended. It is paying out compensation in a very respectful way to First Nation community members, and that compensation is being paid out. We described the Jordan's Principle process, the KIF process, which are upcoming. But we are really doing a lot of work. And with respect to any systemic issues that come up, as we described earlier, we are working on those, addressing those, working with the various parties, where we need to get court orders to support sort of amendments, so not really amendments, but different processes for individuals. We will continue to undertake those. So our immediate priorities at this point is to ensure that those individuals who are entitled to compensation do fill out application forms, do apply for compensation, because they deserve it, and it is there for them. So on behalf of the Settlement Implementation Committee, we'd like to thank you for your time and allowing us to provide this update. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a few gifts for you, and then we will be moving straight into, we are actually not doing any Q&As for this at this moment. Cedric? Come on. Can we go to mic 2?
So I can have a question?
Yes.
I'm wondering, and perhaps this would be the executive in the AFN, but certainly, Stuart, you would know the process. There was a resolution that was passed, and rightfully so, that the Settlement Implementation Committee would be comprised of more regional variations and actually include women on the Settlement Implementation Committee. So I would like to make sure, like on the record, when is that going to happen? And that definitely needs to happen. I also wonder, Stuart, your position on being AFN legal, when would that be done? Because you're representing, I guess, AFN legal now. You're now working for Nawagabo Corbiere, is that correct? Yeah. I think there's a bit of a conflict here myself. Perhaps not as conflict, but I'm questioning the decision-making and the integrity of the committee. We have right now, as you know, that the Ontario Supreme Court had ruled that Nawagabo and Corbiere request or asking of $510 million of legal fees is not only unreasonable nor fair, it's in fact champertus. I had to look the word up, champertus. Also in that, the judge said, you know, you can't use ceremony and Anishinaabe law as a reason that you're going to get $510 million. And as part of the SIC, I want to ensure that any decision-making and guidance is guided by the best interest of the children, not guided by how much money is to be made. That's one point. So I do believe there's some concerns there. I heard that you know, again, there was a comment that, you know, every child deserves to be, has entitled compensation. 100%, absolutely. That's what we fought for. I just want to remind everybody, one of the things that a saying is that, you know, those that forget the past are the ones that are going to repeat it. So when we fought for the compensation agreement, to overturn the compensation agreement for the $20 billion, first of all, don't forget, the original amount, Stuart, that you were part of that, was the $5.2 billion or whatever, and we said no to that. We said no to the $20 billion. That compensation agreement, the reason we said no to it was because it was leaving classes out that were otherwise entitled to that compensation, that we fought for their rights. So now then we got the additional $3.4 billion. And so I'm wondering what is the process now for the Settlement Implementation Committee for looking at the resolution, first of all, and to look at actually having the ones that are on the ground that have the experience in child and family, that are working with the communities as part of the team. And then when would that process happen? This is a question for AFN, but I just really wanted to make it publicly. I want to put it on record that there was a resolution that disagreed with how the Settlement Implementation Committee was, first of all, struck, and then now I'm questioning the integrity. Thanks.
Thank you, Chief. We are only accepting the one question. I will turn over to our guests if they would like to respond. No?
I'll respond. Okay. The only thing I'll respond to is you're questioning my role. I was general counsel for the Assembly of First Nations when this thing was negotiated. Nawagaba Corberry was class counsel, as well as Sotos and Krugler and a couple of other firms. Nawagaba Corberry is still on the record as class counsel, and there is no conflict there. Nawagaba Corberry has always been legal counsel for the AFN and the representative plaintiffs in this matter, so there is no conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to move on. So we will move on to the next plenary, and I'll invite my co-chair, Cedric.
So thank you to all our speakers, and again, we do have a small token of our appreciation here with you. So for the rest of the afternoon, I just also want to call up our next speakers. We're going to have Regional Chief Francis Veropol, Dr. Cindy Blackstock. I'm not sure exactly where you are right now, but if you could come to the stage, as well as Chief Pauline Frost. These will be our speakers for the plenary session on child welfare, ending Canada's discrimination in First Nations child and family services outside Ontario, update on the 2025 CHRT 80, and next steps. So we'll have, again, our Regional Chief Veropol. We'll have Dr. Cindy Blackstock, Executive Director of the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, as well as Chief Pauline Frost as Representative and Chair of the National Children's Chief Committee. Just to also speak to our next steps after that, we'll get back into resolutions after this first plenary. We'll go into another plenary on health and one on housing and infrastructure, and then finish the day off with resolutions, obviously trying to get as many as we can. We're here for the business. I see that all my speakers are here. So to start us off, I would look towards Regional Chief for the Quebec and Labrador region, Francis Veropol, to come introduce the topic.
So, yes, I start. Quoi Kasnochek, Francis Veropol, Shinkashin, Pequagami, nous. Donc, bonjour tout le monde.
Hi, everybody. I'm Francis Veropol from Pikwagiminu. I'm very proud from the Innu Nation, and I'm the regional chief for the AFN.
Good afternoon to you all. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered here in Ottawa on the traditional unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. So I also want to acknowledge the elders, the knowledge keeper present with us, the drum for the opening songs, the sacred items in the room, Ontario Regional Chief Benedict for welcoming the First Nation Assembly to this territory, and all chief and leaders here today. Chief, I'm extremely honored to be here, and it's always a real honor to have a chance to address this very special assembly. I'm also obviously pleased to be joined and to share this plenary with Dr. Cindy Blackstock and Chief Russ, Chair of the National Children Chiefs Commission. I want to recognize their work, their really hard work, and the work of the Commission, the work of the AFN staff, the work of Caring Society, the work of all of you, First Nation leadership, experts, technicians, service providers, families, advocates, and communities who have carried this file for many years, actually close to 20 years now, I think. So, Chief, this is obviously not only a legal file, this is not only a funding file, it's not only a federal program issue. It is as you know, about our children. It's about whether a child can grow up surrounded by family, language, culture, identity, and love. It's about whether a family receives support before a crisis. And it is whether about our nation have the authority, tools, and resources to take care of our own children in our own ways. This is the principle that should guide us. A federal program cannot define First Nation rights. First Nation rights must define the reform. This must remain clear throughout the process. The Canadian Human Rights Tribunal process is not only about improving a program, it's about human rights. It's about ending discrimination, and it's about making sure discrimination come back. So if reform is treated only as a program management, then the limits of the program can become the limits of your rights. But if reform starts from the rights of our children, our families, our nation, then the program must change. It must be shaped by real needs, shaped by evidence, shaped by Canada's obligation. And Chief, must have changed over the past 20 years since the Assembly of First Nation Caring Society launched this human rights complaint. In 2016, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal confirmed what First Nation have known for years. Canada's approach to First Nation child and family services was discriminatory. Since then, First Nation have done the work. Legal work, political work, technical work, community work, research, and the list goes on. And the daily work that carry out by those who support our children, who love our children, and families on the ground. In October 2024, well, most of you were there. We all know what happened. This is why we're here today. It was a call for a better program, one that is strong enough, clear enough, and accountable enough to end discrimination and prevent it from returning. Today, two plans are before the tribunal and in front of us. There's the Loving Justice Plan developed through the work of First Nation in Capital. What I just mentioned about the needs of our children and with the expertise of the Caring Society and the National Children Chief Commission. And there's the Canada National Plan, a plan developed by a non-First Nation body. At this stage, no plan has been approved by the tribunal. That's important. But for us as First Nation, I've always heard we know what's best for us. Then between the two plans, I think clearly expressed that that one does that and the other don't. The AFN has expressed its support for the Loving Justice Plan as the First Nation plan before the tribunal, while also respecting First Nation and regions that choose their own path, including regional agreement. Those two positions can stand together. We support a strong First Nation-led plan. We can respect all choices as well. And we can still insist that every path must protect our children, respect our rights, and end discrimination. So there's a couple of questions that comes to my mind. What must we secure now so our children are not forced to wait another generation? And what must be in place so that First Nation governance is not reduced to an administrative service delivery under a federal program? That is the spirit in which I invite us to listen today to my two colleagues with care, with respect, and with unity, and with our children at the center. I think this has been my main role since I took that portfolio just before last Christmas, to make sure that we all work together. And actually, this is just the spirit in which I engage myself in my everyday life since I took the role of regional chief. So I'll now turn to Dr. Blackstock, who will provide an overview, and I'll now turn to Chief Ross, and then I'll come back at the end for closing comments. So thank you all for your attention.
My name is Pauline Frost. I'm Chief of Funtipwichan First Nation. I'm the chair of the National Children's Chiefs Commission. I also sit on as a chief of the First Nations Health Model in the Yukon, trying to lead change and advocate for change and equity. So I've been involved here as a chair since its inception. I represent the Yukon as a commissioner, and I'm grateful and honored to be here today to present to you some, just a little bit of history, but more importantly is asking the question to all of you, why are we here? Why did you reject the plan that was submitted, the Family Children Service Reform Plan? What was your vision, and what were you thinking when you rejected the plan? Clearly, there was a concern around the practices of Canada and the discriminatory practices of Canada going forward. We've been at this now for 18 months. We've been doing this work really from here, as they say, the children. We do it standing strong and proud, representing all children. And we often reflect that every child matters, and in this instance, when we think about Canada's practices and its model, it's not a model of reform. So we took to the direction from the Chiefs in Assembly, and we were asked to look at a model of best practices across the country. So we did that, and our regional chief spoke about the recommendation in the Human Rights Tribunal number 80, specifically identifying recommendations going forward, models going forward. We took that plan, that recommendation, and by December 22nd, we were obligated to present a framework agreement that you mandated the National Children's Chiefs Commission to deliver on in collaboration with the Caring Society. So we did that effectively, traveling across the country, seeking input from every one of the regions, and your input mattered. We heard from the elders, we heard from the knowledge keepers, we heard from families, we heard from Indigenous governments and leadership around what a national framework should look like. The submission that was given to Canada on December 22nd was a 4,000-page document with your vision for a better future, your vision to end Canada's discrimination against our Indigenous children. And I want to thank you for that, because it's your plan. It's not Canada's plan, it's your plan. Out of those recommendations, you put forward some minimum standards that you wanted to project, and that plan, that 4,000-page document reflected that. So the two plans that were submitted on December 22nd was Canada's 20-page plan, I believe it was? 22-page plan, and without consultation, without engagement, without your traditional knowledge, without your perspectives. And they're implementing projectively, going across the country with their regional director, Lisa Legault, talking to regions, talking to First Nations, saying, look at our plan, we're implementing our plan. I believe it's by August, we're going to have all of these plans ready to implement, and yet they have no jurisdiction and no authority because the Human Rights Tribunal hasn't yet made a decision on which plan they are going to support. But I believe that the best model, and most of the jurisdictions have passed the resolution regionally to support the national framework, the Loving Justice Plan, and endorsing the Loving Justice Plan as the high watermark, as the model that you want to implement. And that's what we're here to present on. We have an obligation, and that obligation is to come back to the Assembly, give our report. You mandated that we deliver on a national framework, and we did what you asked us to do. And I want to just tell you that and thank every one of the commissioners, the technical team, for doing that work that you've mandated, and we've delivered on that. So the question is, where do we go from here? Because Canada continuously they're continuously breaching their relationship with Indigenous people, because you just heard the plenary before me. Where are we with Jordan's Principle funding? The backlogs, the children that are compromised continuously. Every day, every second, there's a child that has been neglected or misrepresented or mistreated and are caught in a system. And we have a solution to fix that. It's your solution, it's your plan. And I want to just thank all of the technical team, the legal team that has worked so hard over the last 18 months with very little money. Most of the work is done from the kindness of their hearts and the dedication. So what we have right now is the Canada's traveling across the country looking at a regional model. The regional model they're trying to put forward is to negotiate region by region, nation by nation. And that's a divisive approach. It's an approach that we don't agree with. You didn't agree with when the plan showed up to you, the $47.8 billion with no model and no long-term funding. You rejected that plan in Calgary. You came back and recommended a model. We went out, we presented the model, and that's the model you support. And I encourage you all to, when Resolution 11 appears, that's what we have to look towards, is the new mandate and the new vision around what do we do next? Where do we take this next? Once the Human Rights Tribunal makes its final and binding decision, there's no room for us to go back. And we can't turn back the clock. We can only make a decision today, and we can make things better for our children tomorrow. So I want to just look at, just ensuring that we don't have Canada. It's concerning for me because I was present when Lisa Legault did her regional presentation to the Yukon region, which is completely, inappropriate, because she talked a lot about myths and facts, and those myths and facts she presented, it's not grounded in truth. And when we think about negotiations and methodologies for negotiations, we don't think about price, population, remoteness, unique circumstances, and that every one of our regions, when we think about regional variation, it's tied into the Loving Justice Plan already. but they're going ahead and negotiating, but they don't have a formula for you to negotiate, basis for negotiations, terms and conditions. It's their terms, not your terms. So I wanted to just share that with you. I truly appreciate the opportunity and quite humbled and honored to represent Canada, Indigenous people of Canada, and more importantly, representing the interests of our children as we do this work. And of course, it's an honor to work with these two beautiful people here, and standing strong as politicians. And of course, Cindy's not a politician, but she could be. She's fierce and she's a strong advocate, and she's been doing this for decades, and I've learned a lot from this process, and I thank you all. So I'm not going to take a whole lot of time because time is limited for us. I will speak more when I present the resolution later, and I'll just turn now to the mic over to Cindy. She will walk through the plans with you. Merci.
So a very good afternoon, and it's an honor to be before the Assembly on such an important matter, which is the children who are just being born today and those who are yet to come. You have been reminded that this case is about Canada's discrimination. The job of all of us is to stop Canada's discrimination against First Nations children in Child and Family Services, and later in Jordan's Principle. It's important to know that Canada is, in our view, widely breaching legal orders and agreements on Jordan's Principle actively at the same time, while it asks you to trust it on its own plan. There are three aspects to Canada's discrimination. The one that gets the most focus is the funding level, but beneath there is probably one of the most critical. Who gets to make the decisions? It was the tribunal found that the department's decision-making processes, they're dropping policies on you without talking to you about your kids, their control of the funding, their control of the program, all of that was a big piece of the discrimination. The third part, and probably the saddest, is that they knew they were harming our kids. They knew that some of our kids were dying, and they had the solutions to fix it and chose not to do it. This is a long-standing plan, and that's why the tribunal called it willful and reckless discrimination. Not just something that was an accident, it was done as a conscious choice. So what we found since we received that landmark decision in 2016 is compliance only came at the end of a court order. There's been so much great advocacy by leadership, by their experts on the ground, by children and families themselves, but we find time and time again we're having to go back to the courts to get a legal order to force Canada to do things. Examples are Canada didn't want to fund capital. Canada didn't want to provide Jordan's Principle to First Nations kids recognized by your nations. Canada only wanted to provide $71 million to fix this whole thing back in 2016. So the caution is, if the tribunal goes away, how do we hold Canada accountable as a nation and as a group? Here are the minimum standards that came out in all of that conversation with leadership and their experts that fed into the Loving Justice Plan that Regional Chief and Chief Frost talked about. First Nations need to be making the decisions, not the Government of Canada, and that is consistent with the legal orders. And that those decisions have to be at the national level, holding Canada's feet to the fire on holding those minimum standards for kids, but also regionally and at the nation level. Human rights principles. Well, human rights are rights. That means you don't bargain below them, especially for children. That's why we have UNDRIP as a floor, not as a ceiling. It needs to be needs-based. I would challenge anyone in this room who is able to say down to the penny what their children would need in order to live in a way that would keep them safely in their families and in their communities. Doing that calculation right now is almost impossible. We have got some good research to give us a good idea. We think the money that Canada has on the table is the ballpark to start, but we also need safety valves. because change happens and we need to adapt to the needs of our kids. So we want needs-based funding, not something that's capped in a formula or created somewhere else that's not related to us. We need durability against the discrimination. What we found is when we got the findings or when we had the political pressure, we're able to get a stop. Then when things somehow time passed, it starts up again. So we need durability across multiple generations. Enforcement. You don't have a right unless you can enforce the right. And it can't be something just providing advice to Canada, as Regional Chief was pointing out. It has to be something where it's actually binding. And when you do have to take Canada to court to uphold the rights of your children to be free of Canada's discrimination, some nations don't have their own revenue to take Canada to court. So one of the key pieces we think is a minimum standard is there needs to be a litigation fund that you can draw on to stand up for not only the kids in your nation, but across the country. And then here's another piece. We have got, for some First Nations who have got a lot of capacity in child and family, but many of us are in the developing stages. That idea of being in a developing stage is a Crown obligation to make sure that you have the capacity to deliver the services you want for your kids. And the answer cannot be take the money out of your children's service money to build your nation's capacity. There needs to be a specific capacity building fund for nations to build capacity while their children receive full benefit from the services. So let's take a look at the contrast between these two plans. Loving Justice, which you told us, mandated by rights holders, there's national governance, you oversee the design, the management and control of the First Nations Child and Family Services. Canada is required to implement your recommendations. And I'm not going to say that that's 100% of the time. We all know that there's federal legislation we need to pay attention to. But as a default, it's your advice as leadership that trumps the day, not Canada making those final decisions. You're supported by your own experts on the ground. That's one of the great blessings of my life is I see thousands of people now working with First Nations children, youth and families all across this country. And elder and youth participation isn't something you do at the end. It's something that's filtered throughout the whole thing. That's in Loving Justice. In Canada's plan, what they have said is they've defined what you can do on a regional agreement. They've already made a lot of the big choices for you nationally. In fact, in their plan, which is available at the National Children's Chiefs booth, you'll see a whole list of things that are not negotiable. And they're not negotiable because Canada's already made the decisions. What you're going to be doing in a regional agreement is implementing that framework. Canada will retain control over the funding policies and the terms. And you can make recommendations to Canada after they do this, but how much of your advice have they taken on board so far? So let's look at the human rights principles. It's a rights-based approach in Loving Justice. Why? Because rights should define the program, not the other way around, which it does in Canada's plan. And one of the key ways we do that is through governance, for making sure that the finances are flexible and needs-based, and that there's actually was First Nations designed in the first instance. Canada's plan has federal control over the national framework, and you can, if you're looking at Canada's plan, go to page 7, because these are the things, I'll just read briefly the list of what is not negotiable. And they underline the word not, so I think they mean it. Baseline funding for agencies to deliver protection and least disruptive measures is not negotiable. Prevention and funding based on a formula that multiplies 2,062 by the registered on-reserve population, not negotiable. Post-majority support for services funding to support youth into care, not negotiable. First Nations reps, not negotiable. Funding for information technology and results in emergencies, not negotiable. Funding for household supports to basic needs. Funding adjustments to account for inflation, population, and increased cost of service delivery, or funding for capital. Those are all off the table, which leads me to the question of what is on the table. Needs-based funding really matters, and that's why it's built into the system. We've got some good research to go by. We want to be responsible fiscally, but we have to have those safety valves for your children's family needs. On Canada's plan, there are some adjustments, but it's formula-driven, and they've made those big decisions about allocations ahead of time. I do want to really recognize all the courage of the chiefs back in Calgary making the decision to ask for better for First Nations kids. Some say that was a bad decision. I think it's already paying off in spades, and let me tell you why, and Canada deserves some credit for this. Canada, remember, said after 2034, zero commitment of money under that $47.8 billion deal in Calgary. They said we can't commit after 10 years. Well, Canada is now saying after the 10 years, it's a minimum of $4.4 billion annually. That's money that would not have been on the table had you said yes. So credit to all of you. We want durability against Canada's discrimination against our kids, and I want to take a moment here to honor Chief Cook, Chief Kent, and Chief Monius and the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs for an amazing decision that just came down that affirmed that Canada and Manitoba's practices in child welfare, including their funding, fall within a Section 35 right. So please do look at that decision, and I think they deserve some applause. Like, that is a major win. Thank you to you for all of us. You need that durability against discrimination. We've seen it too often. And so we built in structures in loving justice and that have multiple layers. We have the First Nations leadership oversight. We have the regional oversight. We have you at the nation level. And in between there, we even have something called a Child Impact Assessment Committee. What this group would do is, you know how you get these policies from the department that just get released, and they impact your kids, like that bulletin on Jordan's Principle. Well, before those bulletins could ever hit the floor, they'll go through a committee that you appoint with youth with lived experience, with your experts, leadership, and they are going to look at what that policy will mean on the ground and release a public report so that we try to prevent the harms from Canada's unilateral policy making before they even hit the ground. Let's look at independent enforcement. We've got the layers there. We're going to ask the tribunal to hang around for a little while. We have an alternative dispute resolution mechanism with some teeth that will deal with systemic breaches as well as individual breaches. We have that access to justice fund you talked about. And here's something that's important. No retaliation against nations or against your child welfare providers for standing up for the rights of kids. And unfortunately, we know that to be a real thing. I personally have experienced it. And we need to make sure that standing up for your kids' rights doesn't mean risking things that your other community members need. And we're also looking for statutory protections. We'll be honest, those depend on Canada and Parliament, but we're going to advocate for those. Canada wants to get rid of the existing tribunal orders. They want the tribunal to go away. They say that there will be a dispute resolution mechanism, but that depends on Canada's goodwill largely and future legislation. So here's some of the access to justice stuff. It's there for you. Just for a quick comparison, you'll have these slides. But you can see where there is not really an emphasis of access to justice on the Canada side at all. And what about this capacity building? How do we avoid having have and have not First Nations children in our own regions? Remember I said that one of the key pieces is capacity should be a Crown obligation? Well, we don't have, there's some of us who don't have enough capacity. It's not because we didn't want it, it's because we've been subject to all these policies all these years. So what we're saying in Loving Justice is we need a dedicated fund for First Nations to tap into to build that capacity. That can mean going out and consulting with your community about what their needs are. how they want those needs met, hiring people, getting your programs designed, all those pieces you need to be set up for success. And at the same time, when you're doing that, you as a First Nations government get to appoint who should be providing the direct services until you're ready to do it. Under Canada's plan, there is no capacity building fund. What they say is every child gets that $2,600 and change for services for prevention, and you could take away from that children's money to try and build your capacity. Well, we all know in this room, it's often the communities who have not had the opportunity to build that capacity that have the children with the higher needs. So all that's going to do is create have and have not communities. And we wear shirts all the time that says every child matters. And to me, every child matters. That means no matter where they live, they all should be getting the loving support that they deserve. Let's talk about the regional models. Couple of things. What can you actually negotiate? You know, I really would recommend to everybody that they go out and get a copy of this plan at our booth. There's about 100 copies there. You can go and read it. Read for yourself what Canada says is on the table and what is off the table, because what Canada says is on the table is on page 8 of their agreement, and they say this is what you can negotiate. The allocation of funding in your region. They're going to tell you how much you have in your region. You can decide how you're going to allocate it between First Nations and agencies. You can talk about planning requirements, the framework of agency accountability, the scope and timing of regional program assessments and recommendations I underline to ISC, and regional governance of the program to advise ISC on implementation. That's what you can negotiate under Canada's plan. Under Loving Justice, we want national minimum human rights standards for kids that are enforceable and overseen by leadership. And then we would like to see regional agreements build up from that to address the specific regional needs of your communities that are also enforceable. So this is a very different approach that Canada is proposing. Here is our regional model. Again, it's building up. We have non-negotiables too. There's non-negotiable that you go below a right. Otherwise, it's an aspiration, it's not a right. There's going to be a national minimum funding floor, not a ceiling, a floor for regions to build up to. And the other thing is we want to make sure Canada has accountability at all levels of the program. The other non-negotiable for us, and I don't think this will be troublesome to you, is that you make the oversight. You, as First Nations, oversee the program. So I'm just going to wrap up here fairly quickly to the relief, I'm sure, of these able chairs who are always doing a good job. There have been some concerns about Canada's communication about its plan. It has not always mentioned loving justice. It has not always mentioned the point that both Chief Frost and Regional Chief emphasized, is that these are plans submitted for a legal proceeding, and the tribunal will make a decision. The question should be asked, even if you're at that table, what happens if that doesn't go through? And it's not just the tribunal you need to be worried about, because on the front page of the plan, and they put it right on the front page and they put it on the second page just in case you missed it, they say the plan is filed by the Attorney General, but is expressly provided with prejudice to the outcome of Canada's related judicial review of 2025 CHRT 80. That's the order that set minimum standards for child and family services and separated the Ontario agreement from everyone else. So there's a resolution to that effect coming to your table as well. So just to sum up here, these are the side-by-sides of what we're looking at when we look at decision-making. It's First Nations lead the decisions in loving justice. In Canada, Canada retains the big ticket items. Funding approach, we want to go for actuals, but being fiscally responsible. Canada wants to set a fixed budget and use formulas that frankly have already proven not to work for our kids. We want to do capacity building separate from service money so every kid matters. Under Canada's approach, there's no capacity fund. We want durability. My God, I've been at this now, at this case, since 1997. I used to be the youth rep. I'm going to be turning 62 on September 30th. And like, I don't know about you, but we don't want to do this again. you know, oversight and enforcement, we want real teeth in this because, man, we saw too many of our generations of our kids hurt. But for a child, and that's where it really matters, what really matters is who holds the power to protect them and whether it'll last. Loving justice keeps the decisions with you, the funding and the enforcement as much as possible with you, because when it's in your hands, it feels good. Some people say to me, well, you know, maybe you don't want to give up on this case. You want to litigate forever. Well, we've gotten pretty good at it, but the dream has always been is to restore you back, pass this case to you, pass that responsibility back to you. You've always been a part of this case, but I will breathe and sleep easy knowing that you are the decision makers after this case is wrapped up. So, you know, keep in mind, Canada is a discriminator. Canada wants to negotiate with you on its plan. My heart was warmed today when I heard the minister say that she will fully support any nation going forward loving justice. So the question is, will they change their legal documents so it says that? And will they actually honor loving justice in the negotiating room? And by the way, when they ask you to sign an NDA, it's not for you, it's for them. And we all know what that feels like when we're talking about kids. This should be an open discussion with your communities and everybody else you need to talk to. So the kids are counting on us, and they've counted on you before, and you have not let them down. And that's why it's always been an honor to come here to the Assembly, because we are talking about kids, we are caring about kids, and you, with the red lanyards, not those of us, thankfully, with the black ones, are able to make the best decisions for your families, and that's what I want to see continue for a very long, long time. Thank you very much. Oh, can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to say this, and it's probably proper that I do it as a separate intervention. There will be a beautiful family coming to you, a young woman named Jay Lee, who is giving birth to a beautiful child and didn't receive the medical attention that she deserved. They'll be coming here to talk to you about an important legacy in the life of that young woman and her beautiful baby daughter, who did, thankfully, thanks to the Creator, survive. So I would ask you, as a person, to support Resolution 50, support for Jay Lee's call to action and a national review on Indigenous patient safety for her and for her beautiful daughter and family. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maxock.
Oh, my pink pen.
And for our closing point, I would like to return to our regional chief, Francis Véropol.
Thank you, Cedric, and thank you to our three co-chairs this week chairing this assembly. It's not an easy job, and I'm really thankful for their excellent work. Actually, Chief Ross and Dr. Blackstock, I'm the one who has the honor to work beside you, and I'd say behind you. I'm here to support the work. It's been a real quick learning curve for me, a very inspiring one, and thanks to all of you leadership and experts and everyone in this room and outside of this room that's contributed to this very important work. It's been a complex file, to say the least, but you know what? The motivation is still there because I know that at the end of the day, we're doing that. We'll see some concrete, tangible outcomes for our nations, and this is quite motivating. So as we close this plenary, I thank everyone. I think also one of my roles, at least for the chief of my region, is to provide all of the information, the right information, so that they can make conscious and informed decisions. So I want to thank, again, Dr. Blackstock for this very important presentation. And there was a lot of content on the slides, and I think the slides will be available on the NCCC website, on Caring Society website. And if needed, we can send these slides as well through email to all of you. So this plenary has brought us back to the heart of the matter. This is not only about 2 plans before the tribunal. It's not only about funding formulas, regional agreements, or program design. First Nation have not only named the problem, First Nation have built solutions. Those solutions come from communities, they come from families, from service providers, from experts, advocates, and leaders. They also come from the lived realities of our children and our nation. That is why Loving Justice Plan is so important. It's not simply another option beside Canada's plan. It's the result of years of work, evidence, experience, and responsibility. It starts from the real needs of children and families. It recognizes that prevention matters, governance matters, data matters, outcome matters, accountability matters, and First Nation authority matters. Some First Nation the AFN actually will respect the choice made by First Nation leadership. What matters is whether children and families actually receive what they need. What matters is whether First Nation have real authority, real resources, and real accountability. Whatever path is chosen, it must be free, must be informed, must not be driven by pressure or fear, must not allow a federal program to define First Nation rights. Our rights must define the reform. Our responsibility must define the reform. The needs of our children must define the reform. This is the balance we must hold. We can support a strong First Nation-led plan, and we can insist that every path must end discrimination and prevent it from returning. AFN has reviewed the national plans before the tribunal and submitted its response in June. Reform cannot be measured only by dollars, must be measured by what changes in the life of a child, are children safer, are language and cultures protected, do communities have the capacity they need, do First Nation have real authority, and has discrimination truly ended? Our role is to bring forward the direction of First Nation in Assembly with clarity, care, and evidence. We're now on the cusp of a final decision on national long-term reform. For the AFN, the next step will be to inform the tribunal of what was heard during this assembly. That includes the question raised, the concern expressed, and any resolution passed by First Nation in Assembly on long-term reform. At the same time, Canada has already started discussion with region before the tribunal has made its final decision. So the AFN, again, supports any First Nation-made decision because what matters, after all, is the outcomes for our children. And again, you know what's best for your First Nation and for your children. Before closing, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ontario Regional Chief Benedict, Anishinaabe, Husky Nation, Grand Chief Fiedler, and all brother and sister Ontario Chiefs for their success with the Ontario Final Agreement. As we leave this plenary, our message should be clear. Canada must work with First Nation. Canada must respect First Nation leadership decision. Canada must support reform that is based on rights, based on needs, based on evidence, and based on accountability. Tsinishko Mitnao, merci. Thank you all.
So thank you, everyone. I've said this more than once, but Dr. Blackstock, Chief Frost, and Francis, you're all rock stars, and thank you for the work you do. We won't be having a question period specifically for this plenary, since we do have 5 resolutions on the child welfare subject. And as mentioned by Chief Frost, there is the NCCC booth that you can go to if you are looking for more information. Small token of our appreciation for two.
Thank you very much.
And now I will be moving it over to our co-chair Adam so that we can continue with the resolutions process.
Very good. Thank you, Cedric, and thank you to the presenters for that presentation and leading up to 2 resolutions that Dr. Blackstock mentioned. So we're hoping to get to those resolutions again. We have many, many decisions to make, so let's get right down into it. We'll start off with draft resolution number 45. It's up on the screen. I just want to advise Chief Richard Bruyere and Chief Horton, stand by. Your resolution is next, right after this one. So this resolution, I want to confirm that the mover and seconder are here. The resolution is titled Building Canada Act. It's moved by Chief Joyce McLeod-Netawau. Chief McLeod-Netawau, are you here? Chief McLeod-Netawau, are you here in the room or online? Seconder is Chief Christine Longjohn. Chief Longjohn, are you here in the room? Oh, right here. Thank you. The mover. Is the mover here? Mover is not here. I'll give it a minute. Otherwise, I'm going to ask if there's another chief or proxy representative that will move the resolution. Again, it's titled Building Canada Act. It's in your packages. It's draft resolution number 45. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll put it off and come back to it later through this process. Seconder is here. Chief McLeod-Netawau, Montreal Lake, Cree Nation, are you in the room or are you on Zoom? I do not see that. So I think what we'll do is you'll second? Or you'll move the, okay. First person to approach microphone number 2. I do see a chief, and Chief Longjohn, if you can stand by as well. Microphone 2. You will move for the record.
For the record, I will move. Chief Erica Bowden, Kelsas First Nation.
Miigwech, thank you. So we have the resolution. We'll get right into it. So if we can scroll down to therefore be it resolved. On core, if you can scroll down, there we go. So the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate that each First Nation retains the authority to determine its own position, level of participation, and approach in relation to the Building Canada Act's major projects and related federal processes. Number 2, direct the AFN to support First Nations within its available resources and capacity by seeking information, pursuing capacity funding opportunities, developing political, legal, and advocacy strategies that assert First Nations jurisdiction, and providing updates regarding the Building Canada Act, the Major Projects Office, and related developments that may impact inherent and treaty rights. Number 3, direct the AFN to advocate that federal engagement on national interest projects must occur directly with First Nations as rights holders, and that no government-appointed advisory body can replace or override the authority of First Nations. And I just lost my spot on it. Authority of First Nations. We moved the screen that I was reading. Help me out, Bram. Where were we at? In the middle of... I might just go back and read it again. We're up on the screen. I'm going to go ahead and read number 3. Direct the AFN to advocate that federal engagement on national interest projects must occur directly with First Nations as rights holders, and that no government-appointed advisory body can replace or override the authority of First Nations to speak for themselves. Number 4 is direct the AFN to call upon the Government of Canada to consult and cooperate directly with First Nations prior to identifying, selecting, or advancing any project of national interest, and to ensure First Nations have the opportunity to meaningfully participate in decisions that may affect their inherent treaty rights, lands, territories, and resources. Number 5, direct the AFN to advocate for sufficient and sustainable capacity funding to ensure all First Nations, regardless of size, location, or proximity to a project, can effectively participate in legislative, regulatory, and project-related processes. Number 6, direct the AFN to monitor the implementation of the Building Canada Act and the Major Projects Office, and to advocate that federal processes respect First Nations' inherent and treaty rights and do not diminish the Crown's obligations to consult and cooperate directly with First Nations. Number 7, direct the AFN to call upon the Government of Canada to advance a renewed nation-to-nation economic relationship based on treaty obligations, recognition of First Nations jurisdiction, meaningful participation in economic development, and equitable access to the benefits arising from projects occurring within First Nations treaty and traditional territories. I think that's it for the resolution down to paragraph 7. So the resolution is before you. Mover and seconder not required, but if you wish to address the resolution. Mover, are you okay? You're okay? Seconder? You're okay. Resolution is before you. Microphone number 1.
Hello, Chief Kelsey Jacko again from Cold Lake First Nations. I just have a comment. If the Assembly is serious, the resolutions should reflect tangible instruments that should be implemented to accomplish the actions being proposed. For instance, the last point in the resolution reads as follows, but lacks a solution to how this could be accomplished. Direct the AFN to call upon Government of Canada to advance a renewed nation-to-nation economic relationship based on treaty obligations, recognition of First Nations jurisdiction, meaningful participation in economic development, and equitable access to the benefits arising from the projects occurring within First Nations treaty and traditional territories.
Thank you. Miigwech. So a comment on the discussion and also the process for resolutions. No amendment required. I am looking to the floor. I see no other speakers, nobody online. If anybody wishes to speak to it, normally you'd come to the mic or raise your hand. I see none. So with that, I am going to seek out consensus. We're hoping, of course, all the time to have consensus. Otherwise, we'll go to a vote. Questions been called. Thank you. So we're not voting, but is there any opposition to the resolution? Opposition or abstentions? If none, we will declare it passed by consensus. Any opposition? Abstentions? I'll give a minute online as well. Opposition or abstentions? I see none online, none in the room. So with that, resolution is carried by consensus. Miigwech. Thank you. So thank you. Next resolution up on the screen, please. And this is resolution, draft resolution number 52. Chief Richard Bruyere, I know you were here as the mover. Seconded by a slight change, Chief Dean Councillor from Nikajuanan First Nation, Ontario. Chief Richard Bruyere, are you in the room? Just approach, there he is. And Chief Dean Councillor is here as well. Chief Dean Councillor, Miigwech. So we're going to go down to therefore be it resolved. Also, just for Encore, if I can have the English version on this screen as well, just to help me out. Thank you. So the resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1, direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to call on the Canadian National Railway Company, CN, to immediately, A, engage in an open and collaborative dialogue with the First Nations who would like to discuss, address, and resolve issues and concerns that have arisen as a result of the construction and operation of CN rail lines through their traditional territories and reserve lands. B, negotiate and enter into formal agreements with those impacted First Nations to promote sustainability and mutually beneficial opportunities as part of broader reconciliation efforts. And C, fully implement its commitments under its Indigenous Relations Policy and Indigenous Reconciliation Action Plan in the spirit of the 7 grandfather teachings. We'll scroll down, and that might be it. I believe that's it. So mover is here, mover and seconder, not required, but you have up to 4 minutes. So microphone 1.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to the Assembly and to all the individuals represented here and all the First Nations. You know, this resolution might pale a little bit in comparison to some of the water issues and fires and that sort of thing, but you know, I think it's something that requires national action from the chiefs. It seems to me there's just over 200 First Nations in Canada that the CN rail line goes through. And over the years, they've proven not to be good corporate citizens, in my view. They talk about reconciliation in their handouts, and I've got it here. And they talk about cultural awareness, people in employment, economic reconciliation, community and relationships, stewardship, safety, and sustainability. You know, over the years we've had various individuals who have been killed in our First Nation, who've lost their lives due to train accidents. 4, to my knowledge, there might be more, some before my time. 3 people have been permanently injured, disabled by the trains. One of the individuals that was lost his life was a cousin of mine years ago. We've had a police officer from Treaty 3. He'd lost his life by a train that hit him. Some of the ones that are off the reserve, we've had a grader operator just adjacent to us to the east a little bit. We've had a priest killed a number of years ago as well. We've had a bridge collapse. If you remember the Montreal meeting we were in, and I got a call from my wife as we were meeting with CN, as a matter of fact, and she informed me that a lift bridge just not too far away from me, it used to be about a click, maybe even less than that. Anyway, had a counterbalance, the counterbalance broke, fell, and then the bridge itself fell. And they didn't know about it, but until we were informed from our community, and some of the residents in the area heard it and kind of shook their homes. So, and then what they did after that was, they never notified us, but they went to the adjacent town, Fort Francis, and let them know, but not us. So we have about 7 railway crossings in our community, 6 of which are usable. In a lot of cases, they've blocked all 6. We've had ambulances being held up on 2 occasions that I know, buses, cars on the road, because we're bisected by a highway and also that bridge. And then we have issues on the north side of our community. So this is not meant to be assigning blame, but it's a matter of just getting these people to the table to talk to us and deal with us effectively. You know, I've heard stories where they're dumping. We've had several spills in the area. So I think it has to be we have to challenge them on this. I'm hoping that, you know, we'll get a consensus from the people here, the chiefs in the room, you know, that this thing will go forward. But just to get them to sit down and talk. Thank you.
Good. Seconder, Chief Dean Councillor. Microphone 1. Yep.
Dean Councillor, Chief, Nicatchwan First Nation.
Just a few words that I wanted to add myself as well in supporting this resolution as it moves forward. So for myself, it's, I guess, the Assembly in general, that without access through the communities, the transport coast to coast would grind to a halt, and that you shouldn't have to speak to a third party to establish the groundwork, expectations, and relationship going forward. They're clearly not honoring their own guidelines that have been laid out within the framework, and to continue to allow them to use a go-between is not acceptable. Nor is it honoring the calls to action. And the longer communities allow them to avoid speaking directly try to them, or the longer CN chooses to avoid engaging directly with the communities, the message it sends is that communities are accepting what CN is offering. It also sends the message that communities are okay with not having their voices being directly heard. And that doesn't align with what fair and meaningful bargaining and discussion and discourse should look like. And if communities decided to push it, CN would have a hard time getting anywhere literally when so many of their lines run directly through Anishinaabe lands.
Encore, if you can help me out, if you can show the timer on my screen here as well. Microphone number 1, go ahead.
Sharon Osberg, Bigtog Anishinaabe Proxy Chief. I support this resolution, but I would like to have a friendly amendment, which I've discussed, only to include CPKC, which is the other rail line that runs through our traditional territory, and it runs, there's 18 to 19 trains a day, and they are getting longer and a whole lot, carrying a lot of dangerous cargo. We also have had numerous times where we've tried to contact them, where they've blocked the railway crossing to our only access to our community for up to an hour. And if we had any emergencies, fortunately we have not yet, but we have no other access out if some of those trains are to be a problem with them. But just the other day in Thunder Bay they did have one, and unfortunately no one was killed.
Okay, Miigwech. So the requested amendment is up on the screen. Mover and seconder, if you can just have a look. I believe you've heard it already. So it's under number 1, the addition of and Canadian Pacific Kansas City Limited. Ask them to put it up on the screen. Oh, sorry, I thought it was up on the screen. Encore, if you can put it up on our screens here in the assembly room. Oh, I'm pointing at myself here. There we go. Direct the Assembly of First Nations AFN to call on the Canadian National Railway Company, CN, and Canadian Pacific Kansas City Limited, CPKC, and then just adding under 1A and CPKC. Mover, you're okay with that? Seconder? Okay, very good. Microphone 2.
Wade Kwahwaidup and Squest Eddie Jules, Cookbee of the Skeecheson Indian Band. I would like to add a little bit to that. If they could actually send people that deal with us in good faith and not their janitors who don't have a mandate to sit down and make agreements with us. My community's been dealing with this for 140 years, trespassing in our community, and every time we get close to making a deal, we get, no, it's not our mandate, we can't do that. So what I'm suggesting is to the Assembly that they add, when they send somebody out to talk to us, they send out people that can make decisions on the spot, not wait until we go back to the head office to sit down with the president and whoever else to deal with this issue. We've been doing it for 140 years. We're seriously thinking of taking a court case and going after CN because they are in trespass. They actually handed us a letter about 40 years ago telling us they were in trespass in our community, and it's like a mile. So that's what I'd like to propose, is they send people people that can make decisions, not the janitors. We could send our janitors, but our janitors are always busy.
Miigwech Cookby, thank you. So I'm going to look to the resolutions team. They will get some text for the requested amendment. We get your point, but I don't think it'll say janitors. So we're just working on that amendment. And in the meantime, anybody else? In the meantime, anybody else online? Nobody online? After this amendment, then we will call for question and make a decision right after this amendment, if approved by the mover and seconder. Just to let chiefs know, standing by, next resolution will be draft resolution 54. Draft resolution 54, if you can stand by, mover and seconder, and I believe the mover is Chief Adam Paywis, Neej, and seconder is Chief Leela Thomas. So if you can stand by, your resolution is coming up next. And so the requested amendment is that it be actual decision makers or those in authority that will be having that collaborative dialogue as referenced in 1A. So we will work on that and come right back to you on the amendment. Miigwech Kedugunawa, Miwe Ajemat Stoig Mina Yue Gduna Shonoa, Gduna Kunaganoa, Bagdamik, Negodas Munagana Munseg, Wemegot, Saguds, cabbage machine, Geduj Gadegan, cabbage machine, no Magishgak, Egomina Bank. Miigwech Kedinawa, Miigwech Kedinem. We got to the make koyak, got to the make which got without dick. So thank you again for your patience, and things have been moving fairly well this afternoon. Resolutions being passed by consensus and standing together, standing strong to pass the resolution. So miigwech for that. I think if everybody looks to the chief that Cookby that made the request and the resolutions team, the harder we look, the slower things get. It's kind of like waiting for an elevator. The more you look at the number, the slower it gets. So I believe the mover and seconder are standing by for the next resolution. But for this resolution, we've already closed discussion. This is the final thing to do is the requested amendment, and then we will call for a decision to be made. Again, our focus is always, we seek out consensus, and the way we do that, we ask the question if there's no opposition or abstentions, and we can move forward and carry the resolution by consensus. So it looks like we're ready under number 1A. If I can have it up on the screen, have a look. But it says oh, no, not yet. So we'll have it highlighted in red, or I'm not sure what color on your screen. Sort of a purple burgundy color. So this would be under number 1B. I'm not sure if you're done, but sort of a grammatical, it doesn't flow yet. So we do have a number of plenary sessions coming up this afternoon, and again, going back to resolutions. On the agenda that you approved yesterday morning, we will be going to 5:45 today. Okay, does that look great? Okay, I'm going to read it. Sort of looks odd when I look at it, but okay, it says, negotiate in good faith with consistent parties with the decision-making authority and mandate to enter into formal agreements with those impacted First Nations. Kokpi, where are you? Is that what you're looking for? Oh, that's good? Okay. Mover, seconder, are you okay with that? You're both good. Just I want one final look. When I read it out, I'm not sure if it sounded right, but if that's what we've got, it's okay. Thank you. Chiefs, resolutions before you as amended. I'm looking for a consensus. Is there any opposition or abstentions? Question's been called. Thank you. I'm going to make another call online. I'll take that under advisement. It doesn't look like it. No opposition, no abstentions. So with that, I'm going to declare the resolution as amended has been carried by consensus. So, miigwech. Thank you. Draft resolution number 54. If I can have that up on the screen, please. On my screen as well. And the mover of draft resolution, I want to make sure I have this correct. The mover is up on the screen. We have a new mover and seconder. Chief Frank Antoine, who is present, correct? Okay. Seconder is Chief John Leonard Bernard, who is also present. Thank you. Just stand by. If we can scroll down on the screen for the Assembly. Oh, sorry, I'm going to read the title. It's called Recognizing the Indigenous Coalition of Tourism Champions, ICTC, as the official Indigenous tourism body to represent AFN across Canada. So if we can scroll down to the bottom, there it is. Therefore be resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, number one, acknowledge the work of Indigenous Tourism Ontario, ITO, the Nova Scotia Indigenous Tourism Enterprise Network, NSITEN, and Indigenous Tourism BC, ITBC, in establishing a new regional-based approach to developing Indigenous tourism nationally. Number two, recognize and support the Chiefs of Ontario Resolution 2518S, recognizing Indigenous Tourism Ontario, ITO, and the Indigenous Coalition Champions as the Indigenous bodies to operate in Ontario and Canada. Number three, recognize the Indigenous Coalition of Tourism Champions, ICTC, as the official Indigenous tourism body for Canada in recognition of the planned strategic and collaborative work with the Assembly of First Nations, AFN. Number four, direct the AFN to support the Provincial Territorial Indigenous Tourism Organizations, PTITOs, and ICTC as they take a coordinated regional and distinctions-based approach in their advocacy efforts for all regions to receive a fair and equitable base investment and share of all national Indigenous tourism resources to implement a national strategy that identifies economic growth and opportunity through all territories. Number five, direct the AFN to work with the ICTC with the guidance of Chiefs Committee on Economic Development to formulate a strategy to complete a full review of the sector and directions mandated through AFN Resolution 6/2023, supporting Indigenous tourism in Canada. Number six, support the ICTC in their efforts to secure sustainable funding from all funding partners and partner organizations to support current and future strategic goals aligned with priorities outlined by the First Nations in Assembly. And number seven, direct the AFN to work with the ICTC to share updated reports and present to future AFN assemblies as required. So I think that's the resolution in its entirety. Mover, if you want to speak to the resolution, microphone two.
Wagda, Cookby Frank Atwin, Slickstaus, Bonaparte First Nation. I'm here today just to support this organization, this coalition, because it's a grassroots movement. I also represent the World Indigenous Tourism Alliance, which is, I'm the chair of 26 Indigenous countries that I work with. And I also attend the World Indigenous Games, which is 27 Indigenous countries that are in Taiwan. So my day today is to make sure that our people in this room, when I look at all those flags above us, we all protect the four things I believe is the water, the land, the animals, and the people. We all do that work here simultaneously through the work that we do as leaders, but also being Indigenous peoples as ourselves. So the responsibilities that we rely on ourselves, this is another industry that we can work together with and build our economy, but also protect our history. So thank you.
Good. Thank you. Seconder, microphone 2.
Quit. Nina Delawisi Samundal. My name is John Bernard, and I'm the chief of Wiggamal and Wigarik, and I'm here to support this resolution on behalf of Nova Scotia.
Thank you. So we'll open it up. Microphone 1, Chief Pewis. Microphone 1, please.
Good afternoon, and I come to the microphone today to stand in support of this resolution, but I would ask maybe that we consider one friendly amendment just on item number 7 of the therefore be it resolved. If we could add the word annually after assemblies and then add the word and or as needed. That way we could get a regular report from this group. But as we all know, tourism is a way to generate revenues in our communities, and you know, there's nothing better than people that come and visit our communities and drop off their zonia and then leave. So we stand in support of this, and we would hope that everyone else does to help grow our communities and their opportunity for tourism. Shimigwich.
So the requested amendment is up on the screen, and it would just add annually and or as required. Mover and seconder, are you okay with that? Okay, very good. Thank you. We see another at the microphone 2. You're there in support? Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else here in the room, nobody online, so I'm going to ask if we have consensus. Questions being called. Thank you. Is there anybody in the room that opposes or abstains? Any opposition or abstention? None online. Last call. No opposition, no abstentions. So with that, the resolution is carried by consensus. Oh, you got. Thank you. The next resolution is draft resolution number 2. We'll go back to draft resolution number 2. If we can have it up on the screen, please. And we have new movers and seconders. Draft resolution number 2 on my screen and up in the room. It's titled Justice Treaty Governance. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line. It's titled Establishment of an International Treaty House. It's moved by Chief Edwin Ananas, Beardies and Okomasis First Nation. Chief Edwin Ananas, are you here? Just wave and approach the mic as the mover here. Seconder is Chief Janine Baldhead, One Arrow First Nation. Chief Baldhead, are you here? Oh, thank you. Do you know if the mover is here? Okay, so the mover is Chief Edwin Ananas, and I don't see Chief Ananas here. If not, I'm going to ask if there's, oh, maybe? Okay, anyone willing to move? Okay, so I'll get you just for the record, microphone number 2.
Anin, Chief Lynn Akus from Zagame Nishnabek. I'll move.
Thank you, Miigwech, Chief Akus. So we have a mover and seconder. So we'll scroll down to therefore be resolved. It says, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly 1 direct the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate for the establishment of an international treaty house, a global center dedicated to advancing, promoting, and safeguarding treaties and treaty nations, and to seek federal support through Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and other appropriate departments as a mechanism to strengthen nation-to-nation relationships, advance international treaty obligations, and advance international treaty obligations. Number 2, call upon the AFN to advocate for funding and financial support for the development and implementation of an international treaty house. This including federal, international, philanthropic, and institutional partnerships to ensure sustainable funding for the development and long-term operation of the International Treaty House. 3, subject to secured funding, available resources and capacity, direct the AFN in collaboration with Treaty First Nations across all regions, international partners, academic institutions and legal experts to develop the governance structure, mandate and operational plan for the International Treaty House. Number 4, direct the AFN to report back.
I think maybe they should be on the screen.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. I thought the resolution was on the screen. It's on my screen. Encore, if you can put it up on the screen, please. No changes so far to the version that you have in your packages. If I can have draft resolution number 2 up on the screen, please, and then go down. There it is. How far was I? Paragraph 4. Direct the AFN to report back to the First Nations and Assembly at future assemblies on progress, findings, and proposed next steps. So that's the resolution. It was in your packages. I apologize. I thought it was on your screen. Mover and seconder, if you wish to speak to the resolution, Chief Ekus, I know you're back here somewhere. Are you okay, or would you like to speak to it? You're okay? Thank you. Seconder, are you okay? You're okay. So we'll open up for any comments. Microphone 1.
Okay.
Just having a quick discussion. Yeah, go ahead.
Good day, Kelsey Jacko again, Cold Lake First Nations. I just want to comment. Okay, direct AFN to advocate for a global center dedicated to safeguarding treaty, seek federal support, CERNAC and other departments for these efforts, seek funding partnerships from the federal and provincial governments, international, institutional, and philanthropic partners. Work with treaty, academic, international, legal partners to develop governance structures and mandate. I just want to talk about potential risks. AFN would then hold the funding and be a permanent go-between treaty nations and the international realm. Risks may be mitigated by directing an endpoint to the AFN participation once the international table is set up. Merci.
Merci, Miguel. Thank you. So just some things to be mindful of and caution proceeding and moving forward. Microphone 2.
YSL Halt, as quistas passes, ilbicum cantel incomoplex. My name is Chief Dan Wilson from the Okanagan Band at the head of Okanagan Lake. Yeah, we're non-treaty, and but we get a lot of newcomers that retire into our territory, and they come with some false assumptions. You know, I hear it quite a bit. You know, a lot of them view us as a defeated people, and they assume that we're under treaty, and they assume that the treaties are a bill of sale for our land, and we know they're not. You know, although we're non-treaty, you know, we know that the treaties signed across this land were mainly peace and friendship treaties, where many nations have agreed to share the land. So there really needs to be an educational component here, and I think a house like this would really go a long ways towards that end. And the truth needs to be out there. You know, and we've heard it, you know, the last couple of days about all the misinformation and the outright lies about us by the colonial powers. And I think education is the key. So I'm speaking in support of this. And yeah, we just got to start getting our story out there. Why live in them?
Thank you. Nobody online, so back to microphone number 1.
Zinizekuja, I'm proxy chief for Sutina. I want to bring to attention the AFN. I am the data collector for Treaties 1 to 11. And I collected all the information and listened to the elders from Treaties 1 to 11 and the First Nations who have attended the gatherings over the years. This resolution I speak against because Treaties 1 to 11 has asked that they have their own treaty protection offices in their, whether it's on their nations or collective, in one building. And I have to remind all those that are with Treaties 1 to 11, that's what the elders wanted. They didn't want AFNs representing any treaty or representing those First Nations. It's up to them to respect their autonomy and the direction that each nation wants to go. So I speak against this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Miigwech. Back to microphone number 2, the mover of the resolution.
Thank you. I just want to say and speak to the resolution. I was surprised, to my colleagues in Treaties 1 to 11, I was surprised to see this resolution be tabled here, and out of courtesy to Treaty 6, some of the Treaty 6 First Nations, with Chief Ananas not being available, I thought I would move this. I think it's important to maintain debate and dialogue around our treaties. And I think that we also, I know that Treaties 1 to 11, we have our own gathering and our own objectives as numbered treaties. I think that we also need to build on the movement that we've made to enforce our treaties. But we also need to bring in the other treaties. I heard the chief say that the last chief who spoke at this microphone say he was non-treaty. Just because a First Nation does not have a treaty with the Crown or a modern treaty or anything, any kind of treaty with the colonizers does not mean that they don't have historical treaties with each other and our own treaties that uphold our relationships with each other. Those are important. So I did make that motion to support Treaty 6, the chiefs from Treaty 6, and I think it's important to always keep our treaties at the forefront. I do support the position of Treaties 1 to 11. However, I think this dialogue is important, especially with the government and the Building Canada legislation and everything that's happening in our territories, and the corporate takeover of the federal government and the threats to our treaties and our lands. I think that we need to continue to work together and move forward in defense of treaty. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you. So I see Regional Chief Cameron at the mic. Just in terms of process, if you do have a proxy or chief that's giving you their time, yeah, we don't have to hand over the lanyard, but I'll give it to the, go ahead, microphone 2.
Chief Calvin Sanderson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Anin sa gwanda nanaway maganak dan sa nawagumagan no nanaskamon mamutaw mo anuskagi sagag igwaki tem no kakyo itagutieg igagi samostamo ay pito ataros poagan eitwe kiteyak kaiwan giskis a treaty kweyes tanagatu ke treaty no tinge a treaty Hegwa eskoiga pisum kapemotet Maskosia kasagege Hegwa sipi kapem suak. When our chiefs signed treaty, that's what they had ensured, and to this day we still practice that life off the land, that way of life off the land. As long as the sun shines, the grass grows and rivers flow. For those of us that attend ceremony, it's a part of our life. In my family, it's an everyday part of our life. Hearing many knowledge keepers, Sundance chiefs, Sweat Lodge chiefs have all said treaties are of international law. They're not federal law, they're not provincial law. We signed treaties with the British Crown. I want to thank National Chief. For the first time ever, she secured a meeting with King Charles in person. And several of us went, and this is the language we spoke with King Charles. it was all treaty-based and treaty-focused, that the jurisdiction would continue to remain with each First Nation, that each First Nation would drive their own destination and priority areas. This came from our organization, supported from our chiefs. We celebrate Treaty 6 in 150th anniversary in Fort Carlton in August 20th. You're all invited. We wanted to ensure, and the amendment would be this to the mover and seconder, that all treaty signatories would drive this. Treaty 8 and others that may feel it doesn't suit you or meet your needs, we would ensure that your chief or chiefs would be a big part of this. Your voices are important, your language and culture, your protocols. We understand that. And you know, we advocated for Chief Joey Pete to go meet King Charles too. We were honored to do that. So, as you know, chiefs in the room, proxies, to our veterans that are here, our Women's Council, Youth Council, our Two-Spirit Council, it's important that we continue to protect our way of life, and treaties are a significant part by far. So we would ask for that change there, that the treaty signatories 1 to 11, etc., would drive this, would be in the driver's seat. That's recommendation, yeah.
Miigwech. Thank you, Regional Chief Cameron. You referred to an amendment. I believe that might be coming behind you, so I'm going to go back online. Nobody online? Back to microphone 2, please.
Under the B15.
There we go.
There we go. Moyoto, just like in the last protocol, I'm from Northern Alberta. Miigwech CB's Little River Cree Nation. Out of respect of our elders, I'm going to face them while I address them in our language. Wakumaganak igoma atam skaton gamam skutaho. Kayas, oche, imam skutaho. Tansi sewa kaya hotiak. Mina, itansi sama negatik. Mui atoihtama magoche ngau yao tapa mawaganak kutagak stapto. In Japan, eksui pegaham. Gimasnah, giwi hotat, wahotat, igomma, sitchigyun. Magigo tansi sama negatik. Tansi santoittaho, niinaan, ei näin jontikin poja, igom katam skuaho, viitiske magana kohche, muinkin situskinaan. Samoche tapamaksuun. Samoche kivit nohtse niinaan, kutisemam skutama, pieganahan niissä äskesemam skuta, pähpiek pugo, kisitapnto, pähpiek pugo, kisikspiwatasot. Expiwata maaho moche, uisuha. Ipitskitsta maaho, gohkethem nok, minegeti musum bannog, minegeti kuhum bannog. Tansi suyaagisi gawataho, igo wen ungis gandoihta maaka wanehte. Uimeo, muniawak, suibin giahe, pigan omsisgam poja. Munia uibin giak mas nahigan am suibin amak muiguigu ihin. Yi acha homagach kuspigita maaho witiski magan nok uspagan gian skostik. Wihamasagan kia betset stimau nigan ki magojech. Mina kipitskunno kikstawitech. Igom sibia, minu sagawa, minohok ketutim nok, Japan nok, migat kaotagayato. Now I gotta speak fast, translate it in English. So Treaty 8 Alberta, Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta cannot support any resolution that could be interpreted as granting, recognizing, and expanding of the Assembly of First Nations authority over the treaties or treaty nations. We also believe this resolution to this Assembly before and question how resolution, when defeated, had come forward again. Ochaga mga masnayga tiga was speaks as a kipitokta mituik gamin nagyabiksis ka was speak umakanak isibit squat ako gaiget that uta. The number of treaties are sacred. Nation-to-nation agreements between the Crown and the individual treaty nations. The constitutional relationship exists directly between the Crown and each treaty nation, not through each of the Assembly First Nations. AFN is not a treaty signatory, treaty government, or constitutional representative of treaty nations, and has no authority to represent treaty nations on treaty implementation, on establishment of institutions that could be perceived as exercising authority. Igogam gitamach, gano tapa mahawaganak, kiano ge bixpioatamach, kunik Japano aksensis is mamskutako, kiano ge expioatamach, kiano bugo ise, tansis and toitamach, gutigak stawih the gabitskuno. Oh, nanaskamon.
Amigach kananaskamadan. So we'll take one more speaker and then we will go to the vote on the resolution. So one more speaker at microphone number 2. I'm trusting that you are a chief or proxy with your lanyard. Yeah, Migach.
I just want to say I'm the chief of Sunshine First Nation and the Grand Chief of Treaty 6. Maga Gandin. Gagwe Miziani zigagi nagatamaguinge gumeo zonse. Te agani zigagi tawenta moa toniniak. Ngama mizige go gawanisigatek. Tapsku manu gomganakamigang. Maga. Akamen mogagi kituag maga. Ange go gapagita mingawanai gwing. Mieso ga wanai gwinga kuge go ga mamo kamating. Maga. Nautonissen kamo kamating. Kamenuichi ting. Ngama wiaga pamini gwing. Bez gwing this wingo. Miotsik gagi masna moake gumeoza. Kain mizi kawawanisigatek peatake go. Maga, music in Afghanistan, Mios, Maga, yap, Yeg, Apetot, Mageg. Mills on Tigego. Gagi Paminigwing. Maga in Afghanistan. I just want to say thank you for giving me the time to speak, and I just want to acknowledge our National Chief as well for the great work she's done. I know she's pushing hard for a lot of political issues that we can't reach at her level, so I thank you for that, Chief. And she's also helped me reach some of these tables. So, you know, when it comes to our treaties and our inherent rights, we always have to remember why our Muslims and Gokums signed these things. And they said, always remember to hold these things close, not to let these things break away from your communities, your nations. We are sovereign. For myself, I have to protect my nation on our treaty rights. Not only that, for Confederacy Treaty 6-2 as well. I know I have help of the chiefs, but all our plates are full. And we need to remind each other to continue that fight together in solidarity amongst all treaty signatory nations by working together, moving forward together. But I remind all of you that we need to continue moving forward in that direction our Muslims and Gokums, our ancestors have. It's hard for anyone to advocate for me and my community and Confederacy when we're all sovereign nations. So it's hard for me to support this, that's why I oppose it, but you know, AFN does do good work. But at the same time, we all have work to do, and we need to keep fighting for what it is that we want.
15 seconds.
The federal government keeps taking everything away from us piece by piece by piece, and it's got to stop. And together we can stop it. Together. Remember that. We got to stand together to do this.
Miigwech, kan ask me then. So earlier there was a requested amendment, and I know that this affects some of the comments that have been made, so I direct your attention to the screen. The requested amendment is under paragraph number 3, and they are just finalizing that, at which point I will go to the mover and seconder, if you concur with the proposed amendment. Are we ready? I think we're ready with it. So number 3 would be changed, and the text would be, call on the Government of Canada to provide funding for Treaties 1 to 11 First Nations to develop the governance structure, mandate, and operational plan for the International Treaty House. And just so that I'm not confused, because I see a couple of lines, so we would strike out subject to secured funding, available resources, and capacity, direct the AFN, that would be scratched out. We would scratch out across regions, international partners, academic institutions, and legal experts. We would also scratch out in collaboration with. So here's what it would say. It's confusing when you look at it. Call on the Government of Canada to provide funding for Treaties 1 to 11 First Nations to develop the governance structure, mandate, and operational plan for the International Treaty House. Mover.
To lead and develop.
So the request had been being told to lead and develop. So the resolutions team doesn't, we haven't quite finalized it. So this is what the request was. Thanks for your patience. It's up on the screen. Encore, just here in the room, I know it's really hard for people to read, but if we can zoom in, and again, we closed the discussion already, so we will have the vote right after this. But this was the requested amendment. Okay, are we ready? Okay, so here's what it would say. Call on the Government of Canada to provide funding for Treaties 1 to 11 First Nations to lead and develop the governance structure, mandate, and operational plan for the International Treaty House. That's the change. That also reflects many of the comments that we've heard. Mover, oh yeah, Mover, are you okay with that? Microphone 2.
I'd like to defer to Chief Jacko to ensure that that was the intent of his amendment.
So I don't think it was Chief Jacko that was requesting this amendment, but okay, I hear you. Who was the seconder of the resolution? It was over here where, there you are, thank you. Are you okay with, okay, so some comments. So you'd like to hear from Chief Jacko. Microphone 2.
Either Chief Jacko or Councillor from Sutina.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Yeah, I don't know. At the last assembly, we had a resolution about the Treaty House coming to Ottawa, but you know, it kind of conflicts with this one. But I can't support this resolution when dealing with it, because, like I commented, nation to nation, right? Nobody speaks for me about my nation, and other chiefs should feel the same way. So I can't support this right now. I know a lot of chiefs are looking at for guidance, but you know, when you talk about treaty and nation to nation, it's very deep to my heart. You know, and everything that we do here really affects every nation. So I can't support it right now. I got asked to come up here and see how I feel, right? Because a lot of people need guidance, right? And I'm not going to put our treaties at risk if somebody's going to be speaking for me. Merci.
Merci. Before I go to back to the mover, so just to let everybody know, the changes in paragraph 3 came from a request from RC Cameron, Regional Chief Cameron, who spoke on behalf of or for or under Chief Sanderson. And Chief Sanderson, I think, is here. Yes, there he is. So the requested amendment came from Regional Chief Cameron. And so what will happen, just to let you know, because I know we don't have consensus, we will vote. So we will either vote on the original version or this version that you're being asked to consider as a friendly amendment, which is what we just read. So the question, I'll come back to the question and then go to the mover and seconder. Are you, do you concur that we make the change as requested? Microphone 2.
I withdraw my, I withdraw moving the motion without the support from the other treaty areas. I cannot move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to take a short break. Be right back. You're just conferring with the team of co-chairs. Chief Ekus, the mover, Chief Ekus, I'm just looking for clarification. I know you're having a discussion there. If I can have the mover approach microphone 2, please. And I know someone's whispering in your ear, so I'm going to make sure that we understand. So the question I have is, are you withdrawing as the mover or are you withdrawing the resolution? Or are you withdrawing? I'm
withdrawing as the mover.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to recognize Elder from Treaty 6.
So at this point,
Muskeg Lake.
Okay, so I will come back to you, but at this point, you are withdrawing as the mover. You're not withdrawing the resolution.
As the mover.
Okay, thank you. So now that we have, the mover has withdrawn as the mover, I will ask the question. The resolution has not been withdrawn, but the mover has withdrawn. Is there anyone that is willing to be the mover of this resolution before we open it up for further discussion? Is there anyone that is willing to be the mover of this resolution? I'm sorry, we'll go to microphone number 2, Chief Sanderson.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. You know, in our Treaty 6 territory, we're just having a celebration here, 150 years. You know, our treaties are eroding, and now there's a Treaty 1 to 11 gathering. You know, what's been resolved through all those years in that gathering? And yet, when we come down to our treaties and talk about them on this floor, and not being listened to from the governments, provincially and federally, not respecting them, and yet they still say, we honor them. We honor the treaties. But you know, my community went through lots in the last 125 years, maybe 130 years, because we lost a reserve. We lost a reserve based on 9 band members signing an agreement with the former government back then. So I'm speaking on behalf of my ancestors that signed treaties in 1876, and we've been fighting hard with the government to reinstate us as the First Nations. You know, our treaties are eroding. So when do we start challenging that? And yet the governments that we try to sit down here today, they talk about promises, the major infrastructure projects. There's lots popping up in Saskatchewan. All of a sudden they want First Nations to be engaged and accommodate and be one of the shareholders. But you know, we have a treaty commissioner back in Saskatchewan that speaks for First Nations too. We have embassies in Ottawa here that are located in Canada. Why can't we have our own embassies in the United States or other countries like that? So, you know, it's worth a try to have a treaty office nationally. You know, that they get funded. Where does that fund go? No.
So there's a process that I want to finish this first, but if I can have Chief Eku stand by and have the knowledge keeper be able to speak at microphone 2. But before I go there, so here's where we're at. We have a new mover and a seconder. The new mover, Chief Sanderson, are you okay with the proposed amendment on paragraph 3? You're okay. So this is where I'm going to the seconder. Are you okay with the amendment under paragraph 3? Microphone 1.
Hello. So I'd like to thank the creator for today for bringing us together in a good way. To our knowledge keepers, our elders, for praying for us. I stood behind this resolution, a place where we can all turn to learn the historic teachings of our treaties. Our treaties are international. The moment we signed that treaty with the Crown, it became an international treaty. But that's not a treaty that's being taught to our kids. My son, who is 16 years old, spent 2 weeks learning about treaties in school, but spent 3 months learning about World War II and the Holocaust. So how can we move forward if we're not teaching our kids from the very beginning? And right now, our elders in my community are ready to celebrate the 150th celebration of Treaty 6. But the historic teachings are being lost and forgotten and being blended with the colonized view. And we're losing elders every day with their stories on that treaty. And I believe this resolution, where it's First Nation led, to collect the history within our communities and to put it in a place where we can all turn to. And I'm not sure if anybody would like us to change the wording where it's a place where all of us can go to collect that history, that knowledge, and to be able to have in us a place where we can turn to when we're going internationally. Because when something happens to us, when we travel, we have to go to the Canadian government. But yet we're nation to nation. We should be able to go somewhere where we say we're treaty and that we need help. Because I have members in Australia, the UK, and when they need help, they're calling us. They're not calling the Canadian government. And that history needs to be taught internationally because our treaties are international. Because we didn't sign it with the Canadian government. We signed it with the Crown. And one of the key pieces that's being forgotten, before those treaties were signed with the Crown, it was our natural laws, our inherent rights that pushed those treaties. And the key piece here is those treaties that were nation to nation are being lost and forgotten. And as we stand here today, you look around and you see how many knowledge keepers here and how much are standing here with us. And that's the piece that in this resolution is not renegotiating our treaties. It's a place where we can collect all our info, all our history, for our future generation to turn to as our elders pass on and those important pieces, because I don't want to keep going to the federal government asking to look at our treaty and say, I want to see the historic stuff. I want to be able to go somewhere where I can bring my kids to see that history, that oral history as well, not just written history. The stories from the elders who were there that were passed on to their children and grandchildren. Our ancestors' true intent of treaty. Except.
Mover, or sorry, seconder of the resolution. You concur? Thank you. Okay, so we've made that change, and this is the change that will be brought forward for a vote. Chief Ekus, are you still here? Chief Ekus had asked to have the knowledge keeper recognized, and she was going to allocate some of her time. She's not here right now. Can I have Proxy Wilson? Are you? Okay, thank you. Just for the record, Proxy Wilson, thank you. Go ahead, microphone 2.
Hi. My name is Askika Nanamoata and Sigatagon. My Christian name is Eugene Arkan from Muskeg Cree Nation. I'm not here to speak against or for, but I was here when all of the old guys, Harold Cardinal, I was a youth rep, same as these young people. And I remember what they said. John Tutusis, Moi we got so matapamato and gagimeto agatama. Moi we got kasko noon magawan gisksia. What has happened here today is a stick of dynamite has been thrown in the middle of this circle. We do not play with the pamaton. We do not play with our treaties. We can have all the celebrations forever and ever without bringing treaty into it. And we can celebrate those treaties. They're gifts to us from the Creator. That's what the old people have said. And right now we're playing with the word province in that resolution. We're playing with it. Pogoma kautnama. Kita mas namok. Koisakte gaispike. Withdraw this. It has no place for what we're doing. Redraw this resolution so that we can support those that are celebrating without bringing in the Pamaton 1 to 11 and the other sacred treaties that are out there. I want to encourage our leadership today. I'm an old man. I haven't been here for a decade. But it really makes my heart pound and I want to cry when I see our young people politicizing our treaties. We don't play with this. This is sacred stuff. I'm not giving anybody heck. I'm not picking sides. But I remember what those old people said. I remember what happens in ceremonies. Moi gameta tamak, they said. Don't play with this. And right now, indirectly, it's being played with. I say all of this with all due respect to Chief Cameron and to all the leaders here. I have no agenda. I just want my great-grandchildren and my chapans to enjoy what the old people have said about treaty, not to play with it. We can celebrate without putting this in this kind of a forum. And watch for that dynamite. It'll destroy us. Hi, naskum no lakio.
We do have some more edits that were made, but we'll come back to that. I'll go back to microphone number 1. Go ahead.
My name is Uwid Mercredi. I'm a proxy for my community. Misapplies the Cree Nation. For many years, I was a voluntary advocate for Treaties 1 to 11. And the intent behind that was to keep our interpretation, our understanding of the treaties, not just alive, but to make sure that our treaties were honored by the country. This resolution you're considering doesn't belong here. It belongs with treaties 1 to 11. So it's up to the chiefs who signed those treaties to gather up. They can consider this resolution if they want. But the important thing is to focus on the fact that our treaties have not been honored. And I'm not convinced that an institution, whether you call it international or domestic, is going to accomplish that. You see, Treaty 5 was signed by my people, negotiated by one of my ancestors 151 years ago. It has not been honored by this country. I myself have no faith at all that Canada will ever honor our treaties. And I've been advocating for a long time now that we have to hold the British Crown accountable. The treaty was made in the name of the British Crown. And I invite all the chiefs here to commit to making a trail back to London and to make it very clear that we don't believe in their legal theory called the divisibility of the Crown. Because Lord Denning said the Crown for Canada is different than the Crown for his country. He was just washing his hands of any responsibility for his country for implementing the treaties. So I rise, as the elder did, to uphold the sacredness of the treaty. And that in the future, when the treaties 1 to 11, leaders are ready, if they so desire, they could come here and present a resolution to engage the AFN in some advocacy role in ensuring the country honors the treaty. Our deliberations should be about how Canada can be forced over time, politically or legally, to implement our treaties. We shouldn't be giving them opportunities to say we're helping you by creating an institution that I think would just give them ammunition to say we've done something for you. No, an institution will not accomplish honoring our treaty.
So I see before we go to microphone 2, I see 2 more chiefs, no hands raised. So here's what we're going to do. We don't have consensus. We have chiefs in support of the resolution. We have those opposed. We've heard the reasons why. But we're in a process right now where there was another amendment requested. And it's Chief Connor, correct? Okay, and I believe it was Chief Connor that requested this change. And usually the purpose of amending a resolution is to change it, to feel comfortable to support it, is normally the reason of an amendment. So this is the final amendment that was brought forward. So this was to remove paragraph 1 entirely, just to remove it. There's reference to AFN, there is reference to Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada. Remove that, and then the new paragraph 1, the next one, would add a couple of lines. I would now read, call upon the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to advocate for funding and financial support for the development and implementation of an international treaty houses within their respected treaty territories led by representatives from Treaty 1s to 11. So that was the request. So what I'm going to do first is ask the mover and seconder if you're okay with that amendment. And then, if there's any more discussion, I will ask the mover and seconder if you wish to proceed with the vote, knowing that we don't have consensus. So, mover, Chief Sanderson, are you okay with the amendment? You're okay. Seconder, you're okay. All right. So that is the resolution before you. I'll come back to microphone 2, Chief Connor, but I think that was your amendment, correct? Is there anything further? Okay, microphone 2.
Yeah. That's a welcome. Das minutang ng big star din. Aya indoy taman gagawan stotoik just to make sure we understand each other in the spirit and intent of the treaties. And to really get this grounded in where I come from. Papa, my dad, his name was Chief Johnson Suipegaham. Okay? O Papa was Andrew Suipegaham. O Papa was Savages J.B. Suipegaham. O Papa Iksu Pagaham. And why am I telling you my lineage? Samoche, Nguan Musumpen. This family heirloom has been passed down from all us Supagaham chiefs. I've been trained not to touch alcohol, the old ways, ceremony, ospogan, akiu chagone, gagigo gotoa, achahoma gahitaman, achahoma gahoma. Magistic isumtago, as a reminder, this was not the only treaty that we had with Witiskemaganak, with the Washi, with the Imstaguzu. We had many other treaties, and that's why we're here. From Treaty 8 and far from up north, Igosutagapiaya, Kiwit no Hoshe. Famais Moniawa Gitamsquaho, Kakio Giano, Gitamskatue Kawaspi. Kiwikamasagia, Uspagan Gilfinet, Steamaugia Bachihet, Tipio Chigiano Makagotamuniao. We did those ceremonies, we had our free trade agreements, economic development peace treaties, and that's why we're here today. We're trying to invoke and spark that interest among ourselves outside of that treaty because we've already had peace treaties among our people. That's what the old ones have always said. If we can bring those back, maybe then, maybe then we'll walk together. Egose.
Microphone 1.
Kelsey Jacko, Cold Lake First Nations. My nation is not only a part of Treaty 6, but my territory runs in Treaty 8 and Treaty 10. I'm only a Dene Nation in Treaty 6. We do have a friendship treaty with the Cree. But something has to be get straight here. Maybe it'd be a topic at the First Minister's meeting. We did not cede or surrender anything. That's the written text. Back then we really didn't understand. There's an oral text too. There's nothing in our language that says we ceded or surrendered anything. We agreed to share, but has Canada really shared with our people? Like I said before, our people are sleeping in boxes, suffering, dying on the streets, addictions and everything. What's the Treasury doing? ISK is getting in the way, too much red tape, too much bickering. I know, Carney, you're watching this. I'm still waiting to have a conversation with you. You talk about nation to nation. So I'm going to hold you that to Carney. But you know what? You guys are all royalty here, and you guys don't forget it. Masi Cho.
I've already closed the speakers list. Chief Wilson, if you can respect that, please. I had closed, and I will ask the mover and the seconder. We don't have consensus. We've had a really, really good dialogue, real good discussion on treaty. But I will ask the mover and the seconder if they wish to proceed on the vote. Again, these resolutions are your resolutions, chiefs. This is your assembly. This is an assembly of First Nations. You are the First Nations. The resolutions are your resolutions. They're not my resolutions. They're your resolutions. So I will ask the mover if you would like to proceed with the vote. Mover. Is that a yes? I'm not sure what the sign language is. And then I will go to the seconder as well. So the question is, do you wish to proceed? with the resolution? Microphone 2, please.
Good evening. Okay, I want to take it to the United Nations then. No, I'm just kidding. I'll defer it to the next AFN meeting. Okay. Anyways, not to discourage anybody, you know, treaties are very unique. I understand that. I'm the 5th generation of Chagaste Basin. You know, very powerful. I haven't participated in any of the Treaty 128 conferences because I believe that I'm a spokesperson for my grassroots First Nations people back at home. Thank you. Chief Bobby would like to say a few words.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Sanderson, and really good conversation, input, discussion from our treaty leaders, our inherent rights holders. Every one of us in this room are inherent rights holders. Currently, as you all know, on our traditional territories, we have sacred treaty documents, sacred artifacts that belong to our First Nations, sacred pipes, sacred rattles, the list goes on, that are currently in the hands of museums, currently in the hands of the Vatican churches, currently in the hands of people we don't even know or organizations we don't know. And to the BC Chiefs, I want to say something to you. I attended a Sundance ceremony on Pie Pot Cree Nation. And the Sundance chief there gifted me something. And he said this, and this is the reason why I think to the chiefs of BC and Regional Chief Terry, I don't know why, but he said, Bobby, I have something for you. So he pulled me into his hut, and he laid down a pipe. He said, an old man from BC came here many, many years ago and gifted me this sacred pipe. He didn't know the old man's name. I have that pipe in my home on Witchkin Lake First Nation Treaty 6 territory. To our Treaty 8 chiefs, Kiawau, Kistamina, you have artifacts, sacred pipes, sacred treaty documents that are not in your possession. What we were trying to do is find a path to bring those back to where they rightfully belong, into the families that once owned it, to the communities that own it, because those are all spiritual, sacred beings passed down from generation to generation. That's what we were trying to do here. Not trying to disrespect any other treaty territory, but that's still there, and currently they're still going to be in the hands of people we don't know, and that's the reality. Moccasins, baby moccasins, old buckskin outfits, many items that got to come back to your communities. That's why we were trying to do this. No disrespect to all of you, but to the BC Chiefs, when I come to your territory, I'll bring that pipe. Maybe one of your family knows it. Bring in our artifacts together where they rightfully belong. Narciso.
Chief Sanderson, just clarification, are you asking for it to be withdrawn or deferred to the next assembly?
Deferred.
Deferred to the next assembly. Okay, thank you. Migach. So that concludes our discussion. We're a little bit behind on the next panel. We have a lot to deal with for the rest of today. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Cedric to get into the panel discussion. Yeah, Migach.
So our next, we have microphone number 2, please. Proxy Wilson. Judy Wilson, proxy for Shishot Band. I was just wondering with what we just experienced, but more in the sense of order of the resolutions. We have no idea which resolutions are coming when. They're not shown on the agenda. So I wanted to know when the children and family resolutions were coming on and the early learning and childcare. There were some that, we just had that panel. It would have been nice to have done the resolutions. So anyway, none of us are knowing when our resolutions are coming on with so many resolutions. Is there a way the chair or the assembly can show us which resolutions are on deck and when they're coming up? Because some of the chiefs are trying to stay in the room to, vote on their resolutions or speak to them, and some are having to travel. So with all these emergencies, fires and floods, right? So anyway, I know the chair needs to clarify that for us about the order of those resolutions and when they're coming on.
Thank you, Proxy Wilson. Again, we'll work with our resolutions team to see exactly how that could go. For now, we do know that we have 2 sessions, so we'll have a plenary session on health, after which we'll go into a plenary session on housing and infrastructure, after which we then go into resolutions until the end of day. We'll verify with the team and see what we can get as information for that. For now, I'd like to start inviting over our first panelists. So our section on health has 3 different panels. I'd look towards Chief Tim Omenika, as well as Dr. Carol Hopkins, to please come towards the stage. Our first panel will talk about the gaps in First Nations addictions treatment centers and access to these. We'll also have a panel on men and boys wellness. And finally, we'll have a presentation by the family of Jolly Sutherland Weenie, which was referred to and mentioned by Dr. Blackstock earlier today. Each speaker will have about 5 minutes. We'll then proceed to the next panel and again go towards panel 1, 2 in our final presentation. But for now, I will look towards Chief Omenika and Dr. Carol Hopkins. And to introduce our panelists, I'd like to look towards our Regional Chief, Wendell LeBeau. Good thing your girl's there.
Kwe, Neen Delawisi, Wendell LeBeau. Good afternoon, my name is Wendell LeBeau, and I am a proud member of the Lennox Island First Nation and Regional Chief for Prince Edward Island with the Assembly of First Nations. I stand here today in honor of representing my First Nations on Prince Edward Island. It is my privilege to welcome you to today's plenary session on health, gaps in First Nations addictions and treatment centers, and access, and men and boys mental wellness strategies. Before I begin, I'd like to take a brief moment to acknowledge a heartbreaking loss back home on Prince Edward Island. We recently lost 2 dedicated island EMS paramedics, Mike McKenzie and Jenna Crocher, along with a patient who was in their care following a tragic collision just after crossing the Confederation Bridge while transporting their patient for medical care. These paramedics devoted their lives to serving others, including many of our First Nations on Prince Edward Island. Their compassion, professionalism, and commitment to helping people in their moments of greatest need will never be forgotten. On behalf of myself and the First Nations of Prince Edward Island, I want to extend our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and colleagues at Island EMS, and to the loved one of the patient who lost their life. At this time, I would like to ask everyone, if you are able to join me in observing a moment of silence in honor of Mike McKenzie, Jenna Crocher, and a patient within their care, Anne Martel. Our thoughts and prayers are with the grieving families during this time. Please, let's observe a moment of silence. Thank you. May they all rest in peace. So good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, elders, knowledge keepers, distinguished panelists, and all those gathered here today for this important discussion. I acknowledge the First Nation leaders in communities across these lands whose commitment to health and wellness of their nations continues to guide and ground their work. As a portfolio holder for health, it is my responsibility to ensure that the voices and priorities of First Nations are at the center of the decisions about mental health or mental wellness and addictions care, and that the federal partners understand their obligations to act in line with our rights, our treaties, and our self-determination. This plenary is part of AFN's broader effort to secure sustainable, distinction-based investments in First Nations-led health systems and to address critical gaps in addictions treatments, as well as the health of First Nations men and boys. Across the country, First Nations are leading innovative, community-driven approaches to mental wellness and addictions care that are grounded in culture, land, community, language, and traditional knowledge. These approaches demonstrate the strength and resilience of our nations and reinforce what First Nations have long stated, that lasting wellness is achieved through First Nations-led solutions that reflect the unique priorities, rights, and the realities of each community. Despite this leadership, communities continue to see significant gaps in care for mental health and substance use. First Nations face persistent challenges in accessing timely substance use treatments, culturally safe services, long-term aftercare, sustainable funding, and specialized supports that are flexible enough to meet growing and evolving community needs. This is especially evident in the lack of access to treatment beds and centres. First Nations individuals, youth, and families seeking treatment for mental health challenges, substance use disorders, and trauma are placed on lengthy wait lists or require travel, or sometimes thousands of kilometers from their homes and communities to receive care. These realities are a direct result of policy and funding choices that have failed to prioritize our First Nations. Our call is not simply for more beds. First Nations require sustainable, equitable investments in First Nation-led treatment and healing centres to reflect our knowledges and values, that integrate ceremony and land-based healing, and that ensure people can receive care in or close to their own communities. As governments and partners consider investments in mental wellness and its infrastructure, we must insist that funding is sustainable, equitable, and responsive to regional and community needs. Communities require one-time investments and short-time projects are not enough. Communities require stable operational funding, workforce development, cultural safe service delivery, and long-term support to build full continuum of care under their control. When First Nations lead, outcomes improve. When culture is strengthened, wellness is strengthened. When healing is accessible, communities thrive. Ensuring this happens is part of Canada's obligation to respect First Nations rights and jurisdictions over health. Today's discussion is a strategic opportunity to send a clear message. The shortage of treatment beds and the lack of First Nations-led treatment capacity are policy choices that can and must be changed. I'd like to now introduce our first panelist, our Chief Tim Ominika, who is the elected Chief of Wicknakong, unceded territory of the Manaloon Island, Lake Huron. As Chief, he is advancing a vision of long-term stable revenue to fund future roads, water, health programs, and community infrastructure, including economic development projects that will generate lasting revenues that will benefit the community for years to come. He also brings extensive experience in mental health and addictions, having served on regional and national advisory bodies, contributed to addictions, treatment, resources, and research. Please welcome Chief Tim Omitika.
Howdy, bonjour. Squadnagak Digital Cause, my Gondodem. Gima Wikum Kong unceded territory. My English nose win is Tim Ominika, and I'm the Chief of Wikum Kong unceded territory. So I just want to thank the AFN for reaching out and asking me to be part of this plenary session to talk about mental health and wellness. And when I was asked just a few days ago prior to coming here, I asked, what is it about? Who's all on the panel? And once I heard Carol, I said, put me on there. I'm going to go and speak with Carol. I just want to recognize Carol for all her phenomenal work that she's been doing nationally and all the great work. She was one of my teachers. I was able to work with her in the Thunderbird Partner Foundation, and a wonderful teacher, and 100% respect her with all of my heart. So, but you can't go anywhere without having teachers teaching you along the way. So I thank Carol for all of that. I know I'm a politician. We could talk long, so good thing I only have 4 more minutes. So to get started here, yeah, my background in mental health and addictions, I've been working in the area for over 15 years, and serving as a council member in my First Nation community for 10 years prior to being elected official as our GIMA in our community. I was really looking at the challenges we were having all of those years. Sitting at a political table and working in the area of mental health and addictions, you find it very difficult to ensure that we're getting proper, adequate funding for our First Nation communities. Not only working at the grassroots level within my First Nation community, but having that opportunity to work with Thunderbird Partners Foundation, which is a national organization, seeing the impacts we're having internationally in our First Nation communities. So it was really an eye-opener, just understanding that we are not the only ones going through this difficulty, and understanding our First Nation communities are solely underfunded when we're trying to go in the direction of wellness. And sometimes we look at the provincial and federal government where they're looking at how come our communities are in this state of emergencies? Well, first off is because of the intergenerational trauma that impacted our First Nation communities all of those years. And for them not to properly adequately fund us for this and support our mental health and wellness capabilities, they're not helping us one bit. So now being in a position as a GIMA, a chief in my First Nation community, it's giving me that opportunity to knock on those doors a little bit harder, to ensure the federal government has that fiduciary duty to fund our First Nation communities across the country, because we are all in the same epidemic that we're currently facing from substances of abuse. And, you know, one of the things that we really looked at in my First Nation community is the limited space, the long wait lists, and what we've started noticing and recognizing is our community members were slowly succumbing to the dependency of substances of abuse. And again, it's not putting all of it on the individuals who are suffering. It's coming together as a community, and as communities nationally, how are we going to support one another? Because it wasn't their choice to be in that position. There was intergenerational trauma impacting all of this, and how could we properly support each and every one that is going through this? One of the things that, looking outside of the box, what we were doing in our First Nation community was, okay, if the government's not going to be funding us adequately for these treatments of service, how could we deliver some economic opportunities and financially sustain these areas to get addressed? So what we did is looking at investing outside of our community, generating our own source revenue to fund these programs, because we said, you know what, if they're not going to help us, even though it's our fiduciary duty, we will look at funds to support our community members suffering from this illness. And don't worry, the federal government, you'll get the bill later, but you know, we will do this first to ensure that we are protecting our members. And when we came across this decision at the table, some of the council members said, this is going to cost a lot of money. Where are we going to do this? We'll have to pull from there. And one of my roles, sitting as our leader in the community, I looked around the table, an individual sitting in the audience, and I said, well, what's more important, money or our community members' lives? So once we said that, money was out the window, and we focused on finding any type of revenue, any type of money to support our members that require these types of treatments of service. And looking at more opportunities such as the land-based activities we found is very important, because again, that's what was taken away from us years ago, and all that trauma impacting our First Nation community members, not understanding the value and their history. So we know that that opportunity for funding those types of services is very important, because it's getting back to the grassroots level, understanding their culture, their heritage, their language, which is going to really let them understand who they are, what their purpose is, and how they're going to continue to get supported by leadership and community moving forward. I ran out of time already, but I know we have some wonderful, great speakers, and I tried to speak as fast as I could. Good thing I drank 3 coffee before I started, which was great. But I just want to say chimigwech to the AFN for giving me this opportunity to speak on some of the challenges we are currently facing in our First Nation communities, not only within our own community, but all of our communities nationally. So I think it's time we all come together as leaders to put this on the government to fully support this. And I'm very grateful that we are having this First Minister's meeting coming up, and that is one of the things I would like them to look at also. So with that, I want to say chimigwech and give me this opportunity to share some of my insight and some words relating to mental health and addictions. Chimigwech.
Thank you, Chief Ominika, for your leadership and your perspective that you have shared with us today. I'd like to now introduce our next panelist. Dr. Carol Hopkins is the Chief Executive Officer for the Thunderbird Partnership Foundation and is of the Liapa Nation. She has spent 30 years in First Nation substance use and mental health, bringing together Indigenous knowledge and Western education, including a Master's of Social Work from the University of Toronto and a degree in Sacred Indigenous Knowledge from Medowin. Carol is an officer of the Order of Canada and has received multiple national awards for her leadership. Please welcome Dr. Carol Hopkins.
I'm a girl from the res that likes to talk a lot. There's my bio. No Indigenous Kazgaye, my Ingan and Odem, Lane Lanape, Quayan Dow, Lanape, King and Donjaba. I was asked to share some words with you today about the gaps in treatment, and First Nations are suffering the most from the drug crisis that is present amongst all of us. There's no one that is exempt from that impact. Individuals, families, and whole communities are being impacted by the drug crisis. And I want to remind you of some other issues that have been present that have limited our ability as First Nations to respond to the drug crisis. As First Nations communities, we do not receive intervention-based funding in our communities. All of our services are funded at the prevention level. In order to effectively address the drug crisis, we need intervention-based funding and services in our community where we live and where people need those services. The more First Nations people are dependent upon outside services, the harder it is to sustain our wellness. And so an example of that is many First Nations communities do not have the access to the life-saving drug called naloxone or Narcan. As a result of the Emergency Treatment Fund announced by Health Canada, we were able to get some funding to purchase and distribute naloxone to First Nations across this country. Millions of dollars have saved lives with the access to naloxone. In March 2027, that funding will come to an end. And where will First Nations be where will we be in maintaining life for First Nations people who have fallen victim to dependency on opioids? Treatment centers are struggling like the rest of us to ensure that they have enough resources to feed their people. The cost of food has skyrocketed since the pandemic. Treatment centers are impacted by those costs as well. They are also impacted by the low wages that they are expected to receive. In some provinces, our frontline, valuable, very knowledgeable and skilled workforce can leave the work of counseling and supporting recovery and treatment and get higher wages flipping hamburgers at McDonald's. That's not acceptable. Our communities need more capacity. They need equity. And we need to understand and embrace harm reduction. It's about reducing harms not only to individuals, but to families and communities as well. Harm reduction is about preserving life. There is nothing in our story of creation that says that we can turn our blind eye to people who are suffering and that we can let them die. As long as we are not addressing and supporting harm reduction, we are making a decision that life is disposable. That's nowhere in our culture. In fact, for people who are dependent upon opioids, methamphetamine, benzodiazepine, xylazine, and on goes the list, alcohol included. Our culture, our own knowledge as First Nations people, our ceremonial practices, all of it matters, and it makes a difference for First Nations. Earlier this afternoon, I was talking about the Native Wellness Assessment from the Indigenous Wellness Framework. Treatment centers across this country, they meet standards of excellence. They need more funding for more beds, to pay their wages, to ensure they have the food to feed people, but also to engage the knowledge of cultural practitioners, knowledge keepers, elders, faith keepers, to be integral staff and service providers in treatment. Our communities need to embrace that knowledge and skilled workforce in our service delivery. Indigenous knowledge has an evidence base, and that evidence base is our stories of origin, our story of creation. And we've been able to develop the Native Wellness Assessment, which measures the impact that culture makes in supporting wellness. In fact, over the last 6 years, we've gathered thousands and thousands of assessments from people who present in the National Native Alcohol and Drug Abuse Program and the National Youth Solvent Abuse Program, who have taken a baseline assessment and then another assessment along a period of time in their recovery journey. And those assessments prove that land-based practices like sweat lodge, learning to speak the language, knowing and identifying what are real medicines and the relationship that we have with medicines, learning about gardening, hunting, gathering food, fishing, all of those things that we sometimes take for granted are part of our identity. And when treatment centers support individuals, and like Tim's community, also supported people who are in a recovery journey from opioids, take them out on the land and teach them about medicine, we've seen an improvement in their wellness. In a short 6-week program, people have improved in their spiritual, emotional, mental, and physical wellness by 5%, all the way to 19%. And so we know that land-based services do make a difference. And we know that we need more services in community to address this drug crisis and to ensure our future. I could talk to you all day about those things, but I have used up my time, and hopefully it has been helpful. Miigwech.
Thank you, Dr. Carol Hopkins, for your powerful contributions and the work you continue to do within your communities, or within communities. Thank you, Chief Omidika and Dr. Carol Hopkins, for grounding this plenary in lived realities of our communities and the solutions rooted in culture and First Nation jurisdictions. I'd like to now turn our attention to another vital health topic. The next discussion will shine a light on the unique health and wellness challenges and experiences of First Nations men and boys. Many carry the impacts of intergenerational trauma, colonization, systemic racism, and barriers to services that are designed without realities, responsibilities, and identities in mind. The federal men and boys health strategy must be guided by First Nations leadership and grounded in priorities that we have advanced. That strategy will only be meaningful if it addresses the structural drivers of health outcomes for First Nations men and boys, including colonial policies, over-incarceration, child welfare involvement, and persistent gaps across health, social, and justice systems. Supporting the wellness of First Nations men and boys is essential to strengthening families, communities, and future generations. When men and boys have access to culturally grounded healing, positive identity, and community connections, the benefits ripple through entire nations. The health of First Nation men and boys must be addressed in partnership with First Nations, not through systems designed without us at the table. This panel brings together leaders and experts who are advancing First Nation priorities and who bring valuable experience from their communities, organizations, and health systems. They will speak to the current gaps, the strengths in our communities, and the actions needed from governments, partners to support First Nation-led solutions. I'd like to now introduce our next panelist, Dr. Chief Leroy Denny, who is a strong advocate for the Mi'kmaq language revitalization, having played a central role in achieving legislative recognition of Mi'kmaq as Nova Scotia's original language. He co-founded the Eskasoni Culture, Recreation and Youth Program and championed the opening of the Eskasoni Fitness Center, embedded healthy living and cultural pride at the heart of the community life. His leadership reflects an enduring commitment to the wellness, sovereignty, and self-determination of his people. Please welcome Dr. Chief Leroy Denny.
Holdasi biggest individual Nokisco, a Murji Samo, Holdasi aim Algonquin territory, Yavidazik. Holdasi National Chief, but I mean, Gizit Logan, Gisco to Scudam and Naija, Genimotan, they'll get the Madigan, and they'll go dig, name without a minute, and they're born to make the Genimuk, a Hobatus, without a minute, and Sassoni. My name is Chief Leroy Denny from Eskasoni, and it's an honor to be here at Algonquin Territory, Schnabek, and I was asked by our National Chief to speak and share the groundwork that we were doing back home, the community of Eskasoni, and helping our men and young men in our communities, and I share some stories, and along with my fellow councillors, which I want to acknowledge, they're sitting at the back over there. And I told them if they chair, I'll buy them KFC tomorrow. Oh, okay. Also, I want to acknowledge my wife sitting there with the council. I just want to acknowledge her in their presence and amongst the chiefs, leaders, and elders. Again, I just want to really, it's an honor to speak at this panel. And regarding the session today, we have a rigid set of I was giving interview questions, but today I really want to talk to you about what we are doing on the ground in our community of Eskasoni for our men and boys, which I have been very involved since I started my leadership as chief for past 16 years. And we didn't really start our wellness journey with the sterile clinic or textbook. There was no guidance or anything like that. And it just simply bringing our men together to laugh, to connect, and to just feel respected and completely judgment-free zone. And we do we try to do cool guy stuff, but it's driven by a deep, life-changing purpose. And I call it the eagle of wellness, Gitpu. And we are deliberate about how we reach our men. If you try to force them into a circle to talk about their feelings right away, you will scare them off. We try to be very mindful, respectful, and you don't have to meet them where they are. We mix connection, recreation, culture, fun, and we let their guards down first. So we do things they love, what the guys love, and we organize, example, paintball coming up. And golf simulators. We had a really good Father's Day bash, washer toss, card games, which many guys really like card games, and games. And we also go on wellness retreats, and in these wellness retreats, we make sweat lodge and from ground up, and we appreciate the sweat more that way. You're building it from scratch, and you end up hitting up the rocks, and we do the ceremony, and cold plunges, and We go to gun ranges, shoot gun and let it all out, and it's just really good feeling that way. Lots of laughs, joking around, just, you know, guy stuff when we host these wellness retreats. And a very popular thing, we give free haircuts. We get barbers coming in there, you know, nice fades and all that stuff, and they feel really good. Hockey games, and we eat well, and above all, we laugh. Laughter is a powerful medicine. One of our guest speakers one time was Don Burnstick, and he shared his humor and shared his stories too, as a survivor of residential school, and also experiencing childhood trauma, which many of our men that we recognized in these outings, you know, when they share, and of course, probably many men in this room as well. At the same time, we wrap them in our culture. We do traditional outings, like we go fishing, eel spearing, and we ask our men what they want to do, and we listen. You know, drum making workshops, and we made Christmas wreaths, so it was really fun, and you know, all these things. And just recently, before our powwow in Eskazoni, we had a head roach clinic. It was like 10 young men made their head roaches and then try to promote the dance in our powwows, and even including myself. After 17 years, I started dancing again. I'm a grass dancer, so I'm 50 years old at a grand, I was on the golden age category, and you know, I really enjoyed it. So those are the things that we really focused on the past year, and really on the health side too, we really want to pushing to raise awareness of prostate cancer, mental wellness. Those are the really hidden stuff that many of our young men are experiencing. So we don't want to stay on surface. One of the things that we really is a trust building, and we get serious at times. And many of the men who join us carry dark histories, heavy trauma, childhood trauma. Many of our day school survivors, they live with severe anxiety, depression, anger, PTSD, childhood trauma, and we also face massive physical health gaps. So many of our men live in silence with undiagnosed diabetes, heart disease, heart conditions, cancer, refusing to seek help, and sometimes it's too late. So we bring in guest speakers to speak, cancer survivors, and those who experience PTSD, mental health issues, survivors from suicide, very deep, very tough stuff. And we really try to promote our healthy, active living as an example for myself. I live a very healthy, active life. I live a alcohol and drug-free life all my life. I rely on my medicines. I really rely on living the good red road. And we also have therapists involved in our counselors, therapists in our sessions. So you know, we do a lot of these mental health. We involve mental health coordinators from our partners, from Nova Scotia, Union of Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq, Nataka. So if you're struggling, we also heal amongst each other, and we heal together. So many of you in this room, I know as chief, as you know, as chiefs here, and I've been chief for a while now, but also I stand before you as a first responder, and I have stood on the absolute front lines of our community's pain. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. I have witnessed firsthand what our men and boys, young men, go through in the tragic ways. We lose them to violence, to untreated health crisis, and to mental health emergencies, suicide. I have held young men in my own hands, doing everything in my power to save them as they drew their last breaths. I have responded to horrific accidents, to shootings, to calls where mental health had completely fractured. I know I am not alone in this. I know many of the chiefs sitting in this room have witnessed these exact same tragedies, and if a tragedy strikes, I just know that I'm always in our prayers with many chiefs. The chiefs know what we go through in leadership here. We carry the weight of our people, we grieve on our shoulders every single day. It seems like there's always deaths in our communities. We don't have time to grieve. We don't have time to heal. Just one thing after another. But carrying that weight comes at a cost. I never thought it would happen to me, but those frontline calls cost PTSD, even in my own life, and many people in my colleagues as first responders have experienced. I want to look at my fellow chiefs and leaders today and say this: we must take care of ourselves. So when I ask the chiefs, please take care of ourselves too. We cannot lead our people to a place of healing if we are quietly breaking inside. We cannot pour from an empty cup. What brought me through and what keeps me standing is our ceremonies, and I asked some of our elders here to bring their medicines out and to our traditional medicines. Of course, my wife and my daughter and my good friends, my colleagues, my council that are here with me, we do these programs together. It's not just me, we have a team. We have an amazing team that are sitting back there, and great support from our council. We have also female councillors who do the same thing for the women and young people, the youth, two-spirit. And that's why I'm so fierce about the work we are doing here in Eskasoni and for our nations, because I know exactly what is at stake, and we don't reach our men in time. It's important that we do and create these spaces. The reality is this: we have been doing all of this life-saving work without government funding. We didn't wait for the government departments to approve the grant for our men who were dying. We decided we couldn't rely on others to save us. We chose to invest in our own healing. We had no choice, because there's nobody who will come here to save you. And we've been doing this since 2009. So we have done this using our own source revenues and support from our council and our tribal organizations, Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, CMN, and the NADICA. But this is the gap. Grassroots, culturally grounded, First Nations-led wellness should not have to survive on appeasement funds. It is essential, life-saving, and it deserves real, sustainable backing. Today, I'm calling all our chiefs here in the room, in Assembly, our leadership, and AFN, our national chief, to stand together. We must create a unified support system to help our men, young men, boys. We must call on the government for dedicated funding to invest in these programs. I believe every single First Nation community in this country, in this Turtle Island, should be doing this. It is a beautiful, sacred thing to wellness when our men break their silence, stand proud in their culture, heal, and change. When we heal our men, we strengthen our families, we protect our children, and we lift up our entire nation. So I'm sorry I went over a bit, but I had to just share that, and it's very, thank you, National Chief, for inviting me to speak on this.
Thank you, Dr. Chief Leroy Denny, for your vision, your words, and for the work you have led in communities to support the wellness of men, boys, and families. Our final panelist is Cade Anderson, and he is the Men and Boys Wellness Coordinator with MKO's MMIWG Liaison Unit, working with Northern First Nation communities to support the mental, emotional, cultural, and spiritual well-being of men and boys through cultural-grounded, community-led wellness programs and initiatives. Please welcome Cade Anderson.
Bonjour, Anyan. Mokute Benessis. My legal name is Cade Anderson. I'd like to thank MKO for giving me the opportunity to do the work I do. They supported me through it. They helped me as much as they can. So in our first years of this work, we were doing focus groups, and we go to the communities to see their needs. And every community is different, so we have to adapt to that. And I didn't realize how big this project was going to be. When I first started, I started as a helper, and it grew and grew and grew, and you know, there was 4 of us at one point. But we were going to all these communities, and we started seeing the need that the men needed, and the different, like the different ceremonies, or the different, you know, first kill ceremonies. You know, there's those little things that men needed. We started realizing what they needed, and so, and when we started going to these communities and we started seeing the need, we had to make a program, workshops for them. You know, and in the workshops we were making for men, dads, but we almost forgot about the youth. And so that's when I started bringing up the youth of the men, of, you know, how do we create healthy communities? How do we integrate these youth? And so some of the structure that came when I was there, and it was already there, was having elders there and going on the land, bringing them on the land, doing that hunting, doing that fishing, the first kill ceremony that some of these young guys don't have, you know, that they need that. And we started realizing that, bringing ceremony to these communities, right? We adapted to each and every community, and the need for them to see what a healthy man looks like, right? And so when we do this work, and when I was going into these communities, the program started changing a bit. I started realizing they don't cry. How do we get them to cry? How do we get them to use their feelings? How do we get them out of that little shell they're in? And we started with circles, because that's what I was taught growing up, is circles. You know, in the culture, circles, things, having just a men's sharing circle, it started as, and information that I was giving them. And the feedback was really, really good, because these communities are calling me back. And the funding has slowed down. There's not much funding, and I don't see the funding, right? And so when they're calling back, I don't know how to go tell them that it's hard to go there. How do we get there? You know, and we're finding ways around that. As MKO is helping me, and they're helping that cause for healthy men and boys, because we need that space too, right? And, you know, to have healthy communities, we need healthy men. We need healthy families, you know, to build on that. And these youth, to show them that, you know, it's okay to use your emotions. And when we go into these communities, everyone is different. Sometimes we'll go hunting, sometimes we'll go fishing, sometimes we'll do ceremony, and sometimes we'll just do sharing circles and informations. So that's the work I do. I go in the community, I ask them what they need. How do they need help? How can I help you in the leadership organize something or create something, right? How do we get that? How do we get those into the communities? And so I've been seeing a lot of this lately in these communities, and a lot of callbacks lately. And, you know, I have to say, hey, I have these other communities that I haven't visited yet. These are priority. And I'm getting into those communities. And so when we go into the communities and we're working with these youth, I give my phone number away to them. And I get calls every once in a while. And it'll be sometimes in the middle of the night. And I get those calls and I answer those calls, and they say, how are you doing? When are you coming back to the community? That's how much of an impact that I leave. And when I have my group of my coworkers, that's the impact we had on them. And that's how much of a need there is for this. And me growing up, how I grew up with love, compassion, we need to share that. We need to share that medicine. And that's what I was taught. And so I'd like to thank everyone for giving me the space and the time to come up here. I had a little bit of time, and AFN. I'm going to leave you guys with that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Kate Anderson. And again, to Dr. Chief Leroy Denny for the dedications you both have put towards the important work when it comes to our men and boys. And to all our other panelists today, your collective work is essential to the health and future of our nations. And your insights provide clear direction for the advocacy and the partnerships we must continue to advance. That concludes our plenary session on health. Well, thank you again to our panelists for sharing their experience, knowledge with us. I want to acknowledge the families, survivors, and communities whose realities are at the heart of this work. Your strength and your advocacy are the reason we continue to push for better systems, better investments, and better outcomes for First Nations across Canada. To show our appreciation for the important words today, we do have a few gifts for you. Thank you.
Well, to all of our speakers, and again, the gifts are quite big, so we can help with shipping if ever there is an issue. The team will be in contact. We now, I would look towards the family of Jolly Sadolonuwini if they want to approach the stage, and I would turn it over to our regional chief, Bobby Cameron, as I look towards, if Regional Chief Cameron is around. If not, I'll pass it over for the next moment to Adam with regards to the point on the resolutions.
I'm just going to kill some time. Miigwech, Cedric, and Miigwech Kadanawa. We are behind according to our schedule. We are just waiting for the family to come up. Regional Chief Cameron from Saskatchewan will be coming up and introducing the group. Just being out on the floor, I know I'm getting a lot of feedback and reaction from chiefs. I know that you want to get to resolutions. You want to get to your resolutions. We are falling behind somewhat, so just a reminder, in order to get to all of the resolutions, we have to stick to the time frame. And I know that a lot of issues have a lot of discussion, but it is important that we make the decisions, get to the vote, and then move forward on the other issues. I'm not sure that we will get to any resolutions today. We are behind. We have the family coming up. As soon as they're ready, I'll give it back to Cedric. So family, come on up. Regional Chief Cameron, come on up. I'm just filling some time while we're waiting for the family to come up. We may not get to resolutions today. If we do, we may be able to do one or two. There's been requests for certain resolutions to be deferred until tomorrow morning. We will do our best to, again, get to all the resolutions, but we are behind. So after this presentation, again, I know the family is coming up. We have to stick to the time frames, and we'll get to the next panel on housing. We will finish at 5:45 unless there is a motion from the floor to extend time to continue with motions. But we will go until 5:45. But if somebody comes forward with a motion and it's accepted by the floor, that is the only time we would continue. Otherwise, we will wrap up at 5:45. I know there's activities, events planned for this evening, starting right at 6 o'clock. So I know that was the purpose of that. So I think we're almost ready here. I will very soon give it back to Cedric. Ego miwe mega jisik that's the what to say. Ego that's the and yatsto a bed sick. Ego das kagwe gishga dewenon winogeno no gum kagisga kagis unatska degen kagwe tuchka degen. Ego das ono gabijad manogum. We're all set. Okay, I'll give it to Cedric.
Thank you, Adam. Again, final call maybe for Chief Cameron. Not seeing him anywhere. I will go to our guests that are with us, and I believe that Elaine Sutherland, you will be our first speaker.
Danse, Elaine Sutherland Nzigason. I am the auntie of Jaylee Sutherland Weenie, sister to Wilson, her dad. We're here today to talk about the dangers of preeclampsia and the mistreatment of Indigenous people in the healthcare system, specifically in this case, First Nations people. My niece, Jaylee Sutherland Weenie, died tragically on April 26, 2026, at the age of 24 at the Jim Pattinson Children's Hospital in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. She had a diagnosis of preeclampsia, which is a hypertensive disorder which causes high blood pressure, reduces function of the kidneys, attacks your organs, fills your lungs, swelling of the hands and feet, and if left untreated, causes death. My niece died tragically at 5:14. 4 minutes later, her daughter Rhea was born by emergency C-section at 5:18. Jaylee was diagnosed with preeclampsia the night before and sought medical attention, but her calls for assistance were ignored. The healthcare system failed her on every single level. The dangers of preeclampsia are nothing new. It's not a new medical thing that we have. 60 years ago, my mother was thrown in the hospital when she was pregnant at the thought of the possibility of having preeclampsia. When I was pregnant in the 1990s, I was warned both times about the dangers of preeclampsia. Every single woman is warned about this danger and how it could be possibly fatal to the mom and both the child. Late Jaylee was diagnosed with it, and yet they chose to do nothing. They left her in the hospital for 30 hours, 100% knowing in a hospital that preeclampsia can be fatal for both the mother and the baby. The only known cure for preeclampsia is emergency C-section to save both mother and baby. Jaylee was not alone in this. She had advocates by her side. She had her spouse Blaine, her parents, her in-laws, and the hospital still chose to leave her in that condition. Unfortunately, we lost my niece as a result of this. And if I can say Shelley, Brittany, Alyssa, Journey, Charity, Brooklyn, and Lacey, these are just a few of the women that have come forward to our family, and just the tip of the iceberg, with complaints from the same hospital about their mistreatment. And this is just one hospital across Turtle Island. This is just the tip of the iceberg. This could be your sister, your daughter, your niece. Enough is enough. Talk means nothing anymore. We are demanding action. 150 years ago, during the Treaty 6 negotiations, our ancestors negotiated the medicine chest clause to ensure health care for our people. Where was Jaylee's health care? I'm tired about hearing talk about change, talk about reconciliation, without any real action. Our healthcare system needs to have culturally safe care education through collaboration with our First Nations partners. They control our health. They control our people. Enough is enough. We need to give our people a fighting chance to survive. None of our Indigenous families should be having to face the tremendous hurt that everyone on this stage is facing on a daily basis. Being left to grieve when we should be celebrating a new mother with her new baby daughter. The Shirley Bighead Nitawiki and Opika Wasuwin Birthing and Childrearing Lodge opened up in Sturgeon Lake Centre, First Nations in Saskatchewan, 3 days after my niece passed. We're certain that if the centre had been opened, Jaylee would still be here with us today. We need more centres like this across Turtle Island. We are here to ask you to support justice for Jaylee, to support Jaylee's call to action, so this does not happen to any more of our Indigenous sisters. and to assist on a national inquiry into the mistreatment of Indigenous women in the healthcare system. Our ask is simple. We need to not only demand change, but ensure the implementation of the necessary systemic changes and policies so that our people are not negatively impacted anymore. Before I pass it off to Leona, I would like to thank our chief who forwarded this message, Chief Ananas, and the seconder, Chief Morasti, and everyone that's standing here before us supporting us. Thank you.
Dansa, my name is Leona Starr. I'm from Thunderchild First Nation. I'm the aunt of Blaine Warren, Jaylee's partner. On behalf of our family, I stand here today to deliver the following press statement that was prepared by the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations and endorsed by our family. FCIN demands justice for Jaylee and accountability in a preventable maternal death. The Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations supports our family to demand justice for Jaylee and to honor the life of a young mother whose death was both tragic and preventable. Jaylee was more than a name. She was a daughter, a mother, and deeply loved by everyone. Her life was filled with purpose, love, and promise. That life was taken far too soon under the circumstances that should never have happened. Her passing is not only a devastating loss for our family, but a stark and painful reminder of the systemic failures that continue to exist within this healthcare system. Failures that disproportionately impact Indigenous women and families. At the center of this tragedy are serious concerns regarding the recognition and treatment of preeclampsia, a known and potentially life-threatening pregnancy and complication. When properly identified and treated, preeclampsia can be managed. In Jaylee's case, there are grave concerns that warning signs were missed. Her concerns were not taken seriously, and critical intervention was delayed or denied. FCIN leaders, alongside our family and community members, are holding the hospital directly accountable for the failures in care that contributed to Jaylee's death. This was not inevitable. This was preventable, according to Vice Chief Fabian Head. Jaylee should still be here today, raising her newborn child, surrounded by our family. Instead, we are left grieving because the system failed her at every level. Instead, we are left grieving because the system failed her at every level. This is unacceptable. Vice Chief Head emphasized that Jaylee's death reflects a broader crisis in maternal health care for Indigenous women. Our women are not being heard. Their pain is dismissed and their symptoms are overlooked and their lives are put at risk because of it, said Vice Chief Head. We are not just here to mourn, we are here to demand justice, accountability, and change. Our mothers deserve to feel safe when they seek medical care. Right now, too many do not. FCIN is calling for immediate and concrete action, calling for a full, independent, and transparent investigation into the circumstances surrounding Jaylee's death. Accountability from the hospital and all healthcare providers involved. Strengthened maternal child health protocols, particularly in diagnosing and responding to preeclampsia. Mandatory implementation of culturally safe and trauma-informed care for Indigenous patients, and system-wide reforms to ensure Indigenous women are heard, respected, and properly treated. Vice Chief Head made it clear that this is more than just this one case. It's about ending a pattern, Too many Indigenous families have stood where our family stands today, grieving a loved one, lost to a system that should have protected them. We will not accept another preventable death. We will not allow another family to carry this pain. Justice for Jaylee means change, not words, not promises, but action. We stand here before you and call to action on behalf of our beloved Jaylee. FCN has stressed that honoring Jaylee's life means ensuring her story leads to meaningful reform. Justice for Jaylee is about protecting the lives of all Indigenous mothers. Her voice will not be silenced. It will drive change. Agasa.
Tanse kakiao, kita tamska tenawao, riana worm that sigatsan, wakatu sutsinia, megwats masaskatumanik, egiopikian, nehiao esqueo, egua upik squest amageonia. Hello, my name is Rihanna Worm. My spirit name is Wigaska Squeo, or Sweetgrass Woman, and I'm a member of the Quackachus First Nation in Treaty 4. I'm a Cree woman, a lawyer, and most importantly, I'm a mother. I have a beautiful 5-year-old at home waiting for me to return back to the prairies, and I'm currently holding life, expecting another by the end of the year. And I'm here today not solely as a lawyer and an advocate for Jolly's calls to action, but I'm also here to speak on behalf of those who have experienced preeclampsia or worse, eclampsia. As the other members of Jaylee's family have said, preeclampsia is a condition that's brought on by pregnancy, meaning the known cure for preeclampsia is to deliver your baby. Now, something important to remember about pregnant people is that our blood volume doubles during pregnancy in order to support the extra organ we grow and the life growing inside of us. So when our blood pressure is high, we are at extra risk, not just because of the high blood pressure in our veins, but the impact that it has on our kidneys, our liver, our lungs, and our heart. And all of that negatively impacts our own body and the life of our child. When I was at 38 weeks pregnant with my first child, I had the telltale signs of preeclampsia. I had high blood pressure, I had proteins in my urine, the swelling of my feet and ankles, all of which told my midwife and my other healthcare professionals that my pregnancy was at an end and that delivery ought to be induced. I'm so thankful that my midwife was my medical advocate for me during my first pregnancy, because I learned through her what the protocols are for preeclampsia, that delivery was the cure, so that it would not progress to eclampsia and bring on seizures and the shutdown of my organs or risk my life or my baby's life. I thank the Creator that I had a medical advocate with me through my birth, because I ended up with what was called severe preeclampsia and had to undergo an emergency C-section. When I read about Jaylee's story, such a young woman, only 24, who was diagnosed with preeclampsia and left waiting in the healthcare facility for hours, even after she told healthcare professionals she was in extreme pain. Of course, I blame those individuals who would not listen to her pain, but I also blame the whole healthcare system. There's racism that informs the individuals as well as systemic racism that the whole healthcare system is based upon. It discriminates against not just Indigenous women, but all First Nation patients. As a lawyer, I know that Indigenous people are discriminated against by the judicial system. The Supreme Court of Canada has recognized that as a fact. Where is the recognition of discrimination faced by Indigenous people in the healthcare system? There is plenty of evidence of our people dying in waiting rooms like Brian Sinclair in a Manitoba hospital, or while being mocked by nurses or other healthcare professionals like Joyce Echequan in a Quebec hospital, and now during labor and delivery like Jolly Sutherland. Researchers are now publishing results from the first national survey on the differences that pregnant people face when receiving maternal care. And to nobody's surprise, nearly 2/3 of all Indigenous people surveyed reported facing discrimination while accessing maternal care. This means that pregnant people accessing maternal care were either ignored or refused care, left unattended when they needed help, had treatment withheld or imposed without their consent, being shouted at or scolded by healthcare providers, and receiving negative comments about their ethnicity, heritage, or culture. This research was just published by a UBC professor in midwifery on June 30th of this year. But the results of this data supports the importance of Jaylee's calls to action. This is why it is imperative that there is accountability and changes made to ensure that culturally safe and appropriate care for First Nations patients to help them navigate the healthcare system, and that the AFN works with First Nation partners and federal, provincial, territorial governments to better understand the national scope of systemic barriers, discrimination, and inequitable treatment that affects First Nations women and families in the healthcare system. So we are asking you to please support resolution number 50, Jaylee's calls to action. Exe, hi.
This is the parents of Jaylee, and yes, I know how close I am with my mom and dad. So I know we met yesterday, but I just wanted to introduce you all. Keep them in prayer as they mourn their girl, and the husband is right here.
Yeah. So. Good afternoon, Assembly. My name is Wilson Sutherland, the father of Jaylee. You heard her story. It's unfortunate she passed away. But we just ask for your humbleness and vote for Resolution 50 so we can help to protect other mothers and babies across this land. I know during our situation, there was nobody. It was days after when these health navigators hired by the province of Saskatchewan came up to us and said, oh, if only we knew. Days after. While Jaylee was in her trauma, the nurse, she spit up blood. And when we told the nurses, they said, oh, next time she spits up blood, put it in this cup and we'll check it out. That's what they told us. It was every half hour they'd come and see us and say, we're getting a room ready, we're getting a bed ready. Or they'd come back with another excuse and say, we're short-staffed. So we went to, she was in there for 30 hours in the healthcare system. So my wife and I, we went to visit my mom. We were in the hospital for like a day already. So we went to visit my mom, we got a call, went back to the hospital. I dropped my wife and my granddaughter off at the front door of the Jim Pattison, and I had to go park, so I didn't know where they were. I went up to the 3rd floor, and all I could hear was code blue. So I pushed my way into that room. I seen them working on my daughter, and then they zapped her, and then the doctor said no pulse. So I left. I went to go look for my family. I thought I lost my granddaughter too. My granddaughter was born 4 minutes after my daughter passed. So I know we have a an angel with us. So I humbly ask for your votes for Resolution 50 tomorrow or whenever it comes onto the floor. Thank you. I'll let my wife talk.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Cynthia. I'm the mother of Jaylee. All I can say is they said there was no rooms. When she finally got into a birthing room, there were 8 birthing rooms clean, and they told us for 20 hours they did not have room. There was not enough staff, no doctors. When we got to the hospital when my daughter passed, there was 100 people in that room she passed. There was another 100 people in the room they sent us to after she died. Imagine 100 people, no faces. They just looked at us like they were studying us. 100 people in that little room after they said, no doctors, no nurses. And then they had the audacity after she passed to put their hands on our shoulders and say, is there anything we can do for you? They killed my daughter. Thank you.
I'm Blaine Morin from Big River First Nation. I'm Jaylee's partner, father of Rhea, which I'm happy that she was able to make it through with the situation that I've been with. It was hard walking out of the hospital without Jaylee, and just thank you for just listening to the stories that that went out there since this happened. I want to thank FSIN for especially the circumstances, and I don't want any other young man like me to go what I went through. So, to all this, I would like to see a change out of the system of, moving this forward and all that. Thank you.
Chiefs, proxies that are here, we ask each and every one of you to stay to support, humbly ask each and every one of you for your support on this very critical resolution. Please give us your time. The father, Blaine, in talking to him, said, I held my wife's hand until she passed. That baby is going to bring healing to their family now. As y'all know, many of you are parents and grandparents, great-grandparents. The most innocent thing on earth are our children. The closest connection to the heavens and to our Creator are our children because they're so pure. And that little baby, Rhea, whose name means flowing stream, to flow. The healing energy and spirits will flow to the family. We acknowledge everyone for being here and listening to the family. As you heard the father and the grandparents, they hope that no family endures what they have endured. This is why Chief Ananas and Chief Baldhead are creating an going to develop their own healthcare institution on their treaty lands so that this doesn't happen again. And Christine Longjohn, Chief of Sturgeon Lake, who's also developed and created and built a birthing center, who's advocated for many, many years for operating and maintenance funding, O&M. The family has asked the federal government to send the funding there so that no one endures the pain and anguish and the hurt that they've endured. Acknowledge this young youth member here in the gray shirt. I can see you hurting. It hurts all of us. So please give us your time to support this resolution to effect change and impact change immediately. Merci.
Miigwech, Regional Chief Cameron from Saskatchewan. There's been a request to deal with the resolution right away. The family is still here, so we will now deal with draft resolution number 50. So if I can have Encore put up the resolution on the screen, please. And the resolution is before you. I believe the mover and seconder are here. Chief Ananas, correct? Seconder, Chief Irma Maristy, correct? Okay. Mover and seconder are here. We will need to continue on to the next agenda items, but we wanted to deal with your resolution. So the resolution is on the screen. There was a slight change, so I need to go to the whereas, but start off with this, back up. So it's resolution number 50. It's titled Support for Jaylee's Call to Action and a National Review of Indigenous Patient Safety. It is moved by Chief Edwin Ananas, who is present, seconded by Chief Irma Maristy, who is also present. If we can scroll down to the highlighted whereas D, it reads, the Shirley Big Head Nitawiki and Ubighiawasoan Birthing and Child Rearing Lodge, located on Sturgeon Lake First Nation in Saskatchewan, is a cornerstone of First Nations birthing and birthing rights, and is a viable regional model that that others can follow. I'll go down to therefore be it resolved. The resolution reads, therefore be it resolved that the First Nations in Assembly, 1, express support for the Sutherland Weenie family in their pursuit of truth, healing, accountability, and meaningful systemic change arising from the circumstances surrounding the death of Jaylee Sutherland Weenie, and express support in principle for the objectives of Jaylee's calls to action as an important contribution to advancing culturally safe, equitable, and patient-centered healthcare. 2, call upon the Assembly of First Nations, AFN, to work with First Nations partners and federal, provincial, and territorial governments to better understand the national scope of systemic barriers, racism, discrimination, and inequitable treatment affecting First Nations women and families, healthcare systems, and to provide recommendations to First Nations in Assembly to advance patient safety, accountability, and culturally safe care. 3, support the advancement of patient safety and culturally safe care through collaboration with First Nations partners and existing initiatives, including the Cultural Safety and Humility Standard and its provisions relating to the people-centered care. Fully recognize Joyce's principle as a foundational framework for addressing First Nations racism in healthcare, strengthening its implementation and application across health and social services systems, as well as promote culturally appropriate approaches that support First Nations individuals and families in navigating healthcare systems and accountability processes. I'm reading the amended resolution. I'll come back to the mover and seconder if they are okay with the amendments. Number 4, support dedicated funding, infrastructure, and long-term resources to establish and deliver First Nations midwifery and uphold First Nations health structures to enable First Nations to care for our people throughout the perinatal period and across the lifespan. So that is the resolution. It is before you. The mover and seconder are here. Chief Edwin Ananas at microphone number 2. If you wish to speak to the resolution, you have up to 4 minutes. It's not required to take all the time, but microphone 2.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I know we're cutting it short for time here, so I had a long speech written out, but I'm very honored to be here today and to support the family, Sutherland Weenie family, and bringing this resolution to the floor. I want to thank the Assembly for pushing it forward for us, so that the family can have just that little bit of support and closure on knowing that this is going to be addressed from the Assembly. So I thank you very much, and I approve the amendments.
Thank you. Seconder, you have up to 4 minutes. Also, whether you approve the amendments up on the screen. Chief Maristy. Microphone 2.
Hi, my name is Irma Marasti, Chief of the Shoal Lake Nation, and I approve and support Jaleel Sutherland Weenie's family. Thank you.
Miigwech. Thank you. We have a chief, nobody online, but at microphone number 2.
Chief Junior Gould, the Advocate First Nation, in support. I call question.
Question has been called. Having said that, if we can have a brief comment from, again, microphone 2.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were going to call a question. I actually want to make sure, first of all, my heart and my, I don't even have the words to convey how much this hurts, and I really offer you my condolences to that beautiful family and to you, Blaine, and your beautiful daughter. Thank you for sharing your story with us and having the courage to do it. Having lost a child, Mr. and Mrs. Sutherland, our hearts are with you. I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose the work that needs to be done. So perhaps in one of the resolutions that the AFN be directed to create either a task force or a working group to provide those recommendations to the healthcare providers, specifically around prenatal, all the different recommendations that will come from this. I just want to say that we're going to have a resolution and we're going to advance it, but there's actually something concrete that the AFN will do to advance the work, and whether or not that be a committee or a working group or an action task force. So we can add that. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the resolutions team will work on the text, the written wording of the request. We'll do that right now. I understand the other chiefs that were behind microphone 2 were in support. Do I have another speaker? Okay, yes. While we're doing the change, microphone 2, please.
Good afternoon. Kakiki Sakauskonet Sigason, Patahausaga Ganochinya. Nanaskama Mama Witawi no Kisi Mantu Anutski Sagao. Good afternoon. My name is Chief Christine Longjohn from Sturgeon Lake First Nation, and first of all, I acknowledge our Creator for giving us another day. I want to send our condolences and our prayers and our thoughts to your family as well. In Sturgeon Lake First Nation, Saskatchewan, we had recently opened up the Shirley Bigot Nitawigi and Opigi Hawaso and Gamik, which translates to the birthing lodge and the good child-rearing practices. In Sturgeon Lake, there's been evidence that our people have been around for 11,000 years, and so birthing has always been a natural process and a gift that has been given to us by our Creator, and we had never given up our inherent rights to be able to use the Western healthcare systems. We've always had our own systems and our own laws in place with the rights of the woman and carrying the child. And we've also had our own laws with child-rearing practices. And so those laws carry, those teachings carry us through our whole life cycle, from birth to death. And so that's the work that we're doing in Sturgeon Lake. We do have the facility in place, and we are continuing to use existing funding for that right now. We are still advocating for long-term sustainable funding, operational and maintenance dollars as well. And so I am in full support of this resolution. Thank you.
Miigwech Gananaskamadan for your comments. I am looking to the resolutions team. I think we are almost ready with the proposed amendments, and very shortly we'll have it up on the screen. We'll have the resolution up on the screen for the Assembly. Actually, if we can put up the resolution now, please. I think we're almost ready to go. Once we have the proposed amendment, I will read it into the record and ask the mover and seconder if they concur with the proposed amendment. In the meantime, one final speaker, and that will be at microphone 2.
Alan Lewis, proxy West Bank First Nations, member of the Health Committee from British Columbia Health Rep. In British Columbia, it is mandatory for healthcare workers or providers to take cultural safety training. It's not a suggestion, it's mandatory. So I think that's something that maybe we should put in this resolution, that'd be mandatory for all healthcare workers in Canada. So hopefully we can add that.
Miigwech, if you can please stand by. We will have a member of the resolutions team just get the right wording. Cookpee or Chief, if you can see the resolutions team just to the left of the microphone. And again, we are just waiting on the amendment, and I'd like to acknowledge the family that is standing behind me, and Kenin Nanaskamak Miigwech Danagagashtuaj Majani Bawaj Xchigegun Yuengagis Kagiwan Hawaj Odanswan Michuegagwe and Quadik Kagwenis Nagadega Uzam Gabajue Jiset Oya. 3. Direct the AFN to strike a task force comprised of First Nations women to develop a strategy to disseminate the recommendations to healthcare providers and provincial, territorial, and federal health administrators, policymakers, and legislators with accountability and enforceability mechanisms. Mover and seconder, are you okay with that? Seconder? Okay. And we have one more minor change, proposed amendment to the resolution. Following that, question has been called. I will ask, again, we do not have to go to a full vote if we have consensus. So I will ask if there's any opposition or any abstentions to the resolution. If not, of course, it'll be carried. But again, I'm waiting on the team. We're just working on the proposed amendment. Following that, I know we have the panel on housing, and because of the time and the fact that we did spend some extra time with the family, acknowledging them, and that we wanted to get to the resolution right away, there may be some changes. But I know that we do have 2 chiefs standing by for the final panel dealing with housing. And we'll just clarify the panel presentation following this. I'll hand it back to Cedric once we're done that, and we'll get some clarifications. Again, the agenda was approved until 5:45. At which point we normally would wrap up. I'm not sure that we will get to any further resolutions unless there's a motion on the floor to continue. So I am hearing full support on the resolution so far. It's just some extra wording that would help with the resolution. And we are still working on it. We will be completed very shortly. Also, there is smudging available. The knowledge keepers to my left, on your right, the far end, if anybody requires, I'd like to acknowledge our knowledge keepers for providing that and being here with us as well. I'd like to acknowledge the members of the Knowledge Keepers Council that are up here at the front with us. Dr. Gwen is here with us throughout the day to help us out. And I'd like to really say miigwech. Thank you, acknowledge your presence. We also have Charles Hume that is also here with us, so they alternate back and forth as part of maintaining order and making sure that we are balanced in our discussions. And we have these discussions in a good way, Mr. Miigwech. And they'll let me know when they are ready. So right after this, I will turn it over to my colleague Cedric to lead the next panel presentation. Following that, we will have some important announcements, and I believe Kiera will be closing out. It's been great working with our youth co-chair. It's always fun helping out and getting some energetic people up here to help us out. So I'd like to acknowledge Kiera Lebeau, a member of the National Youth Council that is helping us and filling that role as the youth co-chair. Miigwech. Okay, here we go. No, almost. Ajagegat. So we have closed the speakers list, as it's a separate issue. Proxy Manig, and that's your chief now. Microphone 1, please.
Thanks. I'm not chief now, still proxy. I'm just wondering if we could have a friendly amendment under 3. I'm Marla Manig, proxy for Bosley First Nation here in Ontario. Under number 3, I'm sitting at the back here with some Indigenous midwives and some health professionals, and we're just wondering under number 3 where it says a group of women, if it could say a group of women and technical health professionals.
Miigwech. So I had actually closed the speakers list. I thought it was going to be a different matter that you would be speaking to, but there is a request there. So Proxy Manig is working with the resolutions team. I have closed the speakers list. Normally we don't deal with any further discussion or amendments, but this is a fairly straightforward one. So mover and seconder, I don't know if you heard the request, but it would be, if you look, if I can have the resolution up on the screen, please. And I know that the family that is here, it's been a while already, they've been standing as part of the presentation. Mover and seconder, if you look to number 3, so the addition would be, instead of just women, it would be comprised of First Nations women and technical health professionals to develop a strategy. Mover, are you okay with that? Seconder? You're okay with that. Miigwech. Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to the number 4. Is it the whole thing? Just the additions, like the in red? Okay, so if you look to number 4, I know it's small. Encore, if you can zoom into the changes, the addition would be, it's in red, Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action and the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry calls for justice and fully recognize Joyce's principle as a foundational framework for addressing First Nations racism in healthcare, strengthening its implementation and application across health and social services systems, as well as promote culturally appropriate and trauma-informed approaches. And it would continue on. Mover, are you okay with that? You good? Seconder? You're okay. Chiefs, that is the resolution before you. Questions have been called. Before we go to a full vote, I'm wondering if we need to, or do we have consensus? Is there any opposition or abstentions to the resolution before you? Any opposition or abstentions? I see none. None online. No opposition. With that, co-chairs declare that this resolution is carried by consensus. You're good. While we are getting ready for the panel, microphone 2.
Chief Ananash here again. I want to thank everybody for supporting this resolution. I just had one more request that since the air is so heavy and the feelings are right now are heavy, so I'm asking Chief Fred Robbins to sing us a healing song.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Condolences to the family. I feel the room's really heavy. So I'm going to sing this song for the family. I'll sing 2 verses. Consultant, all my relations.
So we'll for that good medicine, and we'll all to all the chiefs and those in attendance for creating that space. an important thing that we had to do. I'm now going to invite our Regional Chief, Brendan Mitchell, to come to the stage to introduce our next presenters.
She's over there. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We've just saw a very emotional and heartfelt situation to present a pretty important issue, but I'll say this, with issues, and we've heard many over the last 2 days, with issues, I believe, sometimes come opportunities. Opportunities for all of us to do more, to do better, and to do it faster. And this is where we are. This is our final plenary for today. It's an important issue that we're going to talk about on housing and infrastructure and where we're headed with the housing strategy for Canada, which impacts all of us, our communities and our people. My name is Brendan Mitchell. I'm the Regional Chief for Newfoundland and the portfolio holder at the AFN for Housing and Infrastructure, and I co-chair the Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure with Quebec Chief Lance Heyman. I'm pleased to be here on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people to introduce this important plenary session on the right to adequate housing. For me, this issue goes hand in hand with clean water. We talked yesterday about Bill C-37 and the concerns people had around that document and what it means to First Nations communities. For decades, First Nations have advocated for closing the housing gap in Canada, which we have now estimated to cost $177.1 billion. I've been speaking for a couple of years now with government officials, ministers particularly, at least 4 of them, about where we are with the housing and infrastructure gap and how we're going to improve it. My personal view is this: if the gap is $177 billion today, which represents this much space, by 2040, our gap is going to be this wide, and we're not doing enough about it fast enough to make an improvement. First Nations people are 4 times more likely to live in crowded housing and 6 times more likely to live in housing in need of repairs than non-Indigenous people. First Nations are also 23 times more likely to experience homelessness compared to non-Indigenous people. We're in a summer season right now, and what do you think is happening to homelessness across the country? It's expanding. And our people are overrepresented in homelessness across the country in our cities. Our young people don't like conditions they see in their communities. They quickly move into urban centers where they think the grass is greener, but it's not usually. They find themselves homelessness at times, living in encampments. And yes, they find themselves involved in other issues. And sometimes they may find themselves even dead from the conditions that they're in. In 4 different reports since 2003, the Auditor General of Canada has noted the limited progress that's been made on First Nations housing, with the most recent being published in 2024. We even had a report on homelessness also. These are issues that we have to be dealing with. First Nations have been clear about our priorities, and we work together with the federal government on the 2018 National First Nations Housing and Related Infrastructure Strategy. This strategy, by the way, was never endorsed or funded by the Government of Canada. Now Canada has announced plans to develop a federal Indigenous housing strategy. We're pleased today that Minister Mandy Galmasti is with us to help us understand where her government is headed with a strategy and how First Nations will be properly engaged. We heard a lot over the last couple of days about engagement, but yes, a lack of engagement in so many areas that impact First Nations people and communities. Minister, I'm looking forward to hearing you speak today about where we are. And I'm glad you also have your Parliamentary Secretary, Jeanette Levac, here. We're also pleased today to welcome Chief Elvin Flett and Chief Dolores Kagagamic from St. Teresa's Point First Nation and Sandy Lake First Nation, respectively. I was also told that a number of community members were to be here today, and I'm not sure if they're still in the building to help support these chiefs. They're here? Lovely. They are here. They help and support these chiefs in the stories that they tell, in the truths they tell to all of us about what their communities are facing. And we heard it on the water side. We heard it today from people regarding the hospital situation, the way the medical treatment is going, and the birthing of children. These are all significant stories. So I'm glad we have people here from the communities that I just mentioned to help support Chief Elvin Flett and Chief Dolores Kagagamic. These nations have led a class action lawsuit to force the Government of Canada to carry out its responsibilities to ensure safe and adequate housing, to make sure it's available on reserve. Last December, the judge in their case ruled that Canada does indeed have a fiduciary duty to ensure safe and adequate housing on reserve. Their case could have profound implications for First Nations housing across the country, and we're grateful they have traveled here to speak with us about it today. I extend my gratitude to the chiefs and all here in attendance today for your attention, for your patience, and for staying around as we talk about this important issue of housing as it impacts our people and our First Nations. Thank you very much. Walalio. Miigwech. Merci beaucoup. We look forward now to hearing from Minister Galmasti. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. Janaskuntno ajin hibitayak jaji dayanot nahau jajim hilgut. Aguni jiwi higyan jajab chist mugo yujut nahau nana kugatskana sada Canada shchik. Ajibedin didmot jajiwi zabachimek Canada chojmao markali. Prime Minister. Thank you. Thank you for receiving me in the Assembly today. Really appreciate, the time and space that you're able to provide. I also want to acknowledge that the previous presentation really was a very heavy one for everybody in the room, including myself. Many of you know that I'm an MP from the province of Quebec. Thank you so much. And the reality of healthcare delivery to First Nations is one that has an impact across the country, and I really want to acknowledge the loss of the Sutherland Willie family and the successful passing of the resolution. Today, I'm here to address the Assembly with an update to ensure that, communities are able to have access to the information and the ongoing work that we are doing in Indigenous Services Canada with regards to the housing file. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this session and to be part of this conversation, myself as well as my Parliamentary Secretary, Jeanette Levac, who is representing from Manitoba and Saint Boniface Vital. Anyway, I also want to acknowledge, the opening that was shared by Regional Chief Mitchell, and to the comments that were shared to me earlier by the National Chief before we started. Really appreciate that support.
I don't have to come into this assembly and repeat that housing is one of the most urgent priorities, because everybody in this room is aware that this is one of the most significant priorities. It is one of the social determinants that really signifies the improvement of quality of life on reserve. The historical barriers that were put in place to funding housing is a legacy that First Nations leadership and members continues to live with today. I know and clearly see and understand in the engagements that I've had as my first year in this ministerial role that the needs are very high. The needs are not only high, the needs are continuing to grow as we have a population that is growing at twice the expected rate of Canadians. The barriers are complicated by process and very slow moving, and compliance is often one of the determinants that creates greater challenges for First Nations that are trying to improve and work diligently for their members, and really creating the pathway for how they want to action the vision that their members have entrusted them with in their leadership. Nous savons que le logement est une base de...
We know that housing is it's not just for life quality, but also health, and to make sure that the process is in place to restore strong economies.
Call home, we know and understand that these are some of the strongest places for health to improve, for quality of life to improve, and to create an opening to ensure that families are able to build a better future and quality of life for their children, and especially those incredibly important youngest members. As a minister, I want to express that some of the knowledge and the opportunity that has been shared with me in this past year is to hear from leadership, those that are working to ensure that they're supporting their community's priorities and that they're able to respond to them. One of the things that is very clear to me in my mandate, in learning and seeing the engagement that I've had the opportunity to undertake across the country in many different traditional territories, is that every First Nation is uniquely different. Every community has its own realities and its own vision for the future. Every community has a path that they wish to undertake and how they want to ensure that they are equipping their members to share in developing solutions. Les Premières Nations savent.
First Nations know what their needs are and know what path they want to take to bring a future to their communities.
Listening to the discussion or engaging with leadership that's here and the organizations that are supporting them. I see this space once as a participant and now, coming to support you as your minister in providing service. It's also an area where the path of direction that nations want to take their communities is very clear. So I've had the opportunity over the past 2 days to really listen to the conversations that are going on here and the resolutions that are passed on the floor and the direction that they're providing. Our role, our critical role in this space is to respond. I envision that the work that we undertake, the parliamentary secretary and I, is to remove those barriers for you. It is to support you as leadership. It is to ensure that your housing directors and staff and housing committees have the opportunity to deliver on the critical projects in community to ensure that people have a happy, healthy home. At Indigenous Services Canada, we also want to ensure that we remain focused on creating the space for First Nations to action and have the resources necessary for their authority to lead in the care, control, and management of housing in their communities. Creating systemic change is going to be based on your input. One of the opening comments that we heard was the importance of engagement, really paying attention to the factors and criteria that communities have identified to push their housing portfolios forward is one that is going to ensure that the meaningful progress that we make is going to be work that is undertaken and driven by the direction that you provide. But I also have to acknowledge that this work is far from finished. There is a gap. There is a reality of ensuring that the space that the federal government takes has to be flexible in addressing the housing challenges and the different demands and approaches that communities are looking to undertake. And more importantly, that there's a greater level of ambition across the country with leadership coming forward with strong plans, strong positioning, and capacity and criteria to meet the needs of their members. We saw this past year in Budget 2025 an important shift in this space. It's one that established a path towards distinctions-based Indigenous housing and is one that is being shaped by a strategy with input from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners. Over the past few months, we've heard through a series of engagements a clear message. The shaping of the first information that clearly indicates First Nations across the country need a strategy defined by them to deliver in this housing space. First Nations need long-term, predictable, sustainable funding that is going to offer them the certainty of planning beyond a single construction housing season. I want to reiterate that my commitment to the Assembly and to all First Nations leaders is to ensure that in creating the progress that Indigenous Services needs to have, that we are bringing that message as part of our pre-budget demands to ensure that predictable, stable funding is part of the formula and offering solution. We also heard that housing investments have to support the full life cycle of the project, from planning to construction to operations to maintenance and renewal. That's why another important part of this file is looking at the education component. We need to ensure that we are not only creating space for individuals to obtain education, to work in this field, but also provide them with opportunity in the trade. We want to ensure that we have fully formed individuals that are certified with capacity to undertake these projects. This is a long-term vision, but I believe that investment in this space right now is critical to ensure that the projects and the proposals that we receive, not only from the community level, but those important housing organizations that are pushing files forward in the social and private space, are advancing. The second thing that we've heard from communities is a message reminding us that housing cannot succeed without infrastructure. And that support is truly what makes it possible. They've also identified barriers that continue to hold communities back, limited access to serviced land, financing options that can be challenging, and funding processes that don't always reflect local realities. One of the components that I use as a lens in my ministerial role is to ensure that we are respecting the uniqueness of First Nations across the country, and we are not applying a one viewpoint in undertaking this work. Les Premières Nations ont besoin de meilleures options de financement.
First Nations need better options for funding, have less obstacles so that it's easier for them to have access to housing.
It's not just feedback that we hear in our engagements, they're truly a roadmap, one that's going to help us shape how we move forward together, and often how we can get out of the way for community to do that work. In 2025, we've seen more investment in infrastructure ever. It's investments in First Nations' ability to lead, build, and benefit from it. But truly, I think that this is the first step in a lot more work that has to be undertaken. Not only are we looking to enhance the investments that we're bringing forward for communities in terms of funding, we also have to look towards innovation in this space. That's why we're developing a monetization pilot to explore how predictable funding can unlock the significant upfront capital required so that First Nations can truly move into infrastructure projects forward, can move infrastructure projects forward on their own timeline and not years down the road based on the policy that is challenging them. I'm very proud that we were also able to introduce bonding and a surety pilot to help First Nations-owned businesses compete on a level playing field for construction opportunities on reserve. I think this is really going to be something that unlocks the capacity and the support that entrepreneurs desperately need to advance those large-scale projects. Very often we see capable Indigenous businesses that are shut out of a process and they cannot access the financial tools that other companies take for granted. And this is a change that we need to make. I'm proud that this government was able to undertake that direction. I have to say that truly some of the examples that I've seen in my time in this role are reflected in communities where they are ready to take the lead, but we see that outdated systems are what is holding them back, and this is not what should be. The shaping of the strategy and the direction is one that is open, and we welcome commentary in any form, through engagement, through letter writing, through meetings with your regional directors. The space is open. The initiatives that come to us directly from First Nations are what drives and defines this space. As I said previously, my goal is to remove those barriers, to accelerate the building process, and to ensure that First Nations are not just consulted, they're not just contracted in the process, but they are the owners of these homes. They are the leaders, and they are the full partners for those who want to share in the wealth that's developed in this process. For us to build stronger communities, we must establish stronger economies. We know that this is going to define a strong future forward. Communities have also emphasized that housing depends on skilled people as much as it depends on funding. That's why I want to ensure that we're working together to attract and retain housing professionals, strengthen local capacity, expand training, and truly grow a skilled housing workforce for the future. Finally, First Nations communities have made it clear that housing solutions must reflect the unique realities of each community. I'm very pleased to be working with my Parliamentary Secretary as well as the Parliamentary Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure Canada. I want to commend them for the work that they have done in this space. I want to ensure that it is very clear that this is a collaborative process, not only within ISK, but also with Minister Robertson's ministry, that we are working to ensure that the steps that we take forward reflect the reality of the peoples and communities and what they are trying to build for their members. But there is much more that we have to acknowledge in that space. Part of this discussion also focuses on culture and how we build homes for families. We have to also look at the climate that people are living in and the impacts that we're seeing in very real time, and ensuring that priorities from communities are focused on every aspect of their demographics, from young people to single families and to the elders that reside in community. Le logement est un investissement.
Housing is an investment for families to establish better health in communities, to establish a strong perspective, and to build a stronger economy.
The message is clear. Communities are stronger. Everything that we have heard directly is shaping this next phase of the work. I continue to invite you to ensure that you are reflecting your voice in the housing strategy that is being built around the priorities that you have identified. We want to continue working together alongside First Nations. We want to ensure that in implementation, we are meeting the needs that you have identified. I also want to acknowledge that this work is ongoing. There will always be room for improvement, always be room for enhancing quality of service. Our goal is one that is focused on First Nations families living in safe, affordable homes that reflect their communities, their culture, and their aspirations. The Indigenous housing strategy is one that seeks to understand and clarify and have opportunity to implement that. Achieving that goal is truly based and requires in the reality of First Nations leadership coming forward in sustained partnership with long-term investment. This is a path that I'm committed to, and this is a path that I believe will offer lasting change, and I'm very pleased and happy to walk that path with you. Merci.
Okay? Thank you. See you again. Remind people that she's here at 9 o'clock and at 1.
Exactly. So we'll all in to Minister Gulmasti. Again, just as a point of reminder that she will be with us again tomorrow for her intervention, as well as being open to questions. So thank you for your presence here with us today. We will be going now to our final speakers of the evening. We will start with Chief Elvin Flett of St. Teresa Point First Nation. So Chief Flett, if you can begin approaching the stage, as well as Chief Dolores Kakagamic. And just to recognize and highlight that their community members are here with them, supporting them. So Chief Flett and Chief Kakagamic.
Thank you, Regional Chief R.C. Mitchell. My name is Nin Elvin Flett Ndizankad Ugamakan, St. Teresa Point First Nation, Manitoba. Egumana nanakuma wanakuma kagipagat na much kawan in the much. I want to also acknowledge the previous presenters and their heartfelt story. I support them as well with my heart and with their endeavors. Okay, I'm here. As you can see, we're decked out, me and my counselors. These are my warriors. I have 10 counselors in a community. St. Teresa Point, we have 6,000 people in our community, and we have about 400 houses to house 6,000 people in our community of St. Teresa Point. I will, to make it short, I'm not going to speak straight. I'm just going to use my notes here to expedite our presentation here, and I am here with, like I said, with my counselors to support me in this address. Thank you. So I will proceed now. Elders, chiefs, and the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation for this area, and to the youth and all First Nations in attendance. I am here today to speak about the work we are doing to secure access to adequate housing on reserve. My name is Chief Elvin Flett, and I am the Chief of St. Teresa Point and Anishinaabe Nation in northern Manitoba. We are leading a national class action housing lawsuit against Canada, representing the Crown, for its failure to provide adequate housing on reserve. We are leading this case alongside with our relatives at Sandy Lake First Nation, led by Chief Dolores Kakagamic and her council. We started this case in June 2023 out of necessity. Our efforts to work collaboratively with Canada to improve the living conditions of our people were not securing the results that our people and nation require for our future and our prosperity. We were left with no choice but to turn to the courts to ensure our survival. This case is on behalf of all First Nations, and especially remote First Nations with the worst housing conditions in Canada. This is measured by significant portions of the on-reserve population living in housing that is either severely overcrowded, dilapidated, requires major repairs. Over 100 qualifying First Nations across Canada have supported us and opted in to the case so far. This means that 100 First Nations have come together before the court in this fight against Canada. We went to the federal court in April 2025 and received a decision this past December 2025. The federal court confirmed that Canada has a duty to provide access to adequate housing in remote First Nations and all First Nations. The court decision made clear that the current circumstances that First Nations face today, being the catastrophic housing crisis on reserve, is a direct result of Canada's actions. The court found that these conditions of Canada's making, including through the creation of reserves and the severe restrictions that Canada has put on reserves and the lives of First Nations people, including through the Indian Act. Canada cannot create hardships for First Nations people and then wash its hands of any responsibility in addressing the conditions it created. It is validating to know that the court took our side in the judgment. With a supportive court decision in hand, we now have more power to hold Canada to account. Essentially, we win the initial case. Unfortunately, even with a completely supportive court decision, Canada is not backing down. It has decided to appeal the decision. Canada claims that it has no responsibility to provide housing on reserve. We know this is wrong. While we would prefer to come to the table with Canada and work together as nation-to-nation partners, we are not backing down. We will continue this fight until we see proper housing provided to our people. We know the consequences of the housing crisis. Our people get sick. They experience very difficult living conditions, and many are displaced from the reserve in order to find basic accommodations elsewhere. All too often, our people are forced to relocate to the city, and many are preyed upon by violence, drugs, and exploitation. Our people, our ways of living and doing, our culture, and our nations are worth fighting for. We expect to be in the Federal Court of Appeal in October 2026 this year, where we will defend our right to adequate housing on reserve. It will set a precedent that will affect all First Nations. Today, we are here at the AFN presenting a resolution to support our case because we see real value in having the Assembly support our case, to show Canada that as First Nation from coast to coast to coast, that we stand together in this fight. Thank you.
Now we call on Chief Dolores Kayagami to say her words on this issue of housing in their communities. Chief.
Bonjour, good evening. Kanin gimuston ka kada the parents, the partner. Our hearts go to you as well. And in this day and age, that should not be happening. So we stand beside you too. Shaguj manong kumganji pinibaw yan. I thank Alvin Flett for the opening. He reflected more on the process as to why, the how, why we're pursuing this class action. However, my side, I'm going to present a little more personal view as to the whys and the hardships that we must jump through to even receive one adequate house. So we are proud that as a community and with centuries, that we are proud to have been able to come this far, that the court recognized our fight. However, I'm very frustrated with the process. I'm sure I'm not the only one that's frustrated with the system. Shaguj, I am proud to say that in Sandy Lake First Nation, in the last 3 years, we made it a priority to give housing to where it was most needed, which was the youth, the overcrowding, the moldy houses. We built 40 new homes, but we call it a trailer park. However, it's more modular homes. And what initially I was told would cost $8 million ended up costing us $22 million, which put us in a big deficit. This park gave space to much needed homes in our community. Even though it's not ideal, it's not a long-term solution. I wasn't looking for a long-term solution. I was looking for something immediate, and this is what we came up with. And so we applied for funding from ISK. They came up with about 2.5 to help us build, and another $1 million in lot servicing, which in my opinion is, you don't want to know my anyhow. We knew, the cost of building a house in the north in the last 5 years has rose like 5 times the original cost. The cost of building a home, one modest home today, including preparation, it would be about $500,000 each if we were to use Canada's standards of building a house. However, our winter road seasons is getting shorter. It makes it harder to coordinate and purchase and to deliver everything that's needed. And the amount of money INAC gives us, we can't build the kind of homes they think we should be building. In fact, we cut down, like we'd rather have more houses built and have space for people rather than how fancy it looks or the codes we have to jump through to get people to recognize, okay, it's ready for hydro, it's ready for, all these technical things that they impose on us now, basically. So we got a loan from RBC, and it was nowhere near enough. However, we just kept going with wherever we can pull our revenue from. So that's my great news. Even though it's a cost and a deficit to the First Nation, we did manage in the last 3 years to provide housing. But then again, we're stuck with a significant debt. And the worst part is ISK, with all their reporting requirements, all the I's and the T's you have to cross and dot. It was basically sending them a report for their part of $3.5 million, a report that says where we spent their money. And even then, it wasn't enough. Like, we sent them an invoice which barely covered, a third, not even a third of the cost we accumulated. And they weren't satisfied with it. They weren't satisfied with our reporting just by sending them, okay, modular homes, $8 million, lot servicing, $10 million. They wouldn't, we had to break it down, like it's in black and white. So these are the kind of things we have to jump through with ISK that to me is very, they give you a dime and they expect a quarter type of thing. So I'm very proud to stand here with Centuries and fight for better services, fight for better. You walk into homes in First Nations and you could just smell the mold, and it makes you wonder how anybody would want to live like that. And I always think to myself, why don't you come and live a week in our community, see if you would stick around. That's my sincere feeling. I'm talking from the heart. I'm no longer reading. but yes, it is very frustrating. So on behalf of Sandy Lake, the goal of this lawsuit is to hold Canada to a standard. They have known for decades that this system is broken, but they are burying their heads in the sand. We can't continue to operate this way. Something has to change. In December of last year, the federal court agreed with us. Canada has appealed that decision. So we will have to see where it goes. But for our part, we hope that it's the first step in a long journey, and that in the end, our children, our grandchildren are able to live in safe homes they can be proud of. Canada, please take your appeal off the floor. Miigwech, God bless.
I just want to say thank you so much to Chief Elvin and Chief Dolores. I'd just like to make everybody aware that these people with their children and elders, they've been traveling 3 days to get here to be with us. So I'd like for you to give them a great round of applause for their courage and their commitment, because what they're doing Thank you very much. And now we'll turn the meeting back over to Cedric Graylaho.
Oh, you're taking it. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not Cedric.
So before we wrap up, I'd just like to run through a couple of reminders. The Circle of Trade is located at level 3, Canada Hall 3, pipe ceremony tomorrow at 7 a.m. in the main plenary room. And there will be a cultural event hosted by the Algonquins of Pickwagon today on level 2 following today's session. And we will start back up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Have a great evening, everyone.
Just leave my computer.
No, I was just coming to get it.
Oh, yeah?
Walk over here for nothing.
Sorry.
My ride's over in the
See you tomorrow.
Good luck with those. See you tomorrow.
But you